Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
There was no doubt about it. The information Magneto and Professor X had brought was real. For a moment, Norton had actually considered it. Should he hide something? Should he mislead them? After all, giving two people a path to level 5 wasn't a small favor. But in the end, Norton didn't do it, because 2 more level 5 mutants would be a massive benefit to the entire mutant community. And more importantly, even if they reached level 5, it still wouldn't be enough to threaten him. Norton had already stepped into level 5 himself. But he wasn't planning to stay there forever. To give them confidence and remove the last bit of doubt, Norton took out something he rarely showed anyone, a fragment of a godhead. "This is proof," he said calmly. "Follow the method in that information and you can condense the fragments completely. Someone has already proven it works." To ordinary people, the godhead fragment looked like nothing more than a beautiful, colorful crystal. But the moment Magneto and Professor X laid eyes on it, their expressions changed. In their eyes, it wasn't a crystal. It was a storm of mysteries, endless rules, endless secrets, a universe sealed inside something small enough to fit in a palm. When they finally forced themselves to look away, Magneto's attitude toward Norton had subtly shifted. More respect, more caution. Professor X's voice turned serious. "Whose godhead fragment is this?" Norton didn't explain much. "The same source as your information, Professor," he replied smoothly. "An old mutant from a parallel timeline." That was enough. Now that the authenticity was confirmed, Magneto and Professor X couldn't wait any longer. They immediately began asking about precautions, failure risks, and stability. Norton didn't hold anything back. He answered everything he could, and even added advice based on his own understanding. After all, what they had brought him was valuable too. Their information had already increased Norton's efficiency in analyzing the godhead fragments by a huge margin. When Norton fully understood their condensation method, he compared it with his own law rune system, and he quickly realized both approaches had strengths. Law runes were universal, no threshold, no talent requirement. As long as you learned them step by step, anyone could succeed. Of course, Norton ignored the quiet help of his system. Condensing godhead fragments was different. The threshold was terrifyingly high. It demanded at least level 5 potential in an X ability, but once it worked, it could forcefully smash through the wall between level 4 and level 5. Law runes didn't raise your X ability level. Their true value was control, perfect control. They allowed a mutant to fully master their own power. In comparison, Norton knew which road suited him better: law runes. After sending Magneto and Professor X away, Norton returned to the fragments in his possession. He couldn't use them directly. Too many laws were mixed together inside, tangled like a knot. Trying to activate them without processing would be suicide. But thanks to Magneto's information, Norton finally had a starting point. He studied the condensation process first, then dismantled the fragments according to that logic, and instantly the difficulty dropped by several levels. Even so, it was still slow, painfully slow. Hundreds of laws were not something you could finish in a few days, but Norton wasn't anxious. The curtain hadn't lifted yet. The real chaos of Marvel hadn't fully arrived. For now, he still had time, and the best part was, he didn't need to wait until everything was fully processed to gain results. 1 month later, the first harvest appeared. Norton came to Una holding a gem that shimmered with misty brilliance. "This is yours," he said, placing it in her hand. "Try it, let's see the effect." Una stared at it, confused. "This is it," Norton nodded. A godhead fragment containing the law of the soul. It was dismantled from Apocalypse's godhead fragment. To separate the mental laws cleanly, a few laws had been lost in the process. Fortunately, the losses were minor. Only laws corresponding to level 3 abilities were damaged. The true core laws above level 4 remained intact. That was within Norton's expectations. Losses were inevitable, so instead of dismantling everything slowly from the lowest level upward, he went straight for the core, grabbed the most important part first. Whatever remained was bonus. Even if he lost some, it was still profit. Una held the gem up to the light, then looked back at Norton. "How do I use it?" "Analyze it with your law runes," Norton explained. "Then use the law information you obtain to improve your own rune structure." Una's eyebrows instantly tightened. "You want me to perfect the rune myself?" She wasn't wrong to be unhappy. After reconstruction, law runes could technically improve themselves, but the speed was miserable. Una had tried before. Decades for progress, she gave up after one attempt. Norton didn't get impatient. He explained carefully, one step at a time. With this as a reference, your speed will increase by dozens of times at minimum. He paused, then added. And depending on your understanding, it could be even faster. Una's expression shifted slightly. Norton continued. You might even see real results before you find a matching X gene. That was the reason Norton was willing to give it to her. A Godhead fragment used as reference didn't require genetic compatibility, no implantation, no risk. As long as the ability pathway was similar, the chance of backlash was close to zero. Still, the fragment's information was limited. After Una finished analyzing, she would eventually need to rely on X-gene implantation technology for long-term improvement. And there was another possibility too. Apocalypse's psychic abilities were heavily offensive. Maybe this could turn Una's psychic protection into something that could both defend and strike back. Una raised the fragment to her eyes and sent her perception inside. Nothing, no reaction, no lore information. She looked up again, slightly frustrated. Norton sighed quietly. You have to enter a meditative state first. He guided her patiently. Yes, like that, good. Now push your perception into the fragment. Focus, don't get distracted. At the same time, activate your lore rune. Build a bridge, use your perception to connect the rune and the fragment. Step by step, correction after correction. After an hour, Una finally caught the rhythm. The moment her aura stabilized, Norton stopped speaking. He didn't leave. He stayed beside her silently, guarding her until she slowly opened her eyes again. Norton smiled. For your first time, 30 minutes is excellent. Then his gaze sharpened. So, what did you gain? It felt amazing. Una's eyes were half closed in satisfaction, as if she'd just tasted something addictive. Even after pulling her awareness back, she was still lingering in that strange, mysterious clarity. Without thinking, she lifted the Godhead fragment again, eager to dive back in. Norton's hand shot out and pressed it down. Enough, he said firmly. Una blinked. Just one more time. No, Norton cut her off, his tone turning serious. Not more than once a day. If you force it, you'll burn out your mind. Mental exhaustion isn't a joke. Una hesitated, fighting temptation like it was a real enemy, then finally sighed and nodded. All right. With visible effort, she put the fragment away. Time flowed on. Slowly, steadily, 2 full years passed. And during those 2 years, Norton rarely showed up in the outside world. Not because he was hiding, but because he was growing. The dismantling of the Godhead fragments kept feeding him new understanding, new breakthroughs, and new power. His strength climbed at an almost frightening rate, and he entered a rare phase where progress happened almost every day. And Norton wasn't the only one changing. In the past 2 years, the Nova team had expanded rapidly as well. Thanks to the X-gene samples Norton brought back, more and more reserve members found compatible genes and successfully completed transplantation. The results were obvious. Their formal member count kept rising. Their overall strength kept stacking higher, and their reputation in the mutant community grew louder with every month. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood of Mutants had gone quiet. After Magneto returned from meeting Norton, the entire organization became unusually low-key. Especially Magneto himself. He hadn't appeared in public for more than 2 years. Norton didn't know the details, but he wasn't worried. With Magneto's talent and Professor X's mind, failure was almost impossible. It was only a matter of time before they succeeded. As for Professor X's dream, it was still a dream, a noble dream, yes, but dreams weren't chains. They couldn't bind everyone. Times had changed and the mutant world was already too divided. Integrating every mutant into one united whole was almost impossible. Fortunately, Norton had never planned to do that. The team he'd built since childhood, the Nova team he'd cultivated with his own hands, was far more reliable than any union formed by outsiders. And with the continuous growth of Carnegie Mutant Academy, he would never lack future talent. That morning, Norton went to Carnegie Alloy Company to handle routine work. Most of the company's affairs had already been fully delegated to Una, but anything connected to core technology still required Norton's direct attention at least once a month. He sat down in his office, turned on the TV out of habit, and froze. A breaking news report played across the screen. Tony Stark, the world-famous genius scientist and playboy, had disappeared after a terrorist attack in a desert region of the Middle East. 3 days had passed. No trace, no confirmation, no body. Norton's gaze sharpened, so it's starting. Only then did he realize something even more important. The time had already reached the second half of 2008. The curtain was lifting. Once the Marvel timeline truly began moving, the world would never feel as stable as it had been for the past 10 years. From now on, danger would come in waves. Enemies would crawl out from every corner. And if Norton didn't prepare, even level 5 wouldn't be enough. Knock. Knock, knock, the sound snapped him out of his thoughts. Come in, Norton said calmly. The door opened. Una walked in first, and right behind her was a familiar blonde woman, Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. No, not just his secretary. Norton had seen her in movies before, but reality was different. The real Pepper was far more beautiful and alive than any screen could capture, and right now she looked panicked. Her eyes were tired, her expression tense. She was trying to act professional, but fear kept slipping through. Pepper, Norton said, standing up. Why are you here? Pepper took a breath, then her voice trembled. Tony is missing. It's been 3 days. The company can't find him. The government can't find him either. Her hands clenched into fists. Norton, please help. Norton narrowed his eyes slightly. The US government can't find Tony Stark and you came to me, he asked. Why? Pepper didn't hesitate. Because Tony told me. Norton's expression shifted. Pepper continued quickly, afraid he'd cut her off. He said if anything ever happened to him, I should come to you. He said you would definitely be able to help. Tony, Norton murmured. That actually made sense. Tony knew who Norton really was. He knew what Norton could do. And with the relationship between the Carnegie family and the Starks, it wasn't strange that Tony would leave Pepper this kind of last option. Norton looked at her and nodded. All right. Pepper's eyes widened. I'll send people to find him, Norton said evenly. If he's still alive, I'll bring him back, safe. Pepper's shoulders sagged instantly like she'd been holding her breath for days. Thank you, Norton. You don't need to thank me, Norton replied. Tony is my friend. I'm not the type to stand by and watch. The Carnegie family and Stark Industries had been partners for generations. More than that, the two families were practically old friends. Tony wasn't stupid. If he felt real danger, he wouldn't rely on luck. He wouldn't rely on the government. He'd leave a path, this path. People loved calling Tony a genius or a plebe, but Norton knew the truth. Tony Stark was both. And the reason he survived in that world wasn't only because of his mind, it was because of his instincts. Unfortunately, this time his enemy wasn't the usual kind. Because terrorists didn't behave like businessmen, they didn't negotiate, they didn't care about consequences, and these terrorists weren't ordinary, they belonged to the 10 Rings. After Pepper left, Una returned to the office. Norton's expression turned cold. Una, he said, Tony is alive, I'm sure of it. Una nodded, listening. Send a team to the Middle East, Norton ordered. Find him. And when you find him, he paused, then added carefully, don't rescue him immediately. Una blinked. You want us to wait? Yes, Norton said. As long as his life isn't in immediate danger, don't interfere. Just keep him under protection from the shadows. This was Tony Stark's turning point. If Norton pulled him out too early, Iron Man might never be born, and that would create a future Norton couldn't predict. Then Norton's gaze sharpened even more. One more thing. Una straightened. Tell me. If you run into someone you can't beat, don't force it, Norton said calmly. Just open the door, his voice lowered, and let me walk through. Una's expression turned serious. I'll arrange it right now. Seeing that Norton was so serious, Una directly arranged for the strongest team in the Nova team to carry out the rescue mission. After Tony was attacked and disappeared, military special forces, CIA agents, elite mercenaries, etc. searched back and forth for 3 days but could not find any trace. Leona led the team to the scene of the accident and found clues in less than half an hour. The atmosphere here has been cleaned, not just by technical means, but also by some special means. Tracker Jack said in the mental space just after coming out of the flight machine. Mental space is the ability increased by Leona after implanting the X gene. It can create a mental space in which all spiritually linked objects can communicate freely. Similar to the prototype of a virtual world, the potential is huge. Leona frowned slightly after hearing Jack's words. She could use special means to clear her breath, proving that the terrorists who hijacked Tony were no ordinary people. Is it any wonder so many people can't find Tony Stark? Thinking of this, Leona became a little more solemn and then asked Jack, can we still find any clues? Everything that has ever existed will definitely leave traces. As long as traces are left, they cannot be hidden from the eyes of the pursuer, Jack replied confidently. Spiritual eyes are on alert, Jack is looking for clues and the others are ready to fight at any time. Leona immediately arranged. Jack didn't brag. In just half an hour, he found some traces of terrorists 10 kilometers away from the incident site, including the breath of Tony Stark. Based on this trace, Jack quickly determined the direction in which the terrorists left. Sister, we found it. This is the direction they left. They clean up their own aura, but in the eyes of Jack the Tracker, the traces of cleansing aura are the most obvious clues. Call me Captain. Gather, let's go. Pepper, don't worry. Although the people I sent have not found Tony yet, they have used special methods to confirm that he is still alive. Norton explained to Pepper Potts. Tony is still alive. Pepper was happy but unbelievable. It had only been a few days and she had become much more haggard. Tony is definitely alive. Pepper, you should take a good rest now, otherwise you will collapse from exhaustion before Tony comes back. Una comforted her from the side. Hearing Una's words, Pepper became more suspicious, thinking that Norton was just comforting. You didn't lie to me. Do I need to lie to you? Norton asked. Seeing Pepper's suspicious look, Norton pointed his finger and several metal balls flew to his hand, constantly changing into various shapes. At the same time, he explained to Pepper, there are some special groups in this world, and their abilities are all kinds of weird. I happen to have one person under my command who can determine Tony's life or death. Norton, are you a mutant? Most of the suspicion in Pepper's eyes disappeared, but other than that, she had no other emotions because Norton was a mutant. When the news about mutant was so big, Pepper definitely knew about mutants' existence. And as Tony's secretary for Tony's safety, she also deliberately learned about mutants' X-ability. She knew that mutants' ability was all kinds of strange, and it was not surprising that there was a mutant who could determine the life and death of others. That's right. Norton nodded affirmatively. The people I sent to look for Tony are all mutants. As long as Tony is still alive, I can find him even if I search the entire desert. What you have to do now is wait and help Tony keep an eye on the Stark group before he comes back. Thank you, Norton. Pepper's mood eased a lot. Pepper, you don't have to thank me. If you do, you have to wait until Tony comes back and let him thank me himself. At this point, Norton suddenly thought that if he didn't change Tony's experience, it might take several months for Tony to escape on his own. After such a long time, Pepper could not help but think too much. In order to prevent her from looking for her every 3 days, Norton continued to explain, Pepper, you don't have to worry about Tony's life safety. Since the terrorists didn't kill him on the spot, they won't harm him easily. You should believe in the value of Tony's genius head. After sending Pepper away, Norton asked Una, have you found Tony? I was about to tell you that just now Leona reported to me that they had found Tony. At the moment, Tony was being held in an underground base by a group of well-equipped terrorists. Tony was seriously injured, but it is not life-threatening for the time being. Una replied, really found it? Norton was a little surprised. He just asked casually. He didn't expect Leona and the others to find Tony Stark so quickly. Without detailed information, how difficult is it to accurately find the underground base of a group of terrorists in the vast desert? Just look at the US military. In the original plot, they had been working for several months but could not find a single hair of Tony. In the end, Tony escaped on his own before he was discovered by them. Jack found the traces left by the group of terrorists and then followed the clues to find their underground base. If Leona and the others hadn't deliberately slowed down their speed to hide their whereabouts in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they would have found Tony yesterday. At this point, Una's expression became serious. But Leona reported that there is someone with special abilities among this group of terrorists, but I'm not sure if they are mutants. Norton is not surprised. The terrorists who kidnapped Tony belong to an organization affiliated with 10 Rings. The Mandarin of 10 Rings is not ordinary in strength, and the forces under him are naturally not just ordinary people. Thinking of Mandarin, Norton solemnly reminded, Leona and the others should be careful. This group of terrorists belongs to 10 Rings. Mandarin from 10 Rings is very powerful. Norton doesn't know the specific strength level of Mandarin, but he is definitely not weak. The abilities of his 10 Rings are very extraordinary. If Leona is caught off guard, they will probably suffer a big loss. I'll tell them to be careful. Una took this seriously and immediately contacted Leona and reminded her several times. Leona received Una's reminder and immediately reminded other team members in the mental space. Spirit Eye, be careful when you investigate. This group of terrorists belongs to 10 Rings. 10 Rings, is that it? The spiritual eye shared a picture into the spiritual space. In the center of an iron door, there was a symbol of 10 connected rings engraved on it. The picture comes from the vision of a little lizard. These little guys all over the desert are Spirit Eye's best helpers. Not only did they help him find Tony Stark, but the entire terrorist base was touched by these little guys, clearly. Now the entire terrorist base is under surveillance by Spirit Eyes, and the cave where Tony Stark is located is monitored by more than 5 little lizards at any time. 10 connected rings, that's it. Mandarin, the leader of the 10 Rings, is the top powerhouse in the underground world. Leona relayed Una's reminder. How strong is it? Is it as strong as Master Norton? Magneto asked eagerly. Definitely not as good as Lord Norton, but he should be on the same level as Magneto, Leona replied. Spiritual Eye, disperse all your friends and warn anyone who approaches. Alice, you should also be vigilant and report immediately if there is any danger. Saying this, Leona activated the spirit sharing ability for Alice. Spirit sharing is also Leona's new ability, which allows her to share her huge spiritual power with a spiritual link object. For X ability based on mental power, mental sharing can greatly improve the ability effect. Alice's ability is very special, called danger perception. It can perceive dangerous units within a certain range, including distance, location, strength, etc. This kind of perception is similar to intuitive perception. It is passive perception and will not be noticed by the perception target. It has an excellent warning effect. Moreover, Alice's perception range and perception accuracy are affected by her mental power. Reno, dig a temporary underground base. We may need to stay here for a long time. Leona arranged again. No problem. Renault had already chosen the location of the temporary base. When he heard Leona's arrangement, he immediately started taking action. Renault's ability is to control soil, and sand, soil and rocks are also within his control, so he is a professional at drilling holes. In just one morning, Renault dug a temporary base and camouflaged it on the ground. Then everyone moved to a temporary base. It was said to be a temporary base, but it was actually more spacious and brighter than a terrorist base. You would not feel bored even if you lived here for several months. Open the door, we need living supplies. Leona gave an order, the space door opened, and various living supplies were moved through the space door to the temporary base. A space door suddenly opened in front of Norton. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly into the space door. What happened? Norton asked immediately after walking out of the space door. Alice sensed that a level 5 danger source was approaching rapidly, and the target was pointed directly at us. Leona replied quickly. A level 5 danger source means that the strength of the person coming has reached level 5. Regardless of whether the other party is well-intentioned or malicious, it is not something that their team can deal with, so she opened the door in advance to ask for help. I know, Norton nodded slightly. He asked about other things because he had already sensed that powerful aura which was releasing malice wantonly, and he was not a good person at first glance. You continue to keep an eye on Tony Stark and help him if necessary. Don't let him die, Norton simply explained. At the moment, it has been more than 2 months and almost 3 months since Tony was kidnapped, and it is almost time for Tony to escape. Even if Tony's original escape plan was not today, he would have to take action when there was a big commotion outside. Norton walked outside the temporary base. The rocks and sand along the way broke down, making way for Norton. The temporary base was only a few kilometers away from the terrorists' underground base, and the original target of the visitors was actually the terrorists' underground base. Norton did not restrain his momentum, so as soon as he appeared, the person immediately changed direction and flew directly towards him. The person who came was very fast, riding on the wind and rolled up the dust in the sky, covering his figure. It wasn't until the other party came within 1 kilometer that Norton recognized the other party's identity. He was Mandarin, the leader of the 10 Rings. The main reason is that the 10 Rings are really easy to recognize, and there is probably only one 5th level strong person in 10 Rings. Mandarin stopped 100 meters away, but the wind did not stop. Instead, it turned into a tornado sweeping towards Norton with sand and dust, and murderous intent lurked in the dust. Terrorists are terrorists, and they kill every time they come up, leaving no room for error. Norton immediately gave up the idea of negotiating. With a wave of his hand, the sand in the sky instantly disintegrated, and the wind was directly smoothed away. The flow of air forms wind, and air is also composed of various molecules. As long as Norton controls the air molecules, the wind will not blow. Molecular control LV-549 allows Norton to easily control the air within a radius of several kilometers. Only Mandarin has a radius of 50 meters, which cannot be controlled due to law rejection. Molecular control is a new X ability added by Norton, derived from the related Godhead fragments disassembled from the Apocalypse Godhead fragments. Originally, Norton could, like Una, perfect his own law runes by analyzing the law information contained in the fragments of the Godhead. Unexpectedly, the learning system suddenly intervened at the critical moment, and molecular control became a new ability, and a new law rune was condensed. This result made Norton very happy, thinking that he could obtain new X ability in this way. It turns out that this is not possible at all. Irrelevant law information will be directly excluded. If new law runes are forcibly generated, the only result will be a bang. Even so, the addition of a 5th level molecular control allows Norton to further control matter. Moreover, elemental dominance and molecular control are closely related and compatible. If you encounter a suitable opportunity, you are likely to go one step further through integrate. It's not disrespectful to reciprocate, so you can take my move. Norton fired a particle cannon at Mandarin. A particle cannon, even if the energy injection is reduced, is not something that the human body can resist. Mandarin sensed the dangerous aura of the particle cannon, and the ring on his right little finger lit up. A blackbody ray hit the particle cannon, and then the area within 1 kilometer suddenly turned into darkness. Blackbody rays can create an absolutely lightless field, which not only absorbs light but also energy absorbing. The moment the ring was activated, Norton felt the law fluctuations on it, and the intensity barely reached level 5. Feeling the law's fluctuations in the ring, Norton instantly raised a question. Is this ring leveraging the law through technological means, or is it some kind of treasure similar to a fragment of the Godhead? The doubts in his mind did not slow down Norton's reaction speed. The moment the lightless field unfolded, a ring on Norton's hand lit up. Light, a bright light burst out from the ring, instantly illuminating the entire lightless field. The light comes from the Godhead fragments inlaid on the ring, which are disassembled from Apocalypse's Godhead fragments and are also the core of Apocalypse's Godhead fragments. Ability is sunlight control or sunlight power. The lightless domain of blackbody rays is absolute, and the power of sunlight is also absolute. The confrontation between the two sides will naturally be effective. Obviously, Norton's sunlight power is more than a little stronger than Mandarin's blackbody rays. The moment the lightless realm was dispelled, Norton saw a burst of flames coming towards him. Norton's heart moved, and countless atoms in the particle shield instantly aggregated to form a silver alloy shield. Bang! Fire explosion. As a result, only a few sparks were thrown and the silver shield was unscathed. Suddenly, the surface layer of the silver shield decomposed, revealing a second layer of golden alloy. At the same time, the beam that followed the fireball hit the shield. This time there wasn't even a ripple. The beam hit the golden shield and completely disappeared without any effect. The Master of Elements has been of great help in the research and development of metal materials. Coupled with Norton's 5th-level metal materials science, over the years, even if he only invested some scattered time, he has developed hundreds of super alloy formulas. The atoms that make up the particle shield can instantly form any or even several super alloys at any time, which are enough to deal with most material and energy attacks. Seeing that the energy attack was ineffective, the ring on Mandarin's right thumb lit up, and the sand beneath him instantly turned into rocks or iron balls, which then hit Norton with great force. Norton is concerned about this kind of unreasonable attack, and will be directly decomposed if it enters his control. Instead, seeing the process of sand turning into rocks and iron balls made his eyes light up, and he couldn't help but look at the ring on Mandarin's right thumb. Material reorganization at the molecular and atomic level is still the kind of material reorganization that completely ignores the conservation of energy and matter and directly manifests the results. Elemental domination plus molecular control, Norton can also reorganize matter, but the two are completely different in nature. One has a process, and the other has no process. Therefore, the Mandarin ring is of great reference value to Norton. At this moment, Norton wanted to explode with all his strength, kill Mandarin in front of him, and then snatch his ring. However, considering the Nova team in the temporary base below and Tony in the terrorist base not far away, Norton resisted the urge and gave up this tempting idea. With the 10 rings in hand, Mandarin is also a level 5 powerhouse. Norton may not be able to win without using all his strength. Once the two of them start fighting with all their strength, there is a high probability that they will not be able to save the area of dozens of kilometers, just when Norton and Mandarin were at loggerheads. A series of gunshots suddenly rang out in the terrorists' underground base. It seems that Tony has already taken action. Norton stopped attacking. However, a small nuclear bomb was synthesized by Norton and floated on the left-hand side. On the other side, Mandarin heard the gunfire and tacitly stopped activating the ring. When he saw the nuclear bomb next to Norton, his eyes visibly froze. He didn't know whether he recognized the nuclear bomb or sensed the dangerous aura of the nuclear bomb. Norton did not pay attention to the battle below but looked at Mandarin and asked, 10 rings, Mandarin, who are you? Mandarin asked, his voice a little hoarse and harsh, and there was a kind of suppressed anger. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood today. It doesn't matter who I am. If you turn around and leave, I won't care about your men kidnapping my friend. As Norton spoke, the nuclear bomb floated from his left to his right, and the threat was very obvious. In fact, Norton has a more powerful method, but I'm afraid Mandarin doesn't understand it. Or is the nuclear bomb more of a deterrent? Mandarin must know the power of this thing. What if I don't agree? Mandarin asked with a livid face. Normally, if someone dared to threaten him like this, he would have cut them into pieces with a laser cut. But facing the nuclear bomb that Norton laid out, he really didn't dare to take action directly. The ability of 10 rings is indeed very strong, but it does not give him an invincible body. He really can't withstand a nuclear bomb. You can try it yourself. Another nuclear bomb was synthesized by Norton. This time Norton specifically showed Mandarin the high-purity uranium-235 and let him feel the radiation of uranium-235. Mandarin did not take action after all. Although he was a terrorist, as a terrorist leader, he was not as crazy and lifeless as the low-level terrorists. People who live longer are more afraid of death, and Mandarin has lived for nearly 100 years. However, Mandarin did not leave immediately. He still faced off with Norton in the air. His purpose is obvious, which is to hold Norton down so his terrorists can take out Tony. Norton was naturally aware of this, but he had no intention of forcing Mandarin back. As long as he ensured that he did not interfere in the battle in the base, it was enough. Tony Stark wouldn't be Iron Man if he couldn't take down a bunch of ordinary terrorists. Tony Stark lived up to Norton's expectations. In just a few minutes, the battle in the underground base ended. Then the ammunition depot in the terrorists' underground base exploded, and Tony also exploded out of the base. As soon as Tony Stark flew out, Norton's atomic flow enveloped him and brought him to his side, not giving Mandarin a chance to attack. Snort. Mandarin snorted coldly and did not take any forceful action. He just rolled up sand and dust and poured it into the underground base, put out the fire inside, and rescued the surviving terrorists inside. Then they directly kicked up the sand and quickly evacuated with the surviving terrorists. At the same time, several propellers emerged from under the sand dunes in the distance. The military search and rescue team has arrived. Most likely, the movement caused by the battle just now attracted them here. Norton landed on the ground and disintegrated the tattered armor on Tony's body. At the moment, Tony's face was pale and haggard, his clothes were tattered and there was a strange smell and there was a glowing coil on his chest. The biggest change was in his eyes. The arrogance and cynicism in his eyes were gone. Instead, there was sadness, anger, maturity, and a sense of enlightenment, but there was no joy of escaping. The moment he saw Tony, Norton subconsciously opened his vision of time and space. This ability has not been used by Norton since he returned last time. When he saw Tony Stark this time, he also wanted to see the plot trajectory of Iron Man on a whim. Who would have thought that the moment the plot trajectory emerged, his field of vision changed, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and Norton found himself in a colorful space. Looking forward, you can clearly see a rushing river, with countless colorful lights reflected in the river. Norton realized something, so he looked down and saw that he didn't see his body. It was still the surface of the rushing river. In the waves, you can see countless scenes, like scenes of real scenes. The clearest image is of himself and Tony standing on the dunes in the desert, talking. This is above the long river of time, and my consciousness directly came to the long river of time. Norton instantly understood his situation. Tony is still watching outside. I can't stand there in a daze. I want to go out. As soon as this idea came to him, his vision changed, and Norton found himself back to reality. His consciousness stayed in the river of time for at least 10 seconds, and the time outside didn't seem to pass. At least Tony didn't notice anything unusual. Why does this result occur? Norton didn't think about it for the time being. You can study this later slowly. Don't be in a hurry now. The most important thing now is to deal with the matter at hand. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Norton looked Tony up and down. At the moment, Tony had come to his senses. It's okay, it's not life-threatening. It's just a little embarrassing. Norton nodded slightly. You're late. This was Tony's answer, and his eyes became a little strange. It's not too late, Norton smiled. He probably guessed why Tony was like this, but he didn't care about it and didn't explain it. Are you going back with me, or are you going to let the military take you back? Norton asked. Military. Tony made his choice instantly. Okay, Norton nodded slightly and asked again when he saw Tony's chapped lips. Bread or sandwich? Sandwich. A bottle of water and a sandwich. As soon as Norton finished speaking, a space door opened next to him, and he walked out with a bottle of mineral water and a sandwich. Norton took the water and sandwich and put them in Tony's hands. Come to me when you get back, Cumberland Island, my home, you know. After saying that, without waiting for Tony to answer, Norton and the door walked into the space door and disappeared in front of Tony's eyes. Tony was then found by a US military search and rescue team and quickly returned to the United States. During the process of escaping from the underground base, Tony didn't say a word. As Tony Stark, he was unwilling to say that the military could not force him to speak, and other undesirable methods were even less likely to be used against Tony. Later, the military thoroughly searched the area and found only a bombed terrorist underground base and no other valuable information. The Nova team stayed in the temporary underground base for nearly 3 months. After the evacuation, Reno filled in the base and erased the traces. Ever since, the process of Tony's escape has become an unsolved case. After returning to the United States, as expected, Tony publicly announced the closure of the Stark Group's weapons manufacturing department. In just a few months, the share price of Stark Group has fluctuated greatly. Unfortunately, Norton had no intention of getting involved. He no longer had any interest in money. Money has lost its meaning to him because he can no longer spend all his money. Apart from anything else, in terms of gold reserves alone, the Federal Reserve may not have as much gold reserves as he does. After returning, Norton simply arranged the follow-up and couldn't wait to start studying the changes in space-time vision. It was just a glimpse before, but there are still many things I haven't figured out yet. Norton opened his space-time vision directly to the location of the portal just now. He immediately discovered that he was more sensitive to spatial fluctuations and could even clearly see the spatial trajectory of the closed portal. It's not just about being more spatially aware. Norton's mind moved, thinking about the River of Time, and then he directly entered the River of Time without feeling any hindrance in the whole process. It's obvious that I have also become friendly with time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to enter the River of Time so easily. Back on the long River of Time again. In the river below your feet, the picture you see is clear and complete, representing what is happening now. The front is blurry and the images I see are intermittent and changing, representing an uncertain future. The rear is equally clear, and the picture scene is very certain, without any changes, representing the certain past. Norton soon discovered that even in a certain position, he still could not watch the history he wanted to see according to his own wishes. It seems that there is no important node as an entry point. The pictures seen from the long River of Time are completely random. Whether you can capture valuable information depends on luck. The most important thing now is to figure out all the changes in time and space vision, so Norton temporarily gave up studying the pictures he saw in the river. After studying the meaning of the long River of Time, Norton wanted to test the limits of his vision. So I looked forward. The farther away you are, the blurry your vision becomes. It seems that space-time vision is still limited. Norton came to a conclusion in his mind, but there was also an unexpected discovery. Outside the mainstream of the long River of Time and space, Norton vaguely saw the existence of several tributaries. Although it's not very clear, being able to see it means that the difficulty of traveling has been reduced and the accuracy has been increased. I've studied the front, back, left and right, but what about the top? Thinking of this, Norton looked up. Wow, Norton was shocked. The scene above is much more exciting than the River of Time and space below. Countless rivers crisscross and form a large network. In this big network, big rivers are constantly disappearing, and big rivers are constantly gathering and forming. With just a glance, Norton saw countless strong men who controlled the world. They destroyed the world, created the universe, and reversed time and space. Unfortunately, it's all an illusion, Norton sighed. In the countless bizarre worlds above, Norton saw through their illusory nature at a glance. These worlds are just projections of the main world. Whether they exist or are destroyed, they have no impact on the main world and have no meaning to Norton. Because everything in the projected world, including knowledge, cannot be taken out. It's like fishing for the moon in the water. The moon looks beautiful when it's in the water, but once it's fished out, it's nothing. Moreover, the projection world has no origin, and they are not even qualified to integrate into the main world. Withdrawing his vision, Norton suddenly felt a little tired, so he exited the River of Time. Why is it suddenly possible to see the River of Time directly in the space-time field of view? This question has been answered by Norton. It should be that the last feedback from the world changed my soul ability, giving my soul the ability to have space-time affinity. In the process of entering the long River of Time, Norton can clearly feel that time and space have become closer. This ability of time and space affinity has brought huge amounts of gains to Norton. During this long journey, Norton not only understood the changes in time and space vision, but also gained a lot of basic time and space knowledge. These basic knowledge of time and space, coupled with changes in soul ability, allowed Norton to finally break through the bottleneck in time and space. Spacetime Science LV-5-1, Level 5 Spacetime Science gives Norton an additional ability, Spacetime Analysis, which increases the efficiency of spacetime analysis. In other words, Norton will be able to create time and space beacons in the future. With time and space landmarks, the positioning of time and space travel will become accurate, and the risk of large-scale travel will also be greatly reduced. Norton has no idea of traveling through time and space yet, so the effect of this time and space beacon can only be tried in the future. The next day, Tony Stark suddenly returns after missing for 3 months. After holding a press conference at the airport, he went straight to Norton regardless of the uproar caused afterwards. Looking at Tony getting off the plane, Norton found that Stark's confidence had returned to him. Have someone bring Ethan over. Tony should really want to see his savior. Norton ordered. Although Norton did not give any special instructions, Leona and the others still saved Ethan. They had been watching Tony Stark for nearly 3 months, and they knew Ethan's character very well. Leona and the others all graduated from Techno-Mutant College. After more than 10 years of education at the college, they have absolutely no problem with their outlook on life. They will definitely not sit back and let a good man like Ethan die in vain. However, their method may have been so subtle that Tony didn't realize in his hurry that Ethan was actually not dead yet. The first time he walked in, Tony slapped a check on the table. "This is your reward for sending someone to rescue." "Do you think I'm a money-hungry person, or do you think the Stark Group is richer than me?" Norton asked with a smile. The check was on the table, and Norton wasn't even interested in taking a glance at it. Tony was choked and had nothing to say. He wanted to refute, but he thought of one fact. Stark Group is really not as rich as Norton. After Norton's vault was built, Stark was specially invited to visit, show off. "We will discuss our matters later. There is someone you should really like to meet." As soon as Norton finished speaking, Una walked in with Ethan. Stark, Ethan, the scene of 2 grown men hugging each other with tears in their eyes was simply eye-catching. Ahem, hearing Norton's deliberate coughing, the two separated awkwardly. "Ethan, aren't you?" Tony asked in disbelief. "I thought I was going to die at the time, but after they rescued me, I realized that the bullet only penetrated my clothes." Ethan replied. "Someone rescued you?" Tony turned to look at Norton. "Your people, definitely my man." Norton did not deny it. "When did your people arrive?" Tony asked. "On the 4th or 5th day after you were arrested. I can't remember clearly," Norton answered casually. "Your people found me 3 months ago. Why?" Thinking of the hard life of these 3 months, I immediately felt a little annoyed. "Why didn't I rescue you in advance?" Norton interrupted, and then asked with a hint of joking, "Why did you come back after being rescued 3 months ago? Continue to be a playboy and handsome dealer. Didn't you gain much from 3 months of imprisonment?" I didn't know. I just shut down the Stark Group's weapons manufacturing department." Tony's tone was quite complicated. "This matter has nothing to do with me. You should just talk to Ethan about the past first." With that said, Norton left the room, leaving the space for Tony and Ethan. After about 10 minutes, the two finished communicating. Ethan left the room, and Norton returned to the study. "Brother, thank you so much." Tony opened his hands and gave Norton a hug. "Are we brothers now?" Norton asked. As he spoke, Norton glanced at the check on the table. "Aren't we brothers for life? But you said at the beginning, once we are brothers, we will be brothers forever," Tony said, while quietly putting the check back into his pocket. This time it's Norton's turn to be embarrassed. When Norton was a child, he had just traveled to the Marvel Universe and was seriously insecure. When he saw Tony, the future Iron Man, he was ready to hug him. So he tricked young Stark into marrying Jin Lan, which made old Stark very happy at first. Unexpectedly, after growing up, Iron Man's thighs had not grown yet, but his thighs had grown first and they were super thick. Now this matter is completely black history. "Let's get down to business." Norton immediately changed the subject. "What's the matter?" Tony opened Norton's wine cabinet, picked the most expensive one and poured himself a glass without being polite at all. "You shut down the Stark Group's weapons manufacturing department. Are you planning to switch to the energy industry?" While asking, Norton specifically glanced at the reactor on Tony's chest. Norton knew very well that Tony's announcement of the closure of the weapons manufacturing department at the press conference was certainly not due to a moment of willfulness. "I have this idea," Tony admitted very simply. If he hadn't already thought of a way out, how could he have announced such explosive news directly? Tony Stark is already in his 30s and has long passed the age of willfulness. "Add me one. Are you short of money?" "There's no shortage, there's too much money to spend." I don't know if it's an illusion, but Norton always feels great saying this in front of Iron Man. "If you're not short of money, why do you want to get involved?" Tony asked with a pained face. Usually he shows off his wealth in front of others, and only Norton can let him experience it in another place. Hateful indeed. I want to build 3 buildings in New York in the name of an energy company, Norton said bluntly. Repair the building. My disbelief was written all over Tony's face. Put something on the building, by the way. Norton didn't hide his true purpose. What do you want to put in the building? Tony immediately became alert. Seeing Tony's reaction, Norton was surprised. Is this the beginning of Iron Man's role? Pack this thing. Norton stretched out his hand, and countless atoms flowed out of the elemental furnace, and then formed into Norton's hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor, Tony guessed in surprise. That's right, a controllable nuclear fusion reactor, the kind without radiation. Norton confirmed Tony's guess. You have this technology, why don't you start your own energy company? Tony asked. I'm not short of money, so why bother trying to fix some energy company? Norton replied matter-of-factly. Okay, add you. Tony agreed to Norton's request and did not continue to inquire further. He believed that Norton would not cause trouble. Moreover, Norton can now rub a nuclear reactor with his hands, so he doesn't need to go around in such a big circle to get things done. Norton was instantly satisfied. Very good, I will give you the technical and architectural drawings as soon as possible. Tony immediately understood what Norton meant and complained. You don't want to do anything, so you just want to pick up what's ready. How is that possible? Norton explained forcefully. After the building is repaired, I will install the equipment myself. The atmosphere was not right, and Norton quickly changed the subject. Tony, how are you going to arrange Ethan? Tony frowned. He really couldn't think of a proper arrangement for Ethan, his savior. Keep it directly. With Ethan's self-esteem, he would definitely not accept it. Arrange for Ethan to join the Stark group. It was a matter of words for Tony. But given the size of the Stark group, Ethan will definitely not be qualified for important positions given his ability, and Ethan will definitely refuse to force the arrangement. As for ordinary small positions, Ethan is competent, but Tony probably can't accept his savior working for him. When we examined Ethan's body, we found that he has the X gene, and it is an activated X gene. Norton said proactively. Let Ethan activate the X gene. Tony immediately guessed Norton's suggestion. Tony does not exclude mutants. His only friend Norton is a mutant, and Happy, the driver and bodyguard captain, is also a mutant, although Happy's ability is a bit hard to describe. Yes, Ethan's X ability is most likely to be auxiliary. After activation, it will be more than enough to serve as your personal experimental assistant, Norton explained. In fact, based on Norton's original intention, he didn't want to meddle in these nosy matters, but Ethan's X gene is more important. After it was detected that he had the X gene, the laboratory conducted a genetic analysis and unexpectedly found that Ethan's X gene fragment matched John's X gene. John's X ability is microscopic vision, and the matching X gene fragment is super difficult to find. It has not been found for several years. For the sake of this chief scientific research tool man, Norton had no choice but to meddle in his own business. Is your process of activating the X gene safe? Tony pointed to the core. It's definitely safe. There's no 100% success rate. I won't even mention this to you, Norton promised, patting his chest. I have no objection, but whether to activate the X gene or not depends on Ethan's own choice. Tony gave the answer. Ethan, I will ask someone to ask for his consent. Don't worry, I never force anyone here, Norton promised again. I want to supervise it personally. Tony made another request. No problem, Norton took Tony over directly. The result was naturally no surprise. When Leona asked Ethan, he agreed without any hesitation. Then they were pushed directly into the laboratory. Activating the X gene is far simpler than X gene transplantation. It can be completed in less than 10 minutes. Including the time Ethan spent getting familiar with his X ability, the total was less than an hour. The enhanced 5 senses can not only affect oneself but also provide blessings to others. It is a perfect experimental assistant. Tony, you have found a treasure, Norton said happily. Vision is also one of the 5 senses. Is it any wonder that Ethan's X gene fragment matches John's? Tony also had a bright smile on his face. This not only solved a big problem for him, but also found a perfect experimental kumite. There is no doubt about the role of the 5 senses. Even if it is only enhanced by 10%, the help to experimental research will be immeasurable. What's more, Ethan's enhancement effect is far more than 10%. And with the enhanced 5 senses, Ethan can not only be Tony's experimental assistant, but also serve as Tony's personal doctor. The first team was delayed for 3 months. Did the left side of the team encounter any trouble? Norton asked Una. The Nova team is no longer the 2 or 3 kittens it once was, and the absence of the first team will not affect their daily operations. At this point, Una's voice changed. However, a force has suddenly appeared recently and is recruiting mutant criminals. They also have special abilities, but they cannot detect the X gene reaction. Has special ability but cannot detect the X gene. It should be aliens. Norton immediately thought of a group. Sure enough, as soon as the curtain opened, all kinds of monsters appeared. Alien. Una looked at Norton in confusion. Inhumans are another group of people with special abilities on Earth. They originate from us mutants, Norton explained. Originally, Norton didn't know much about the aliens. He was limited to one name. Before time travel, he had only heard of the aliens but had never seen any movies or TV shows related to the aliens. The information Norton knows about the aliens mainly comes from the historical data recorded by the mutant prophets and handed over by the Sorcerer Supreme. The Society of Prophets, headed by Prophet Mutant, has been the ruler and protector of mutant for thousands of years. The aliens appeared more than 1,000 years ago. When a team of Kree scientists first came to Earth, they accidentally discovered the mutants, a naturally extraordinary group. So the Kree captured a group of mutants, extracted the X gene, and combined their own genetic technology to conduct genetic experiments. The original purpose of the Kree was to mass-produce super soldiers, but after countless experimental subjects died, the experiment ultimately failed, and only the first generation Inhumans were produced as failures. In fact, the first generation of aliens couldn't even be called humans. Not only did they look like some weird and terrifying monsters, they also had big mental problems. Then the Kree had to leave the Earth. Norton speculated that it was most likely driven away by a certain boss. As for the failed first-generation aliens, they were naturally abandoned on the Earth by the Kree people who left. After these monsters were released, they caused great chaos in the world. Later, after experiencing hunting by the Mutant Prophet Society and cannibalism, the remaining first-generation aliens with slightly normal spirits split up and hid themselves separately. Some of them escaped from the Earth on the spaceship left by the Kree and hid in the experimental base left by the Kree on the Moon. Some of them, led by the alien ancestors, retreated to the inaccessible North Sea. This does not mean that they have stopped. Over the next few hundred years, these monsters still come out to cause trouble, plundering people, and reproducing their offspring. It wasn't until the 13th prophet of the prophets led a raid on their lair, killing most of the monsters and exiling the alien ancestors, that the remaining monsters were completely eliminated. But even so, the war between the Mutant Prophet Society and the aliens is still not over. After thousands of years of reproduction, some aliens can maintain their human form. They change their identities and integrate into human society, bringing the struggle between the two sides into the dark side of the world. Later, these strangers joined the Hydra organization, became one of the leaders of the Hydra organization, and received the support of the Hydra organization. Regarding the origin of Hydra, there is no detailed information in the information provided by Sorcerer Supreme. We only know that it is an alliance composed of a R** organization and an anti-humanity organization. So the underground war between mutants and aliens continued until modern times. Fortunately, the power of the Mutant Prophet Society always had the upper hand and was able to suppress the aliens without giving them a chance to release the ancestors of the aliens. This state of affairs lasted until after World War I. At that time, the last generation of prophets passed away, but the new generation of prophets has not yet been found. The prophets of the Mutant Prophet Society are not just a title, they are mutants who truly have the ability to predict. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just a prophet that temporarily shuts down the world. When a new prophet is found, everything will be back on track. The key is that the secret of the mutant prophet's chronology was somehow known to the alien organization. The alien organization has been planning to rescue the ancestor, so naturally they will not miss this rare opportunity. So the foreigners mobilized their best personnel and invited a group of foreign aid to raid the prophet's headquarters when the official members of the Prophets Association were gathering. The specific process of this battle is not recorded in the data. The result was added by Sorcerer Supreme. Both sides perished together, the mutant prophet's headquarters turned into dust, and no one who participated in the war came out alive. The mutant prophethood, which had been passed down for thousands of years, disappeared, and the remaining peripheral members formed the Hellfire Club. Fortunately, the outcome of this alien group on Earth is no better than that of the mutant prophets. The remaining outer members of the Inhuman organization were split into two, and humans and Inhumans parted ways. Humans who were originally controlled by aliens became independent under the leadership of Red Skull and joined Hydra as an organization and became one of its leaders. The remaining aliens chose to lie dormant, but they did not give up their identity as Hydra and still represented the alien organization. This probably means cut off one head and two will grow. Now, the aliens who have been dormant for decades are starting to make moves again. Most likely, they think that their strength has recovered a lot, and they want to release the ancestor of the aliens. Norton briefly told Una the origin and purpose of the aliens, and then arranged, let Leona and the others investigate and find the headquarters of these aliens as soon as possible. It's enough to find the headquarters of those aliens. They don't need to do anything. I will handle it myself when the time comes. The mutant prophets no longer exist, and Norton has no interest in rebuilding the prophets, but Norton doesn't mind getting rid of the aliens' garbage, especially the so-called alien ancestor. After reading the historical records of the prophetic society, Norton knew exactly what a disgusting thing that thing was. Modern aliens, after nearly 2,000 years of artificial selection and natural elimination, have stabilized their genes and can barely be called human beings. But calling that alien ancestor a monster is an insult to a monster. This thing feeds on aliens and humans. In order to maintain its human form, it must eat aliens regularly, and in order to maintain mental stability, it must eat purebred humans regularly. The prophet will guess from historical data that the original split of the aliens was most likely because of this thing. However, even though he is as powerful as the 13th generation prophet, he can only choose to exile rather than kill him. This shows that although the alien ancestor is disgusting, his strength is definitely not weak. Fortunately, that thing is still on the alien planet, in that deserted place, and Norton can do whatever he wants without being tied down. As long as it's less than level 6, Norton is confident he can kill it. That thing that can't even maintain mental stability will definitely not reach level 6. Tony Stark is in the laboratory building a new suit, and he won't come out to cause trouble in the short term. Mandarin from 10 Rings has never been found, and Norton has no choice when encountering such a veteran of Taoism who has been practicing for decades. The ring on his hand will probably not be available in a short time, and he will have to look for opportunities later. So during this period, Norton had to ask the Nova team to target the alien organization that suddenly appeared. The real elite of the aliens have already died together with the mutant prophet, and the remaining aliens are much more immature in their methods. Leona and the others soon caught the tail and followed the clues to find out the hidden power of the alien organization bit by bit. These strangers are so well hidden, if you don't investigate you won't know. Once you investigate you will be shocked. Una placed a large pile of files in front of Norton, from ordinary people to well-known big businessmen, from senior officials from various countries to SHIEL. D-agents, there are their people in every corner. When Una mentioned SHIELD, Norton immediately thought of Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. It can only be said that they were once a family. After the separation, the choices were almost the same, and they probably had a lot of cooperation, otherwise they would not have gathered together to infiltrate the Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. If they didn't have such strong potential power, how could they dare to jump out and cause trouble? Norton was not surprised by the power controlled by the aliens. Such a huge organization, especially its huge social influence, is enough to make a country fearful. It's a pity that they seem to have forgotten who their enemy is. Norton didn't look at these files carefully. For him, these files didn't have much practical significance. The only one worthy of Norton's attention is the ancestor of the aliens, and killing this disgusting guy is the first goal. As for the other alien minions, Norton wouldn't mind cleaning them up if they come along. Have their headquarters been found? Norton asked. This was his biggest concern. I found several suspicious locations, but I'm not sure which one is their headquarters. These aliens are scattered all over the world and there is no location that I pay special attention to, Una replied. Then don't act rashly for the time being and let Leona and the others continue to monitor, Norton arranged. Unless you find the headquarters of the foreigners, or you find signs of a gathering of high-level foreigners, you don't need to report other small things to me all the time. Do you need to inform SHIELD about these strangers lurking in SHIELD? Una asked, pulling out the last few files. Notify Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. We are already a family, so what's the use of informing them? Norton shook his head and said, no, we don't have to worry about Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs. Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. Una blinked. Slip of the tongue, it's SHIELD. The company's business with SHIELD is as business as usual. Don't worry about other things. Definitely, if they offend our team members, don't care about their identities. There was no hint of a slip of the tongue in Norton's tone, but Una didn't ask for details. I know. In fact, Norton has always known about SHIELD's problem, but he just didn't take it to heart. Clean up SHIELD ahead of time. If Norton takes action, it can be done easily and it won't be too difficult. At least it won't be a problem to keep the SHIELD brand. But is this necessary? No need, at least not for Norton. SHIELD is an international organization in name, but in fact it is a dog raised by the US government, and this dog has been a bit unruly recently. There is no need for Norton to take over. He has no shortage of subordinates. This kind of little matter that does not involve the life and death of mankind should be left to the good brother Iron Man to handle. Consider it an experience. Without enough experience, when will Iron Man grow up? Norton didn't need to worry about tracking down strangers, so Norton continued to improve the equipment in his hand. When I was discussing with Mandarin before, I tested the ring of light but found that the experience was not good. If you only have one ring, it's still acceptable. If you wear a few more, wouldn't it be suspected of plagiarizing the Kainji gang? Moreover, his hands are full of rings, which is too low level. It doesn't suit my temperament at all. It must be changed. Norton thought in his mind, but how to improve it specifically? This is another problem. Norton had read some books on making magic equipment in the library of Holy Place in New York. However, the core of magic equipment is magic arrays and magic runes. Both of these things require magic energy and can only be driven by magic energy. Norton has no magic energy and does not want to find a dimension to borrow magic energy. The most important thing is that the equipment with the Godhead fragment as the core does not require additional energy to drive. So Norton can only explore on his own, trying slowly and little by little how to maximize the effect of the Godhead fragments. This is why Norton covets the 10 rings on Mandarin's hand. It's a pity that Mandarin is really stubborn, and he can't be found in the blink of an eye. Not only the Mandarin, but also the people are more stubborn than Neo expected. Tony Stark has come out to cause trouble again, but there has been no movement from the aliens. Norton didn't always pay attention to the situation on Tony's side. When Una reported the matter to him, he realized that Tony had already defeated the first boss. During the entire process, Norton did not receive Tony's call for help. Therefore, there is a high probability that the process will have some twists and turns, but the result will be a near miss. This time, Norton had disassembled the tattered suit of armor that Tony had handmade in the cave, but Stan still built the Iron Overlord. Most likely, Tony did not have time to destroy the original blueprints when he escaped. As a result, the blueprints fell into the hands of Mandarin and then were sent to Stan. I just don't know how Stan got the arc reactor on Tony's chest this time. After all, Ethan has been staying at Tony's house as an experimental assistant, so Stan doesn't have many opportunities to do anything. Norton guessed that it was most likely a family drama and a baptism of the soul. It may be hard for Tony Stark, but it's essential growth for Iron Man. No, as soon as he finished the press conference, Tony flew to the Norton yard in his armor. "Hey brother, what do you think of my new suit?" Tony greeted Norton. "Tony, your aesthetics are still so low grade, the gold red paint is really inferior." Norton looked disgusted. "No way, I think everyone on the internet says it's cool." Tony always felt good about himself. "You came to me just to show off your new weapon, right?" Norton asked. After hearing Norton's inquiry, Tony did not continue to worry about the armor painting issue. He finally remembered his own business. "Brother, are there any stronger super alloys out there? Sell me some." "What effect do you want from the super al?" Norton asked rhetorically. "There are many super alloy Nortons, but they are not on the shelves. After all, as a business, Norton cannot directly sell the best products to customers. Song needs to be 10 grades better than similar products on the market to monopolize most of the market." But Tony had already found him personally, so it was hard for Norton to hide him. "What are the latest super alloys you have here?" Tony asked, looking like a fool, and money comes quickly. "The key is not which super alloys I have, but which ones do you want?" Norton said even louder. "You have all the super alloys I want." Tony obviously didn't believe it and thought Norton was bragging. "Definitely. If anyone else comes, I will definitely answer no, but who said, Tony, you are my brother? As long as you ask, I promise to fulfill your request." Norton promised. "That's what you said," Tony said with a smile. When making the Mark II, he had many ideas, but because the materials could not meet the demand, he had to give up. In the moment of excitement, Tony probably forgot that he was still wearing a suit and sat down on the sofa. The armor weighing at least 1 or 2 tons. If you sit down all at once, how can the sofa stand it? Crack. There was a sound and the beam broke and Tony sat on the board. My poor mahogany sofa. Norton observed 3 seconds of silence for the sofa, pulled Tony up and asked, "Tony, can't you get rid of this iron knot on your body? This armor requires special supporting equipment to disassemble it." Tony replied helplessly. Only then did he suddenly feel that wearing this armor in the house was indeed a bit awkward and inconvenient. Norton knocked on Tony's armor and asked, "How about I help you dismantle it?" Hearing Norton's question, Tony nodded subconsciously. But suddenly thinking of Norton's ability, he asked a little doubtfully, "Wouldn't the entire armor be destroyed directly?" "Brother, don't worry about my craftsmanship," Norton promised. After saying that, Norton snapped his fingers. Tony's armor turned into parts and scattered all over the floor. Except for the missing connecting screws, the other parts were not damaged at all. After releasing the restraints, Tony ignored the parts on the floor and lay directly on the sofa, comfortable. At this moment, countless inspirations suddenly appeared in Tony's mind, and the direction for further improvement of Mark's armor was found. "Norton, for the next generation of Mark armor, I plan to add automatic donning and removal functions and greatly enhance the comfort of the armor. What do you think?" Tony sat up and asked Norton excitedly. Norton knows Tony's state at the moment all too well. This kind of genius inspiration can't be stopped once it comes. If you discuss it with him, he can keep you engaged in the discussion all day long. Norton didn't want to discuss the broken armor with Tony, so he made a fool of himself and immediately changed the subject. "Your armor is up to you. Have you considered what super alloy you need?" The outer armor alloy is first and foremost a combination of super hardness and toughness, and its properties such as high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance, where resistance and corrosion resistance are also good. Tony answered and gestured. It was obvious that he was still in a state of inspiration. "No problem." Norton directly synthesized a sample and placed it in front of Tony. 10 tons. Tony took a look and saw that there was no problem with the price, so he placed the order directly and then asked, "For mechanical structure, I need a superalloy that has both mechanical properties and antiseismic effect. Is there any?" "No problem." Norton synthesized a sample again. "Come on, 5 tons. Does the inner shock-absorbing structure need an alloy with both toughness and shock-absorbing effect?" "Can. This costs 2 tons. An alloy wire that is close to superconducting. Have 500 kilograms. An alloy coating that has both energy absorption and radar stealth effects. Yes, 100 kilograms. Every time Tony made a request, Norton immediately brought out samples, and each sample perfectly met his needs. Tony wanted to test the limits of Norton, so he finally asked, "What if I want an alloy with performance comparable to vibranium? I also have alloys here that are comparable to vibranium. As long as you can afford the price, Tony, I can sell it to you." Norton synthesized a sample again. This time Tony picked up the platinum alloy piece, put on the hand armor and conducted a few simple tests on the sample. The more items he tested, the more shock appeared in Tony's eyes and his smile became wider and wider. Then Tony put down the sample, waved his hand and asked, "How much does it cost per ton?" "Give me 10 tons. I'll give you a friendly price, $100 million per kilogram. 10 tons is 1 trillion and with a discount the sincere benefit is 999. 8 billion. Norton looked like you had made a lot of money. Tony paused as he took out his checkbook. "How much?" 99.98 billion. "Tony, your check shouldn't be written," Norton replied with a smile. "Forget it, the Mark armor doesn't use this high-end alloy at the moment, let's talk about it later." Tony found a reason and decisively kicked the checkbook back. "If you have so much money, why buy pirated copies? Go directly to Wakanda and buy genuine vibranium. Doesn't it smell good? Don't say Wakanda doesn't sell it. If you don't sell, it's just because you don't have enough money." After such an interruption, Tony finally stopped his desire to shop. "That's all for now, come back next time." "No problem, I'll deliver it to your door." "But it doesn't matter how you use these alloys yourself, Tony, but try not to let them leak outside," Norton reminded. "I understand, it must be kept secret." Tony knew this well, and the Stark Group also did this kind of thing. "Brother, let me tell you, no matter how strong the armor is, it is still a foreign object. You can't wear the armor 24 hours a day, right?" Norton asked again. "That's right," Tony nodded. Seeing Tony on the road, Norton immediately started to sell Tony. The 3rd generation of lightweight alloy wire, woven into regular clothing, is enough to protect against close-range rifle fire. If a special weaving method is used, it can also perfectly resist the kinetic energy of bullets. Even if it is hit by a sniper rifle, it will remain unscathed. Whether you are yourself or a relative or friend, it is necessary to prepare one. Buy 100 kilograms and get a free knitting method. Tony thought about it and felt that what Norton said made sense. Just as he was about to place an order, he suddenly changed his mind and asked, "How much does it cost per kilogram?" The friendship price is 10 million per kilogram, and the sincere benefit is 99 billion for 100 kilograms, Norton said with a smile. Friendship price? Tony just had the words "I don't believe" written directly on his face. "Brother, it's really a friendship price this time," Norton explained. "What I'm selling you is the third-generation alloy wire. A complete set of protective clothing only costs 10 kilograms, which works out to 100 million. It's really not expensive. The first-generation alloy wire sells for 5 million per kilogram, and a set of protective clothing costs 20 kilograms. The cost is also 100 million, and the defense effect is only half. Is a 100 million set of bulletproof clothing expensive? If you only use it as a body armor, it will definitely be expensive, ridiculously expensive. But if you regard it as life-saving equipment, it is definitely worth the money. The curtain of the Marvel Universe has been opened. In the future, various supervillains will emerge one after another, and dangers are everywhere. Those big-shot people who are not short of money will definitely not mind buying themselves 1 or 2 sets of life-saving protective clothing. Therefore, alloy wire will be Carnegie Alloy Company's flagship product in the next few years. As for selling a new generation of more expensive products to Tony, is Norton trying to make money? Definitely not. He was thinking about Tony's safety. Iron Man is very powerful when he puts on the armor, but Tony Stark is just an ordinary person when he takes off the armor. I'm so worried. Norton suddenly realized that he wanted to hug his thigh at first, but how could he become the real thigh in the end? Soon, Norton discovered that although Tony had not developed thighs, he had a tendency to become a mascot. As soon as Tony left, Una brought him good news. The alien organization has made unusual moves. What's going on? Norton asked. The spiritual eye discovered yesterday that some of the peripheral members of the alien organization were suddenly called together. Today we continued to follow and monitor, and found that almost all the middle-level members began to gather at the top. Una replied, "There is a big party. Let Spirit Eyes and the others continue to follow and find the gathering place of the alien organization," Norton ordered. At present, the alien organization has just become active again, and it should not be time to make big moves yet. Therefore, the purpose of this gathering of the main members of the alien organization is probably related to the alien ancestor, and the possibility of sacrifice is the highest. 5-4 then, as long as you find the gathering place of the alien organization, you will most likely be able to find the alien space passage. The alien ancestral hive has definitely not returned yet, and finding the space passage is equivalent to finding it. I'll arrange it right away. Una immediately arranged Norton's order. The alien organization moves very quickly. After all, they are all prominent figures on the surface and cannot disappear for a long time. In just 3 days, most members of the alien organization gathered in an old castle manor in Europe. The castle estate was not one of the several previously suspected locations, but that doesn't matter, as long as the top executives of the alien organization are there. Even if the space passage is not found in the manor, as long as all the top leaders of the alien organization are captured, there will be no need to worry about finding the location of the space passage. Norton has so many ways to get the information he wants from their heads. Walking out of the space door, in the woods about a kilometer away from the manor, Norton took a look from a distance. The manor was very quiet in the night. There are only 2 sentries outside the manor, but there are many hidden sentries. Fortunately, Lingyan and the others had already found all these secret whistles. Norton ordered in the mental space, "Leona, clean up the secret sentry outside the manor." "Yes, because of people," Una responded. They were already familiar with this kind of thing, and had already made preliminary preparations before Norton arrived. In less than half a minute, dozens of secret sentries outside the manor, including several strangers, were all quietly cleared away. Yes, you seal the manor and no one who escapes can be let go. After arranging the tasks for Leona and the others, Norton flew directly over the manor, and then opened his time and space vision to overlook the entire manor. Soon, Norton found his target. "Very good, it is indeed here." Norton fell from the sky, but before he hit the ground, the sentry in the manor discovered him. Immediately, the alarm sounded in the manor, and a large number of armed men appeared from every corner, including many 29 aliens. Now that the target has been found, these strangers in the manor naturally lost their existence value, so Norton did not hold back. Norton landed in front of the old castle in the center of the manor, and at the moment the whole manor became quiet again. This time it was completely quiet. It was as if those people had never appeared before, leaving no trace at all. A group of ordinary people, as well as aliens that were no more than level 3, were completely unable to resist and were directly decomposed and eradicated by Norton. Including the senior leaders of the Inhuman organization hiding in the castle, Norton also wiped out all of them. "Come in and clean up the loot," Norton ordered from the mental space and then walked into the castle. Based on the observations he just made in the sky, Norton found the closed space passage in the underground secret room of the castle. The layout of the secret room is very simple, except for some black squares. There is nothing superfluous. Are these the keys for aliens to open space passages? Norton picked up a black square, in which he saw the remaining spatial power and defective spatial information. Although the spatial information is defective, it can barely open the spatial channel, but it can only be used to sacrifice ordinary people. "It's a pity that it's useless for me," Norton put it aside. He didn't need this kind of thing, and the channel opened by this block was not stable enough. Walking to the center of the secret room, there is a circular shallow pit. This shallow pit is probably the place where the alien organization made sacrifices to the alien ancestor. Norton's spacetime vision saw the traces left by Zheng Jin's repeated opening of space channels in the shallow pit. These traces are enough for Norton to resolve accurate spatial coordinates. It just takes some time. Then try the effect of spacetime analysis. At this time, the new ability obtained by Spacetime Learning LV5 came into use for the first time. Great! As soon as the spacetime analysis was turned on, Norton immediately felt that these spatial traces became clear, and the originally chaotic spatial information seemed to become orderly. In just half an hour, a space beacon appeared in Norton's hand. Once the accurate spatial landmarks are obtained, these remaining traces are naturally useless. The remaining spatial information from the past will interfere with the new spatial channels, so Norton directly clears them all. Opening the spacetime channel, Norton is already familiar with it. A pure space channel is simpler than a time-space channel. In just 3 seconds, a faint blue circular passage appeared in front of Norton. Norton did not enter the channel. As soon as the space channel was opened, he realized that there was something wrong with it. "It's a one-way passage." Norton frowned slightly. "What's the problem?" "There is definitely no problem with the method of opening the space channel. The space landmarks are just simple spatial coordinates, so there should be no problem." With further analysis, Norton quickly discovered the problem. The space channel was blocked by another force in one direction: holy place. Norton instantly determined that the source of this power was the 3 holy places guarded by camouflage. This result surprised Norton. "I didn't expect that the power of holy place can not only block space channels in different dimensions, but also remote space channels." Norton found that he could not unlock this layer of blockade, so the space passage in front of him was just a one-way ticket for him. The effect of this layer of ban will be more obvious on stronger people. Ordinary people may be able to come back in the past, but Norton will definitely not be able to come back in the past. "Forget it, let you live a few more days." Norton had to give up his plan to kill the alien ancestor immediately. The ancestor of the aliens is already meat on the chopping board. You can kill him at any time. It is not worth trapping yourself in the alien planet for this. However, there is no way to solve this problem. Norton quickly thought of a countermeasure. "I can't unblock the 3 holy places, but it should be no problem to get a pass from Sorcerer Supreme." Based on his relationship with the Ancient One magician, Norton felt that the magician would not embarrass him. Even if the path of Sorcerer Supreme fails, you can still open a channel in space. The power of the 3 holy places cannot be channeled in space, right? Taking the black cube with him, Norton left the underground secret room. Before leaving, he completely destroyed the place. "Since there are 3 holy places banned, why can I successfully return from parallel time and space twice in the first 427 times? On the way back, Norton kept thinking about this problem. New York Holy Place. Norton came here again and met the Ancient One magician again. "Every time I come to New York's Holy Place, I happen to meet the Ancient One magician. Norton doesn't believe that this Supreme Master is so idle." "Magician," Norton saluted respectfully. After X ability reached level 5, Norton felt that he was already very strong and had never encountered an enemy stronger than himself. But every time he saw the Ancient One magician, Norton felt frightened, and the stronger he became, the more unfathomable the Ancient One magician felt. No one probably knows how powerful this Sorcerer Supreme who has lived for hundreds of years is. Without waiting for Norton to ask, the Ancient One magician handed a talisman to Norton. With this talisman, you can freely travel through the holy places ban. Thank you, magician. Norton thanked him first, and then put the talisman on directly. Since the Ancient One magician prepared the talisman for himself in advance, he must have considered his own needs, so Norton is not worried about any problems with the talisman. Regarding the talisman, Norton didn't ask any more questions, but he didn't hold back another question. Magician, why was I not blocked by the holy place force when I returned from parallel time and space? The Ancient One magician brought Norton to the window of the world and asked, where do you think the power of the holy place comes from? This question asked about Norton's blind spot in knowledge. He didn't do much research on magic, and he didn't feel any special power in the holy place. It's like the window of the world in front of you. When you change the scene, it's like changing the TV channel. You don't feel the special power changes, nor the fluctuations of the world's laws. So Norton guessed, power from another dimension. According to Norton's idea, the magician's power is drawn from another dimension, so the holy place established by the magician is similar. But the Ancient One magician instantly rejected Norton's guess. Wrong, why can the power of another dimension help us protect the Earth? Those Mephistos from another dimension are not so generous. When the Ancient One magician said this, there was a hint of murderous intent in his calm eyes. Norton didn't answer, the other dimension was still unfamiliar to him. The power of holy place originates from our world. Only the power of the world can resist the erosion of other dimensions. Ancient One magician continued to explain. Hearing the Ancient One's explanation, Norton suddenly realized, the power from the world cannot and will not resist the power of the world itself. That's right, Norton, you are very smart, why don't you come with me to Kamatage to learn magic? The Ancient One Emperor looked at Norton with admiration. Thank you, magician, for your love, I'm not interested in magic at the moment. Norton decisively refused. If it was real magic, Norton wouldn't mind practicing it on the side, but for Ancient One magician, a secret technique that uses the power of another dimension, Norton would be grateful. It's not that magicians have no future. Just look at the Ancient One magician in front of you, and you will know that the secret magician has reached the extreme and can also become a strong man in the multi-universe. Mainly because Norton doesn't like borrowed power, because the borrowed power is not completely under his control. And it always feels weird to introduce those weird things from other dimensions into your body. Regarding Norton's rejection, the Ancient One magician had already expected it, so he did not feel any displeasure or disappointment. Norton was not in her plans anyway. Magician, how strong are the Mephistos from the other dimension? Even with your strength, can't you completely remove them? Norton asked again. Those multidimensional Mephistos will be enemies sooner or later, so Norton should understand their strength early. The so-called Mephistos from different dimensions are all existences that coexist with their own dimensions. They are the masters of their respective dimensions. They will not die if their dimensions are not destroyed, Ancient One magician explained. Although the Ancient One magician used honorifics when referring to them, there was no respect for the stronger ones in his tone. What if the dimension is destroyed directly? Norton asked. The Ancient One glanced at Norton and replied, destroying the dimension requires power beyond the dimension, which is still too far away from us. I put the knowledge about dimensions in the library. You can look at it at any time. That sigil can also be used as a key to enter and exit the holy place. Thank you, magician. Norton did not continue to disturb the Ancient One magician. He went to the library to read for a long time, and then left the holy place in New York. I have been given the keys to the holy place. It seems that the Ancient One magician has begun to prepare for his own funeral. Magician, what do you want to do? Back home, Norton rubbed the sigil in his hand and couldn't help but think about it. Unfortunately, there is too little information, and Norton cannot see through the Ancient One magician's plan. The only thing that is certain is that there should be no harm to the Earth. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Now that you have obtained the pass, let's deal with the so-called alien ancestor first. Putting on the talisman and taking the space beacon, Norton came to the underground experimental site. The blue space channel opened again. Norton, let me go with you. Una looked at Norton worriedly. No, it's just an exiled bug, I can deal with it. Norton slapped Una. Norton doesn't know what the environment of the alien planet is like. There is a high probability that it is not suitable for human survival. In addition, when dealing with the alien ancestor, there is a high probability that powerful means will be needed. So it's not suitable to take Una with me. The most important thing is that after a wave of enhancements in Una's ability, she can solidify a spiritual guardian state for Norton. No matter the distance, there will be no weakening. This eliminates the need to take Una with us. Wait for me to come back. Norton handed the positioning beacon to Una and then resolutely walked into the space passage. Alien. It's the annual sacrifice time again, and the beehive ends its hunting and returns to the location of the space passage, just like in previous years. The space channel was opened in advance, and the color looked a little different, but he didn't care about these details as long as he offered sacrifices on time. After staying on this alien planet with only bugs for hundreds of years, even if it accepted sacrifices from alien organizations every year, Hive's brain still became slower and slower. It wasn't until the space passage was closed and no sacrifices were made that the Hive realized that something might have happened. So its slow brain began to become active, and it gradually regained the ability to analyze and think. Fortunately, the memories it gained from devouring countless aliens and humans are still there, and it has not completely turned into a beast. After most of the day, it finally came up with two extremely simple plans. Wait first. If someone comes through the passage, eat him and see what happens to the aliens on Earth. If no one opens the passage, get out of here. There is less and less food around. In the process of thinking, its sanity gradually recovered. After waiting for a while, it hid behind a nearby rock. Not long after it was hidden, the space channel with the same color as last time was opened again. Here it comes. Hive's eyes became hungry and bloodthirsty. Norton, who walked out of the space passage, didn't know that if he hadn't wasted most of the day in the Holy Temple in New York, he had come to the alien planet in advance. What we need to deal with is not a recovering alien, but a beast that has forgotten how to think. As soon as he stepped out of the space channel, Norton felt the harsh environment of the alien planet. The sky is filled with yellow sand, dim light, extremely low temperatures, and air molecules that are unsuitable for human survival. Norton immediately used atomic control and molecular control to create environmental conditions suitable for his own survival. Food. After seeing Norton, Hive seemed to have forgotten to hide and jumped out and rushed towards Norton. After all, biological instinct is slightly better. Have you lost your mind? Seeing Hive's lustful eyes, Norton controlled several rocks and threw them at it. At the moment, the Hive's parasitic body is that of an astronaut, still wearing a tattered spacesuit. He should be someone who was tricked into offering sacrifice. However, even an ordinary person's body still becomes extremely powerful under the control of the Hive parasite. The rock was easily broken by it, and its speed did not slow down at all. While running, it also shoots some parasites at Norton, which are fired no slower than rifle bullets. The speed of the bug is very fast, but the speed of Norton atomic synthesis is even faster, and several pieces of super hard alloy are condensed and formed instantly. Dang, dang, dang. These bugs were unimaginably hard, and there were some tiny scratches on the super hard alloy. However, nothing happened to those bugs, and they flew directly towards the Hive. According to the records of the Mutant Prophet Society, these bugs are actually one of the entities of the alien ancestor Hive. The Hive can be regarded as a collection of collective consciousness of a group of parasites. However, according to the records, although these individual parasites are not weak, they are far from as strong as they are now. It seems that the thousands of years it spent on the alien planet were not wasted time. Norton's emphasis on the Hive has increased to a new level. An alloy wall suddenly condensed into shape, blocking the Hive's path towards Norton. Bang! The honeycomb did not dodge and hit the alloy wall directly, causing the alloy wall to dent slightly. The effect of force is mutual. The alloy wall is only slightly dented, and the honeycomb is even worse. The skin is torn, the tendons are broken, and the bones are broken. This is its current state. It hurts. With a painful groan, Beehive's sanity seemed to have partially recovered. A large number of parasites poured out from the wound, and then the Hive's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, it recovered as before. After recovering from the injury, some of the bugs disappeared under the skin, while some lay on the alloy wall and gnawed on the metal. Fortunately, the alloy of Norton's synthesis is much stronger than ordinary metals, and these bugs can only chew a tiny bit if their teeth are broken. However, being able to chew Norton's alloy is enough to prove the power of these bugs' eating ability. If it were replaced with ordinary metal, it would be eaten away by these bugs in a matter of seconds. Can you even eat metal? Another ability that surpasses records. Norton's eyes narrowed. According to historical records, the core ability of the Hive is to control and strengthen aliens. It is the strongest when it is in command of strangers, and the Hive is at its weakest when alone. Norton is a mutant, not an alien. Hive's abilities against aliens are ineffective against him, and there are no other aliens on the alien planet. CJDI originally, Hive was supposed to be at its weakest now, but the combat effectiveness he showed was not weak at all. It seems that during the years of exile from the alien planet, the Hive has evolved its own relatively weak personal combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Norton stopped testing. The alloy wall instantly decomposed and turned into alloy chains to tie up the Hive, and then a high-energy particle cannon hit it. Boom! The explosion flattened hundreds of meters in radius, leaving only a large glazed pit more than 10 meters deep. Only those within 50 meters of Norton were safe due to the protection of the particle shield. But seeing the damage caused by the particle cannon, Norton didn't smile at all. Just now he clearly saw that the moment the particle cannon was fired, the Hive had turned into countless small insects and burrowed into the ground. Suddenly, Norton jumped up and flew into the air. At the same time, countless bugs burst out of the ground under Norton's feet, chased him into the air, and then turned into a cloud of bugs, surrounding Norton and constantly impacting Norton's particle shield. With Norton's thought, nuclear fission began on the surface of the particle shield. In an instant, endless light, heat, and intense radiation burst out from the particle shield. No matter how much insects evolve, they are still living organisms, and they still cannot withstand the light, heat, and radiation directly released by nuclear fission. The entire particle shield seemed to have turned into a big fireball, leaving the Hive's insect swarm nowhere to eat. However, he still did not give up. The insect cloud still surrounded Norton tightly, leaving no gaps. Hive is also a level 5 powerhouse, and every insect is part of his body, so Norton cannot directly decompose these parasites. A group of parasites are these the so-called ancestors of aliens. If those aliens knew that the ancestors they worshipped were just a group of insects, would their faith collapse? Norton passed his consciousness information to the insect swarm. "Who are you?" Among the insects a head condensed. "Norton Carnegie, a mutant," Norton replied. "Mutant." The swarm suddenly became angry but soon fell silent again. "That's right, mutant, do you remember it?" Norton continued to ask. "I know, it was mutant who banished me here." Hive's consciousness was very calm, as if it was stating an unrelated matter. "I want to thank you, mutant. If you hadn't awakened my consciousness, I might have completely turned into a bug." Norton was not affected by Hive's words at all, but asked, "Oh, how are you going to thank me?" "Eat you and turn you into a part of me. How about this thank you, mutant?" The insect swarm became turbulent and seemed to be a little bit unable to bear it. Norton turned a blind eye to the changes in the insect swarm. "If you can eat these nuclear fuel, then please come. You won't last long, mutant." Hive grew angry. With the fury of the Hive, countless rocks flew up from the ground and then smashed into Norton's shield. Controlling rocks is another new ability, and it has not been used just now and has been hidden until now. "Really? Got you bullshit over." Norton had a huge smile on his face. Suddenly the Hive seemed to sense something and instantly became extremely angry. Death. The earth began to shake violently, the ground was torn apart and then thrown into the air. Everything within a radius of 10 kilometers was turned upside down. It was like the end of the world. But all this is not enough to move Norton. It's just a desperate struggle. Norton didn't hold back anymore. More than 1,000 meters underground and within a radius of 20 kilometers, the temperature began to rise, adding to the high temperature in addition to the collapse of the Earth. Tens of degrees, hundreds of degrees, thousands of degrees. The temperature is rising faster and faster, with no end in sight. In less than a minute, a radius of 20 kilometers has turned into a huge amount of nuclear reactor. 20 kilometers away, a metal film isolates the inside and outside. Neither light, heat, nor particle radiation can penetrate the metal film. Hive can become the ancestor of aliens. In addition to its own ability that is extremely targeted at aliens, its cautious character is also very important. So after regaining some human sanity during the battle, its first thought was not how to defeat Norton, but to save its life first. Therefore, after the Hive hit Norton's alloy shield wall, it immediately released some parasites. Some of these bugs lurked in place, some chose to fly far away, and some burrowed deep into the ground. The Hive is a life of group consciousness, and every parasite is one of its entities. As long as any parasite escapes alive, it can be resurrected. When the time comes, it can give it a try, and no matter whether the subject wins or loses, its life will not be in danger. Just don't expect it. Norton is more cautious than it is. From the beginning, Norton's intention was to completely kill the Hive, so he only used a small amount of his attention to deal with the Hive's attacks. Norton's main focus is on sealing off the battlefield. which is the metal diaphragm that starts 1,000 meters underground and completely isolates a 20-kilometer radius. As long as the metal diaphragm that isolates the inside and outside is completely completed before the parasites in the hive escape from this range, the hive can be completely killed. At that time, Norton no longer needs to consider how many parasites the hive has released. He only needs to completely decompose the material in the metal diaphragm. When the scattered parasites hit the metal diaphragm, the hive realized that something was wrong and wanted to fight hard. Unfortunately, it's too late. Norton has already taken action, and the metal glass membrane has completely transformed into a nuclear reactor of huge amounts. The resistance of a single parasite is not very strong, and it is quickly killed by the high temperature and high radiation without blind spots. The remaining insect cloud, the main body of the hive, is much more resistant and has the power to resist, but within Norton's reactor all its resistance is in vain. It should be complete death. The nuclear reaction lasted for half an hour. Norton slowly stopped after sensing that there was no more material inside the metal diaphragm that he could no longer control. At the moment, all the substances in the diaphragm have been decomposed into atomic states by Norton. This is the first time Norton has decomposed such a large amount of material, and the elemental furnace may not be able to contain it. There is no need to install so many atoms, let's build something. Norton's mind suddenly moved, and atomic control and molecular control were used together. A huge city was built bit by bit. The facilities necessary for a normal modern city are all available and more complete. Building a city from scratch allowed most of Norton's knowledge to be applied, and Norton became addicted to it without realizing it. The city built by Norton does not look grand. There are low-rise buildings on the ground, but there is an extremely large building space underground. And in order to ensure the safety of the city, Norton has also set up a very thick protective layer outside the city, including the entire underground. When the main framework of the city was completed, 1 day had passed. Fortunately, before coming to the alien planet, I made a reservation with Una for 3 days. It's been a day, it's time to go back, Norton sighed as he looked at the city he built with his own hands. The remaining details wouldn't be completed for a while, so Norton wasn't ready to continue. However, before reopening the space channel, Norton took out the loot obtained this time. Although Hive's body has been completely decomposed, Norton is still left with 2 crystals. It turns out to be a crystal of law. It seems that the Hive is indeed not an intelligent creature. Norton was not surprised by this. The law crystal is not a fragment of the Godhead, but a pure condensation of law. The process of condensation does not involve any will at all, so the law information in the crystal is relatively chaotic. But even so, it still has huge amounts of value. Whether it is used to analyze references or make equipment, it can play a huge role. Of the 2 law crystals left by the Hive, one condenses the law of genes, while the other condenses the law of the Earth. The former is relatively perfect, reaching level 5 and must be the core ability of the Hive. The latter barely took shape with only level 4. It was probably an ability that evolved after it was exiled to an alien planet. Gene law, in Norton's memory, no mutant has the relevant X ability, but it can still be of great help to genetic experiments if it is made into equipment. The use of Earth law crystals is much broader and can be directly used to cultivate mutants. Among the Nova team, there are many players whose abilities are related to the Earth and field attributes. Norton was quite satisfied with this. It's not bad. Finally, so much effort was not in vain. Definitely, the biggest gain from this trip to the alien planet is not the 2 law crystals, but the original alien star. Although the alien planet is not suitable for human survival, it is a planet with life after all. The key is that the space can still be connected to the Earth, making it easy to travel between 2 weeks, and its value is inestimable. Please give me flowers. However, compared to law crystals, the disposal of alien stars is much more troublesome. Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back. Norton locked on the space beacon left on the Earth. The space channel is opened. Where the space passage was originally opened, Norton built a hall to cover and protect the space passage. Leaving a beacon in the hall, Norton resolutely stepped into the space passage. The sound of the space channel opening awakened Una, who was guarding the secret room. When she saw Norton walking out, she immediately rushed up and asked with concern, "Norton, are you okay?" "It's definitely fine, a bedbug can't hurt me." Norton said that he was fine, and he also took out 2 law crystals as evidence. Seeing Norton take out 2 law crystals, Una asked doubtfully, "The alien ancestor also has helpers?" No, both law crystals were contributed by the alien ancestors. Norton introduced the situation of the alien ancestors to Una, a collection of parasites that live by eating bugs. Una was disgusted when she heard that. She was glad that she didn't go along. It's really disgusting, but the survival ability is very strong. If I hadn't been prepared in advance, I might not have been able to kill it completely. The ancestor of the aliens has been eliminated, but there is still a little bit of trouble with the aliens. I need to deal with it. Early the next morning, Norton came to SHIELD. The purpose of his coming to SHIELD is definitely not to remind SHIELD. The alien organization also has 2 important items sealed by SHIELD. Norton must take them back, otherwise they will be a hidden danger after all. One is the Terrigen crystal that activates the alien gene, and the other is the main body of the black cube. Although the alien's genes have been completely integrated into the gene chain, according to laboratory research, a specific gene fragment that every alien has was still found. This specific gene is mostly a backdoor left by the Kree, used to activate and control aliens. As the gene is inherited and stabilized, this specific gene is completely integrated into the alien's genes. The purpose of the Kree creating the Inhumans is to be used as super soldiers, so leaving a backdoor to control the Inhumans is normal. The ancestor of the aliens was able to control the aliens, mostly through his own genetic ability to control the specific genes of other aliens. The Terrigen crystal serves as a medium to activate alien genes, and Norton is not prepared to let it wander outside. The ancestor of the aliens has died, and the remaining aliens who have not activated super abilities, let them die naturally. Norton personally came forward, so it was impossible for SHIELD to refuse Norton's request because of 2 items of unknown use. Anyway, there are many such items in SHIELD's warehouse. Even the current director of SHIELD is unwilling to do so. After Norton played the financial threat card, he had no choice but to compromise. With the influence of the Carnegie family in the United States, it only takes a little effort to get Congress, which already has objections to SHIELD, to cut funding. After taking the things back, the Terrigen crystal was useless and was directly sealed by Norton. It was the main body of the black squares that aroused Norton's interest after integrating all the black squares and revealing their true colors. This thing does not seem to be a natural creation, nor is it an artificially synthesized substance, but a creation of the law of aliens or mutants. Norton quickly studied the essence of black matter, a kind of law creation between energy and matter, with extremely excellent space compatibility. With in-depth research, Norton soon discovered that this thing could solve huge amounts of his own problems. Originally, the biggest problem in developing alien planets was transportation. After all, Norton could not help open space passages at any time, and black matter can solve this problem. This thing seems to be able to be used to build a permanent space passage. Norton's eyes lit up, and he began to deduce the construction plan. This was not difficult for Norton, and a complete construction plan was quickly developed. However, Norton did not directly build the space channel, but called Una and others over to discuss it. After all, if alien planets are really to be developed, Una and the others will definitely be the ones to contribute. Norton has no interest in traveling to alien planets anymore. "Are you interested in developing aliens?" Norton asked. "Not interested." John shook his head first. Alien didn't have the X gene he was interested in. Selena is also not very interested, and there are no mutant students on the alien planet. However, Una was more interested in developing a new planet and asked a series of questions. How is the environment on the alien planet? Are there any resources worth developing? The environment of the alien planet is not suitable for human survival, but I built a city on the alien planet, which is enough to support the long-term survival of a small number of humans. As for the resources of alien, I haven't paid attention to it, but for such a big planet, there must be resources worth developing. Norton briefly introduced the basic situation of alien. Is the alien planet dangerous? Una asked again. In addition to the harsh environment, the dangers of the alien planet mainly come from the bugs living underground. These bugs are difficult for ordinary people to deal with, but they pose no threat to the Nova team. However, the living environment of those bugs is very complex and difficult to clean completely. Norton replied. This answer disappointed Una, and her interest in alien stars also dropped greatly. Una knows that Norton is not short of money, so her interest in alien planets does not come from the income from developing alien planets, and Norton does not have enough manpower to develop a planet. Una just hopes to find a place where she can train the Nova team. However, judging from the information provided by Norton, aliens training for the Nova team is very limited. Seeing Una's expression, Norton understood what she was thinking but still asked, "Why you are not interested? It's a piece of cake," Una commented. "Since you don't want it, I have to find a home for it." Norton did not interfere with their choice. Even if alien is not developed, it cannot be left alone. After opening 2 space channels back and forth, Norton discovered that there is a space link between the alien planet and the Earth. This link usually has no impact, but once an accident occurs, it is likely to form a natural space channel connecting the 2 planets. If left untreated, such channels could form anywhere on Earth. Once alien bugs are allowed to travel to the Earth along the subspace channel, it will be a disaster for ordinary people. It is difficult for ordinary people to deal with those bugs that can appear and disappear underground. Although under normal circumstances, such an accident may not occur once in hundreds of thousands of years. But now that the curtain of the Marvel world has opened, any accident may happen. Norton has to be careful. Only by establishing a stable link between the 2 planets can the random opening of space channels be avoided. A permanent space channel is the most stable link. However, building a space channel in your own home is completely different from building it elsewhere. Until there is no problem with the 3 holy places, even if the space passage is established, free travel will not be possible. If the space channel is built in his own home, Norton only needs to inlay the sigil on it to solve this problem. But if the space passage is built elsewhere, Norton is not willing to inlay the sigil on it. To Norton, the value of 10 alien stars is not as good as this talisman. As a result, the benefits of alien stars will only be visible but not tangible in a short period of time, and organizations that accept space channels will have to guard the gates for several years. There are only a handful of organizations that are strong enough to guard the gates. The major violent organizations under the US government are not fuel efficient. They will definitely not be honest gatekeepers, so Norton quickly thought of a suitable choice. So Norton brought the black substance to Hope Island where Brotherhood is located. Magneto, who has been staying at home for the past few years, is definitely the best candidate to guard the door. Even if there is an accident, Brotherhood has enough strength to guard the space channel. And now Professor X is also on Hope Island, which is equivalent to adding another layer of insurance. Importantly, Norton thought Magneto would be interested in aliens. Sure enough, Norton's feeling was right. After Norton briefly explained his intention, Magneto 04 was indeed very interested. Isn't an independent planet without ordinary people what he has always longed for? So what if the environment is a bit harsh? Mutant can be transformed slowly. No matter how dangerous the bug is, can it be the opponent of mutant? Before even listening to Norton's detailed introduction to the alien planet, Magneto urged Norton to establish a permanent space channel first. Norton didn't waste any time and first established a space passage in the secret base in the center of Hope Island. The space passage looks like a black door frame 10 meters wide and 5 meters high. There is a black light curtain in the door frame, and the situation on the other side cannot be seen. After the space channel was established, Norton explained to Magneto the details of connecting the space channel to the alien planet. In a short period of time, this space door can only transmit in one direction, and you can't go back. He even personally took Magneto and Professor. However, these difficulties cannot hinder Magneto's enthusiasm. This city is very good. It would be a pity if it has been abandoned for a few years. There is a forbidden force on the entire Earth. Without a special pass, the space channels can only be transmitted in one direction in recent years. Norton warned again. One-way transmission is also possible. We can improve this city in the past few years, Magneto said nonchalantly. Norton won't say any more. Magneto and Professor. After returning, Norton ordered, "The backbone of the alien organization on Earth has been dealt with. You can make arrangements for the remaining fish that slipped through the net, Una. The aliens who slipped through the net are not considered strong. During the time you left, I have already arranged the trial as a new member of the team," Una replied. "Okay," Norton nodded slightly and then ordered, "I'm going to the moon, please make arrangements." Norton's purpose in going to the moon was to deal with the aliens on the moon. They were still a hidden danger, and Norton was not prepared to let them go. Although they migrated to the moon, they are not a good thing either. According to the historical records of the Mutant 29 Prophetic Society, they also did a lot of robbing people at the beginning. Even by virtue of living on the moon, the mutant prophets are beyond their reach, and they sometimes do more than the aliens on Earth. It was only in the past few hundred years that the new generation of Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One Magician, rose to prominence, and then they gradually disappeared. After all, from the time they moved to the moon, they were no longer humans on Earth, and could hardly even be called humans. Norton took the spacecraft with his spiritual eye and they came to the dark side of the moon, but the spacecraft did not land, but remained at the height of the moon's synchronous orbit. In front of the observation window, Norton asked Lingyan, "Lingyan, can you see at this distance?" "No problem, as long as it's within my field of vision I can see it." Lingyan nodded affirmatively. The distance at which the spiritual eye observes law fluctuations is not fixed, and is mainly limited by the range of vision. In space, his range of vision is obviously much larger than on Earth. What if it's underground? Norton continued. That depends on the depth and the intensity of the law's fluctuations. If the law's fluctuations are strong enough, you can see it even hundreds of meters underground. Spiritual eyes replied confidently. Very good, Norton was relieved. With so many aliens living together in the alien city, the law fluctuations formed would definitely not be weak. Norton was not kept waiting for too long, and soon his spiritual eyes discovered, "Boss, I found something." "Where?" Norton immediately stopped the spacecraft and walked to the observation window. "Under that small mountain range, I sensed very chaotic law fluctuations." Spirit Eye replied, pointing to the only miniature mountain range in the field of vision. "Yes, your mission is accomplished." Norton had no doubts at all. Because the dark side of the moon is full of craters, covering an area of more than 95%, it is basically impossible for terrain like mountains to survive, even if the main body of this small mountain range is a metal vein. Even without the support of his spiritual eyes, Norton could tell that there was something wrong with it. "You are waiting for my instructions on the spacecraft. If you do not receive my instructions, the spacecraft is not allowed to land." After giving the order, Norton flew out of the spacecraft directly. The space environment was not an obstacle to Norton. He can completely rely on his ability to create an environment suitable for his own survival. Soon, Norton landed on a small mountain range. The camouflage on the mountain range is very good, but when the entire mountain range comes under Norton's control, the traces of artificial modification inside are clearly revealed. The real alien city is not in the mountains, but under the mountains. There are extremely complex passages in the mountains. Entrance Norton has found it, but he has no intention of entering through the entrance. The metal veins, which are hundreds of meters thick, are an insurmountable obstacle for others, but for Norton it is just like that. Norton decomposed a new passage directly under his feet, leading directly to the alien city below. At the moment, Black Bolt has gathered the aliens to prepare for Norton, the intruder. In fact, when Norton's spacecraft arrived on the dark side of the moon, it had already aroused the vigilance of the aliens. Norton didn't care about the aliens' reaction. When he arrived, their fate was already determined. After entering the alien city, Norton did not rush to take action, but first activated the wrist guard on his hand. A chaotic space fluctuation instantly covered the entire underground base. The bracers are equipment made by Norton using fragments of the space godhead, which are also dismantled from apocalypse fragments of the godhead. After Norton made it into equipment, he not only changed the long-distance teleportation to short-distance teleportation, but also added the effect of disrupting space, which can interfere with the space ability below level 5. This is one of the pieces of equipment that Norton is most satisfied with. There are a lot of aliens in the city, and it is difficult to keep aliens with spatial abilities. Norton doesn't want to let them go. Since Norton didn't take the usual route, he waited for dozens of seconds before Black Bolt and his men hurried over. Such a long time is enough for Norton to prepare. "Who are you? Why did you break into my kingdom?" Black Bolt asked. He only asked questions but did not take action directly. Black Bolt was obviously very afraid of Nuo. The other aliens looked very angry, but without Black Bolt 890's order, they did not dare to take action and just surrounded Norton. Me. Looking at more and more strangers around him, Norton didn't feel nervous at all. These aliens have distinct shapes, such as King Black Bolt and his men, these aliens with obviously higher status. They are all human appearances. Other aliens whose status is one level lower, most of them have ferocious and strange forms, and some cannot even maintain a basic human form. "I'm mutant." After glancing around, Norton slowly said the answer. Upon hearing this answer, Black Bolt's expression suddenly changed. He had obviously thought of something, but it's too late. As soon as Norton finished speaking, the entire alien city was filled with endless light and heat. The aliens with relatively fragile bodies were killed by the light and heat for the first time. and then set on fire. The lower-level aliens with slightly stronger bodies could only wail in the light and heat, and they obviously couldn't hold on for long. However, only strangers were attacked, and the city's buildings were not affected at all. Seeing the miserable situation of those low-level aliens, Black Bolt immediately gave up taking action and chose to compromise. "Stop. Mutant, no matter what you want, I will promise you, as long as you let my subjects go, they are all innocent." Black Bolt's words were majestic, and he looked very responsible as a king. Too bad it doesn't work for Norton. Innocent, haha. Norton smiled disdainfully, with no intention of stopping. When humans kill those snakes, insects, rats, and ants, will they consider whether they are innocent? Even if we let go of the feud between Yian and Mutant. When Norton saw the forms of low-level aliens, he no longer regarded them as human beings. Killing them is no different than killing some beasts. Norton won't have any psychological burden. Black Bolt could no longer endure being treated like a snake, insect, rat, or ant. Even if he was wary of Norton's strength, he still had to give it a try. "Kill!" King Black Bolt shouted, which was both an order and an attack. The aliens, who still had some strength, immediately launched a counterattack, and Norton was instantly overwhelmed by various attacks. The aliens have various abilities and different types of attacks. Unfortunately, the ability level is not enough to break through Norton's ever-changing particle shield. The only level 5 Inhuman, Black Bolt, has the ability to be restrained by Norton. The power of sonic vibrations is greatly reduced in a complete vacuum environment. Norton did not fight back, he was just a defensive colleague, maintaining the light and heat that flooded the city. "That's it, come down and clean the battlefield," Norton gave the order in the mental space. The light and heat that flooded the city have disappeared, along with those strangers. Only the ashes on the ground prove their existence, but before Una led the Nova team into the city, Norton decomposed the ashes. In this city, except for the things that Norton deliberately preserved, everything else was burned in the light and heat, especially the living things. Norton didn't leave a single cell behind. In Norton's eyes, these strangers are not even worth studying. Following the passage opened by Norton, the Nova team filed in. Seeing Norton again, the respect in their eyes rose to a higher level. During the battle just now, Norton did not hide and tuck in. They shared the mental space simultaneously. They all witnessed the scene where Norton took action. "Control the city control system and then search this base thoroughly," Norton ordered. Una called to the back, "Billy, it's your turn." The internet-addicted boy walking at the end of the team immediately put down his game console and came forward. "Here he comes." Seeing that he looked unreliable, Norton warned. This city was originally a base left by the Kree, and the control system was also written by the Kree. "Be careful, Billy. Don't worry, boss, I promise there will be no problem," internet-addicted teenager Billy Solo assured. Then he randomly found a data interface, and his whole body turned directly into a string of data and drilled through the interface. Billy's original ability is to digitize consciousness. The digitized consciousness can enter the online world and swim around, but it does not have powerful intrusion ability. Recently, his ability has been improved, and his body can also be turned into data and enter the online world. Moreover, after the body was digitized and entered the network, Billy gained powerful intrusion ability, and Seven was no longer his opponent. Billy's combat effectiveness after entering the data world is linked to his mental power, Una explained to Norton. "You can enjoy Leona's spirit-sharing bonus by linking it to your spiritual power. No wonder you are so confident." Norton doesn't have to worry anymore. While Billy was completing the control system, the rest of the team was not idle either. They divided into several teams and started searching from the outside. Although the periphery is not too important, it still needs to be searched thoroughly. The abilities of aliens are all kinds of strange, and Norton is not sure that light and heat can kill all aliens. However, even if there is an alien who escapes through special abilities, his strength will not be too strong, and the Nova team can completely handle it. Only Una and Leona, who acted as the central commander, still followed Norton, slowly walking towards the core area of the city. As the residents of Black Bolt and his family, as well as the city's control center, the most valuable thing must be here. As soon as the three Nortons reached the core area, the door opened by itself, and at the same time Billy's voice sounded from the speaker at the door. "Welcome, boss, eldest sister and captain. Has the control system been completed?" Una asked. "It's not completely done yet, but I have completely suppressed it and obtained temporary management rights. I will soon be able to rewrite its core program and make it ours," Billy replied. After turning several doors in a row, the owner stopped in front of a door that was obviously higher level. "This door is not under the jurisdiction of the control system. Behind the door should be the most important place in the city, Billy explained. Little things. Norton waved his hand gently, and the heavy door opened automatically. The entire base is under Norton's control, let alone a door. If it weren't for the preservation of the city's control system and Billy's risk, Norton could easily destroy the city's central computer. Behind the door is a warehouse, which stores a large number of precious materials, but these are only superficial things. The real core is the 3 hidden chambers. The largest secret room holds a large amount of paper archives, and Norton has not taken care of it for the time being. A medium-sized secret room contains some high-tech instruments, which should be left behind by the Kree, and I am not interested in them yet. Norton opened the smallest secret room, and what was stored here was what interested him the most. There are no other miscellaneous things. There are only a few crystals displayed in the secret room, which are crystals of lore. There are only 3 larger ones, and the auras of the 3 crystals are almost the same, which is exactly the same as the lore crystal that Norton got from the body of Black Bolt. It should be the Alien King from the previous 2 installments. The remaining 5 are all barely formed lore crystals. The types of lore are different. They should be from 4th-level aliens who have died for more than 1,000 years. There are a little few 4th-level crystals. Hello Nono, over the years 3 level 5 kings have been born. There can't be only a few level 4 aliens. Put these crystals into a box and hand them to Una, shop. Then he opened the base where the crystals were displayed and took out a thick stack of gold foil paper. Even though it was gold paper, you could still feel the primitive atmosphere on it. Obviously, it had a long history. The gold paper was written in ancient Latin, but Norton couldn't help it, and he quickly deciphered the content. Recorded on these gold papers are the research records of the 2nd and 3rd generation alien kings on the Divine Crystal. Divine Crystal is the name of the lore crystal by the 2nd generation alien king. The first lore crystal originated from the out-of-control 1st generation king, and was discovered by the 2nd generation king when he cremated his father's body. Through the research records on gold paper, Norton finally understood why most of the aliens in this city did not have human appearances. Because the animal shape is more conducive to the condensation of lore crystallization. As a result, this group of aliens has taken a different path from the aliens on Earth. Their selection criteria are to maintain sanity and genetic stability, and there is no limit to their physical shape. Only the highest-ranking aliens are required to have both human and animal forms, which means they can transform. Even so, the probability of 4th-level alien condensed lore crystals is not high. In addition, those used in research, so there are only 5 left. After reading the contents on the gold paper, Norton destroyed it directly. He killed all the aliens, and it was useless to keep this research record. Then the 3 of them went to see 2 other secret rooms. Norton asked people to move the instruments left by the Kree back to the spacecraft. Norton only took a look at the archives in another secret room, and in a rage, disassembled and destroyed them all. When the 3 of them came out of the secret room, Billy was already waiting outside. Boss, the control system has been completed. I found a lot of experimental data in the system's database. At this point, Billy looked angry. Norton interrupted Billy and directly arranged. Delete it, those data have no value left. Norton then made arrangements for the underground base. This city will serve as the Nova team's base on the moon from now on. It's up to you how to transform it. After hearing Norton's arrangement, Una's eyes lit up and asked, "What is the name of our base?" "Let's call it Dark Moon Base 97, Norton replied casually. Now that he has taken the base as his own, the previously opened passage cannot be left behind, so Norton restored it to its original state. When Norton was about to return to Earth, Leona brought him another piece of good news. The alien's hangar has been found. Let's go take a look. Norton suddenly became interested. We found 2 hangars, one near the mountains and one in a large crater 30 kilometers away. The boss said, "Which one should we go to first?" Leona asked. "Get close." Norton didn't dwell on this issue. Anyway, the 2 hangars had been found, and they were the same. The hangar next to the small mountain range should be a common hangar for the Inhumans, and there are traces of a large number of personnel activities in it. Seeing the situation inside the hangar, Norton felt quite disappointed. Is this the hangar of the Inhumans? Not to mention the dirty and messy environment, the scrapped parts everywhere are an eyesore. The most important thing is that there are only 3 small spacecrafts in the hangar. The largest of them has a crew of no more than 20 people. It can only fly within the solar system, and it looks very old, with obvious traces of repairs and renovations. Not as good as Norton's own spaceship. However, the technical system of the spacecraft is different. and it also has certain reference value. Disappointed, Norton is still ready to check out another hidden hangar. Let's go to the next one. Norton left the hangar without missing a beat. The other one is so far away, it should be the retreat prepared by Black Bolt for his family. The passage is very secretive and complicated. Norton was not interested in walking through the complicated underground passages. He flew directly from the ground and then forced the hangar open from the outside. Having learned from the past, Norton did not have high hopes at first, but the result gave Norton a surprise. Although there is only one spacecraft in this secret hangar, it is a spaceship capable of interplanetary navigation. The value of the spacecraft is undoubtedly much greater, both in terms of practical value and research value. This spaceship is also a legacy of the Kree, and the control system is very intelligent. Norton has no authority and does not want to destroy it, so he called Billy again. "Billy, get it done." "Okay, boss." Billy, who was already eager to try, agreed immediately. The protection ability of the spacecraft control system is no better than the previous city control system. With experience, Billy took less than a minute to fix the spacecraft control system. Then the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Billy greeted Norton and others inside the hatch. "Boss, the cockpit is over here," Billy introduced while leading Norton to the cockpit. The completeness of this spacecraft is only 80, but the core functions CJEC, such as control system, energy system, power system, armor and structure are all complete, which will not hinder the spacecraft's voyage. It's not very obvious from the outside. Once you enter the interior of the spacecraft, you'll see mainly the decorations inside the spacecraft. The traces of time are very heavy. You can tell at a glance that it has a long history. This spaceship was left by the Kree people, and it had a history. Norton didn't care about its age as long as it could be used. "What parts are damaged?" Norton asked. The main damage was to some internal cabins and the spacecraft attack system. All the long-range main and auxiliary weapons were lost, leaving a small number of self-defense weapons that can still be used. Billy Shen replied, "Not bad." Norton was quite satisfied with the result. It doesn't matter if the attack system is damaged. Norton doesn't expect this antique spacecraft to participate in the space war anyway. As long as the key energy and power systems are not damaged, the most important thing is the power system, especially the core space engine. The cockpit has a stronger historical atmosphere than other cabins, and the decorations are very layered. It can be seen that Black Bolt and his family often maintain the spacecraft. "Welcome back, Captain," the electronic female voice sounded. Norton felt it was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "Boss, I changed the permissions of the spaceship. Now, boss, you are the captain of this spaceship and have the highest authority," Billy explained immediately. Norton glanced at Billy and sat in the captain's seat. Can the electronic sound synthesized from several familiar sounds be unfamiliar? I didn't realize it, but Billy, who looks like an internet-addicted boy, is a bit sultry. "Start self-check." Norton issued the order for self-check. Overall self-examination. Spaceship integrity 806. The spacecraft energy reserve is 65. Suggested repair plan. The self-test results are similar to what Billy said, just a little more detailed, but the condition of a single component is still not detailed enough. Space engine self-check. Norton continued to issue instructions. The space engine is warming up. The self-test this time is much slower, and the engine needs to be warmed up before the details of the engine can be detected. The self-inspection ended soon after. The three-dimensional model of the space engine did not have damaged areas marked in red, but the overall status was displayed in yellow high-risk status. The reason for the risk is very simple. The engine as a whole is aging, and it is expected that parts will be damaged within 3 times. "What a pity." Yuna next to her side and Billy and the others were also quite disappointed. "I thought I could find a spaceship that could travel far away, but it turned out to be just a look-alike but not usable one. It will break within 3 times. No one dares to try it, and the value of this spaceship will naturally be greatly reduced. Although it cannot be used, the research value is still great." Norton was not disappointed. He had no intention of flying other people's spaceships into the universe. "Dismantle it. With this sample, we should be able to develop our own spacecraft faster." Norton decided the fate of the spacecraft. The fate of this spacecraft has already been determined. Regardless of its condition, being dismantled and studied is the only outcome. There was a real spaceship waiting for Norton to study, so he was in no rush to return to Earth. Norton directly let the door open the portal and called the relevant professional researchers from the mutant laboratory to come over to dismantle and study the spacecraft on site. The armor contains a lot of unknown ingredients, and the casting method cannot be analyzed. However, with the materials we have, we can create a better substitute. The frame structure of this spacecraft is very strange. Its establishment ideas and mechanical foundation are different from Earth's technology. It is not a knowledge system at all and is difficult to imitate. However, with our current materials and technologies, we are enough to create a spacecraft structure that is suitable for interstellar navigation. The energy system lacks the corresponding basic theory, and we cannot imitate it. However, the controllable nuclear fusion we have mastered is no weaker than the energy system of this spacecraft in important indicators such as energy output efficiency and endurance. In just a few months, the research results of various subsystems have been summarized in Norton. Generally speaking, they are quite optimistic. Although it is impossible to imitate a Kree spacecraft, it seems that you can use your own technology to build a spacecraft that meets the standards of interstellar navigation. This is also what Norton is working on. It just got stuck at the last, most critical and core place. The technology of the space engine has never been fully analyzed, and imitation is not feasible. Even if it starts from scratch, no one can come up with a complete idea. With the assistance of the learning system, Norton's basic knowledge is very solid and complete, but he has never been the kind of super genius who bursts with inspiration. Among those mutant researchers, there are many geniuses and talents, but there are also no super geniuses. Norton has a clear understanding of this. Therefore, when his research encounters bottlenecks, he never gets into trouble, and he never expects to rely on a flash of inspiration to solve the problem. After the space engine research hit a bottleneck, Norton decisively stopped research and returned to Earth. Since you are not a super genius, then find a super genius to help solve the problem. In the Marvel world, there are many such super tools, and now there is a very suitable candidate. No, Norton had just returned to Earth, and before he could think of how to speak fooling, a rare opportunity came to his door. Norton, you are finally back. Pepper has been contacting me these days and wants your help with something, Una said. Pepper. What does she want from me? Norton was a little surprised. Tony's condition is getting worse. Pepper wants to ask you if there is anything you can do, Una answered. Tony's condition, how did Pepper know about it? Norton asked curiously. Tony's condition, Norton must have known for a long time that he was poisoned by palladium. Tony didn't mention it at first, and he didn't take the initiative to remind Tony, but he already expected this day. It's just that Tony shouldn't take the initiative to tell Pepper about this kind of thing. Ethan told her, Una answered. Norton suddenly understood. No wonder Pepper was able to surrender Tony and pull Ethan into his camp so quickly. Norton looked at the sky and saw that it was not too late now. Okay, let's take a walk now. Arriving at Tony's mansion, he was greeted by a worried-looking Pepper. Norton, thank you for coming. Pepper thanked him. Tony is my brother. If something big happens to him, I will definitely come and see him. Norton replied in a matter-of-fact tone. What about Tony's condition? Pepper looked at Norton with a worried look. Norton promised righteously, Pepper, don't worry, now that I'm here, I won't let anything happen to Tony. He silently added in his mind, how could I let such an excellent tool man get into trouble? At this time I heard a loud bang. There was a big hole in the roof of Tuomiao's mansion. Then a silver armor flew out from inside and went straight away. Tony. Pepper turned around and rushed into the room. She was so worried that something would happen to Tony. Norton caught up. Pepper, you go greet the other guests and I'll go find Tony. He will be fine, wrote. Pepper, let me help you. Una took Pepper and walked towards the handsome men and women who came to the party. Norton walked towards Tony on the stage alone. Seeing Norton, Tony directly picked up the wine glass and handed it over. Norton, my good brother, have a drink. Norton put the wine glass aside and dragged Tony back to the back room. Even though he was wearing a suit, Tony couldn't resist. Tony, we promised to be good brothers for life, but you didn't tell me that something so big happened. Norton patted Tony gently, turning Tony's armor into a pile of parts, and then threw him onto the sofa. What's the big deal? Tony was obviously drunk and didn't react at the moment. If Pepper hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were dying of palladium poisoning, Norton replied, tapping the headlight on Tony's chest. Pepper, how did she know? Speaking of Pepper, Wani immediately sobered up. He subconsciously looked to the side. Even in a semi-drunk state, his intuition was still accurate. Ouch, I'm so hungry tonight. You guys can chat slowly while I go to the toilet, Ethan said decisively. Ethan, you. Norton interrupted Tony directly and said, don't blame Ethan for leaking the secret. This matter is your own problem. You didn't come to me for such a serious matter as palladium poisoning. Do you think I can't solve your problem, or do you think your life is worthless? What's the point of looking for you? My situation is very complicated and the palladium poisoning is just superficial. Tony also wanted to forcefully explain. You haven't looked for me, how do you know I can't help it? Aren't they just those little things in your blood? You won't forget what my ability is, right? Norton asked. Tony didn't know how to reply. Norton knew very well that Tony was actually too arrogant. He didn't continue to tease Tony and directly reached out to hold his shoulders. In just a few seconds, all the small things in Norton's blood, including excessive levels of palladium, were decomposed and pulled out by Norton. Then he took out all the things on Tony's chest and embedded the arc reactor in his chest. Isn't there any other benefit besides being cool? This pit is so ugly. Looking at the big pit left after removing the coil on Tony's chest, Norton took out a tube of self-healing potion and hit Tony's thigh. Then, granulations grew in the wound on Tony's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 seconds, the wound was completely healed. Except for that patch of skin which was slightly whiter, no other traces could be seen. What kind of potion is this? Tony touched his chest and asked in disbelief. Self-healing potion. Norton took out another tube of self-healing potion and threw it to Tony. Self-healing potion is the standard equipment of the Nova team. It can be produced in small batches and is not something too precious. Self-healing is so fast, and I don't feel hungry yet. How does this potion work? What is its principle? Tony immediately asked a series of questions. Norton was not interested in discussing the technical issues of 557 with him, so he changed the topic directly. Don't worry about how it's done, your problem is solved. I just have other things to ask you for help with. Brother, is there anything else you need my help with? Tony's mind immediately calmed down and he immediately forgot about the potion and so on. You are my brother, why can't I ask you for help? Norton said it definitely. Is there anything else you can't handle? Tony asked. I'm not an all-knowing and all-powerful god, there's definitely something I can't handle. Norton asked directly, stop talking nonsense, can you help? Help, definitely help. Tony nodded without hesitation, but you have to tell me first what exactly is going on, right? Don't worry, this is what you're best at, help me research something. Norton replied. What are you studying? Tony felt reassured. He was good at scientific research. You should handle your own personal matters first, and then come to me. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Norton didn't tell Tony the answer in advance so that he wouldn't worry about it. When they walked outside, the party was over and the three Peppers were picking up the trash. Norton waved his hand and decomposed all the garbage, and then told Pepper, I have solved Tony's problem. Thank you, Norton. Pepper thanked her hurriedly and hurried to find Tony. Tony did not come the next day, and he waited for 3 days until Norton finally arrived. At the moment, Tony's state was completely different from 3 days ago. The decadent temperament completely disappeared, and he turned back into the high-spirited Iron Man. Norton glanced at Tony's chest. His injuries had recovered, but he still wore an arc reactor on his chest. But judging from the state of the arc reactor, it should have been replaced with new fuel. I guess this is why Tony was delayed for 3 days. Sorry, Norton. I kept you waiting for so long. I've been busy these past 2 days. Tony apologized to Norton. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry for 2 or 3 days anyway. Norton waved his hand indifferently, then pointed at the arc reactor on Tony's chest and asked, Why are you still carrying this thing? Don't you feel panicked? I'm used to wearing it. If I don't wear it, I always feel uncomfortable. Tony replied, Such a big lump of iron is embedded in my chest, I am so used to it. Norton revealed his true thoughts without mercy. You are so insecure. Tony smiled and did not answer directly. While talking and laughing, Norton took Tony to a large independent laboratory, which was specially built by Norton to study space engines. The two changed into lab coats, and Norton opened the door to the laboratory and invited Stark to enter. Please come in, the things you need to study are inside. Walking into the laboratory, a huge amount of test bench appeared in front of me. On the sophisticated test bench, there was a space engine that had been disassembled in half, and the disassembled parts were placed around it. Seeing the space engine, Tony instantly brightened up. This is it, space jump engine, Norton replied. Just as Norton expected, the space engine instantly caught Tony's attention, causing him to focus all of his attention on the engine in front of him. However, Tony did not get started directly. He walked around the test bench a few times, carefully looked at the space engine several times, especially the disassembled parts, and then asked, Where did this engine come from? Teared down from an alien spaceship, Norton replied. And spaceships, Tony became even more interested. There was originally a spaceship that was basically intact, but I have dismantled it. The core components of the spacecraft are right in front of you, Norton replied. You're willing to dismantle a perfectly intact spaceship? Tony looked regretful. It's just an old antique. I wouldn't dare to drive it anyway, so why not just dismantle it and study it? Norton didn't take it seriously. Tony looked at her carefully twice, then nodded. You are indeed not young. Only then did he notice that the signs of aging on the engine parts were clearly visible. He thought it was due to wear and tear just now, but now it seems that it is simply due to age. How's it going, are you sure? Norton asked. It depends on what you need, repair, copy or redesign a space engine, Tony replied calmly. Norton couldn't tell whether he was sure, but since he didn't explicitly refuse, he seemed confident that he could handle it. Neither restoration nor imitation was what Norton wanted, so he replied. This space engine comes from an extraterrestrial civilization. The technological system is very different from that of our Earth, and this is technology from more than 1,000 years ago. So it's best to develop a set of our own space engine technology based on our technology. Our space engine technology, it's very challenging, but I like it. Tony's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He felt something called passion. This kind of passion can usually only be felt when developing a new generation of Mark armor. Very good, this laboratory is handed over to you. If you have any needs, please tell me, especially in terms of materials. Norton directly handed over the authority of the entire laboratory to Tony Stark. Tony was not polite and immediately made a request. Do you have a control system for this space engine? For high-end equipment like the space engine, software is no less important than hardware. The control system definitely exists, and it is more complete than the hardware. There is nothing missing. There is a backup in the quantum computer in the laboratory. You can study it at will. Norton replied. Billy took down the main control system of the spacecraft, and naturally all the sub-control systems were also taken down and directly parsed into familiar computer language. It is precisely because of the complete software system that the research on other parts of the spacecraft can be so fast. The quantum computer in this laboratory is one of the achievements of this scientific research. Thanks to the inspiration from the spacecraft control chip and control system algorithms, Norton was able to perfect the manufacturing technology of quantum computers. The computing efficiency of quantum computers far exceeds that of previously used silicon-based computers. Suddenly, Tony asked in amazement, Brother, how did you do it? How did you do that? Norton didn't realize what Tony was asking. The control system of the space engine has been perfectly translated into our computer language. How did you do it? Tony asked, pointing to the code on the screen. The code on the screen is very familiar. It is the most widely used computer language now. It is absolutely impossible that aliens used this computer language more than 1,000 years ago. I have a mutant named Billy Solo. His ability is dataization, and data assimilation is his newly developed derivative ability. Norton explained, as for the principle, don't ask me, I don't know either. Many of mutants' abilities have no scientific basis. Okay, Tony didn't ask further. Mutants' ability was not scientific, and he already knew it. With this complete control system, the difficulty of research will be reduced by at least several levels. The space engine has completely aroused Tony's enthusiasm. He has been spending all day in the laboratory recently, and even the Stark Group's affairs are handled remotely. Iron Man naturally disappeared. This has made the outside world a little suspicious, especially the news media. Suddenly, Tony Stark is no longer a walking news topic, and it always feels like something is missing. Tony has been absent for a long time, and naturally all kinds of rumors began to fly. One of the rumors is the most recognized by the public. With Tony's character, as long as he can take 2 steps, he will definitely go out and wander around. If he hasn't shown up for so long, he is probably seriously ill. Fortunately, the Stark Group is relatively stable, otherwise most people would think Tony was dead. Only people who are relatively close to him know that Stark is fine and is just obsessed with scientific research. On the other hand, Hammer Industries, a former rival of the Stark Group, has been jumping up and down recently and is likely to replace Tony Stark as the darling of the media. During lunchtime, while watching the news video, Norton asked, "That guy Hammer has been provoking several times in the media, why don't you respond? It's just a joker, how can I have time to care about him? And the Stark Group no longer sells arms." Tony replied nonchalantly, "This guy has been so arrogant recently, he must have found some trump card," Norton guessed. "No matter what trump card he has, it has nothing to do with me," Tony said firmly. "Nothing is as important as scientific research now. It can only be said that Tony Stark is indeed the top genius in the Marvel world and the world's biological son. Creatures like super geniuses just don't make sense. Since he took over the laboratory, the progress of space engine analysis has been rapid. No matter what difficulties he encounters, Tony, who is bursting with inspiration, cannot stop him. Even the most serious difficulty only bothered Tony for 3 days before being solved by Tony. As the technology contained in the space engine is continuously analyzed, a new set of space engine technology based on Earth technology is gradually maturing in Tony's hands. Seeing the stars and the sea will no longer be a dream. Norton did not do anything else during this time because he spent part of his time in the laboratory researching with Tony. Norton is definitely not as inspirational as Tony, but his comprehensive basic knowledge is exactly what Tony does not possess. When Tony encounters difficulties, he can often inspire Tony from other perspectives. Definitely, Norton's purpose in staying in the laboratory is definitely not only to assist Tony, but more importantly, to learn the new technologies developed by Tony as soon as possible, including the full set of space engine technologies. This is not difficult for Norton, he only needs to watch it once to learn and master it. It took 3 months for Tony to completely disassemble the space engine into parts and then reassemble it. The reassembled space engine was still able to run. Even because of the refurbishment of parts, the theoretical service life of this space engine has been increased a lot. Definitely Norton still won't use it. Even if it is refurbished, it is still more than 1,000 years old. This space engine is useless. Tony put canvas on the engine cover and pushed it away from the test stand. After dealing with this engine, Tony did not invest in the development of a new engine. Instead, he asked Norton, "Are the other parts of the spacecraft still there?" "Definitely still there." Norton nodded affirmatively and then asked, "What parts of the spacecraft do you not need?" "The most important thing is definitely the energy system. It would be best if I study all other components," Tony replied. Norton didn't ask for the specific reason. As long as the purpose can be achieved, it doesn't matter even if the entire spacecraft is given to Tony for research. This laboratory cannot fit in the entire spacecraft. We need to move the location. "Going somewhere?" Tony asked. Norton didn't answer but called the door directly to open a portal. Tony was stunned by the sudden appearance of the portal. "This is it. Come with me. This is the door's ability." Norton led Tony into the portal. 727. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Tony immediately felt that the gravity was not right. "This is the dark side of the moon. This used to be the hangar where the spacecraft was docked, and I transformed it into a temporary research site," Norton replied. At the moment, there are a large number of mutant researchers busy in the hangar, dismantling various parts of the spacecraft. The research on the main technologies of each major component has long been completed, but there are still many detailed technologies that need to be repeatedly dismantled and studied. That's what the researchers in the hangar are doing now. Norton did not disturb them and led Tony towards the main control room of the hangar. "Brother, how did you find this place?" Tony was a little shocked. The answer, "Dark side of the moon," was really beyond his expectation. "This hangar, including the spaceship, is the result of our pursuit of a group of enemies. Newt made no secret of this." "What kind of enemy? Can they chase him to the moon?" Tony asked curiously. "A group of intelligent people who claim to be aliens but are actually inhuman. They are experiments abandoned by the Kree on Earth. The Kree are the civilization that built this spaceship." Norton briefly introduced the specific situation to Tony. Norton believes that this matter is essentially maintaining the security of the Earth, so there is no need to hide it from Tony. Entering the main control room, Norton gave instructions to the researchers outside. "Attention of each group, summarize the research results of your group, and then send me a copy." Then he found the tablet that belonged to him, handed it to Tony and said, "The analyzed technology is here and the real objects are outside." Seeing the information on the computer, Tony's attention was instantly diverted, and other problems were temporarily forgotten. Tony Stark has been out of the public eye for more than 3 months. The public has begun to get used to it, and the focus of media attention has begun to shift. Justin Hammer has a tendency to replace Tony and become the darling of the new generation of media, and Hammer Industries has also been very active recently. In fact, ever since the Stark Group withdrew from the arms industry, Justin Hammer has been jumping up and down, wanting Hammer Industries to replace the Stark Group. But no matter what, Hammer Industries itself is not up to par, and its technology is really mediocre. Even though the Stark Group has withdrawn from the arms industry, Hammer Industries can still only survive in the shadow of the Stark Group. This time he found strong foreign aid, and his self-confidence exploded. He just wanted to cause trouble for Tony, and wanted to step on the Stark Group to get the upper hand. Tony was obsessed with scientific research and was too lazy to talk to him. Unexpectedly, he actually caused quite a stir. Detailed information was already in front of him, But after reading the information, Norton did not make any arrangements, as if nothing happened. It's just Hammer Industries. Even if Ivan Vanko is added to it, it won't be able to make big waves in the Marvel world. The most important thing is that Norton is not interested in either of them. Needless to say, Justin Hammer is just an ordinary businessman no matter how smart he is. Ivan Vanko is a super genius, but he is 10 steps behind Tony Stark. Already having Tony, a talented tool man, Ivan, a guy with an extreme personality and difficult to control, naturally does not catch Norton's attention. Soon the media got the news that Hammer Industries was about to hold an industrial exhibition in the Industrial Park, where Stark held its annual Industrial Expo. The purpose of the Stark Group is very obvious. Norton put the relevant reports in front of Tony. "Tony, this guy is deliberately causing trouble for you, why don't you teach him a lesson?" "No, I'm not interested." Tony just glanced at it and lost interest in continuing to read. The research was at a critical moment, and he didn't want to interrupt his thoughts because of this little thing. "Forget it if you don't go." Norton didn't say much, just reminded, "But this guy will probably mess it up on his own. If you want to go, you can always ask the door to open a portal for you." In fact, Norton doesn't have to tell Tony about this matter. Anyway, it's normal to not see the news on the dark side of the moon. But Norton went out of his way to tell Tony. He just wanted to see if Tony would go the same way again. Iron Man versus Whiplash. Norton imagined it in his mind. The results may not be very exciting. The materials Tony used to build the steel armor were specially supplied by Norton, and were far from comparable to the defective products provided by Hammer Industries. If a fight really breaks out, the result is likely to be just a one-sided killing, rather than a wonderful showdown. The exhibition of Hammer Industry was held as scheduled, but then it was messed up unexpectedly, which is in line with the consistent style of Hammer Industry. Ivan Vanko used backdoor programs to seize control of those robots, and then went on a killing spree at the exhibition. Norton transferred the live news broadcast to Tony, and then waited for Tony's reaction. The result was both unexpected and reasonable, and the plot did not develop as Norton remembered. Tony didn't rush to the rescue this time. When he saw those arrogant robots, he just smiled disdainfully, and then continued to work on his own affairs. Facts have proved that Iron Man really did not need to take action in this matter. Those seemingly powerful robots did not become arrogant for long before they were instantly defeated by an electromagnetic pulse bomb that came from nowhere. The revenge that Ivan Vank had been planning for so long ended in such an anticlimactic manner. His technology may be good, but the materials and equipment provided by Hammer Industries are too ordinary and cannot prevent electromagnetic pulses at all. If a weapon like a remote-controlled robot cannot withstand an electromagnetic pulse bomb, it will be like giving away food. The so-called inertia of the world can actually be called the general trend. In this episode, Iron Man's growth is the general trend, but Ivan Vanko's revenge is not. This time Iron Man's growth was completed ahead of schedule, so Ivan Vanko became an insignificant supporting role. If Tony's growth had not been completed in advance, with his previous mentality, he would not have been able to stay quietly in the laboratory for such a long time. Norton has a new understanding of time. Norton is so concerned about this little thing, naturally not just to observe your reaction. This is just a side purpose. As for Norton's real goal, Una quickly brought good news to Norton. The FBI's arrest of Ivan Vanko failed and Ivan was rescued by a group of mysterious people. "What organization do these mysterious people come from?" Norton asked. "There is no obvious identity mark on this group of people, but judging from their action style, they should be mercenaries who have been in the Middle East for a long time," Una replied. "Mercenaries from the Middle East?" Norton had a smile on his face. Ivan Vank has never had any interaction with the Middle East, but the mercenary who rescued him came from the Middle East and had no obvious identity. The identity of the man behind the scenes, Norton, has been mostly determined. Keep an eye on Ivan Vank's whereabouts and pay attention to everyone who comes into contact with him. If you find anyone with a special identity, report it to me immediately. Also, don't act rashly without my further instructions. Norton gave the further instructions. Soon Ivan Vank was transferred out of the United States and then transferred to the Middle East. More and more people have come into contact with Ivan along the way, and the image of the man behind the scenes is getting closer to the goal Norton expects. The Middle East was not Ivan's end. Less than 2 days after arriving in the Middle East, he was secretly transferred onto the ship. This time he was sent directly to South America and ended up in a secret base. The team members tracking Ivan Vanko saw an acquaintance in this base, the terrorist Taushen who had kidnapped Toby Stark. Since then, the identity of the person behind the scenes has been completely confirmed. It is Mandarin, the leader of the 10 rings that Norton is most looking forward to. Mandarin had kidnapped Tony but failed, so he would definitely be interested in Ivan, who had a grudge against Tony and was only weaker than Tony. Moreover, Ivan had little reputation before, and his only conflict with Tony was like a poor imitation. There would be no big organization competing with 10 rings. Taking this into consideration, Norton began arranging for people to monitor Ivan Vank a few months ago, hoping to find Mandarin through Ivan. Norton has been coveting Mandarin's 10 rings, especially the one with the ability to reorganize matter. It's just that Mandarin, this old fox, is too meticulous and can't find any traces, so Norton has great hopes for Ivan Vanko, hoping that this bait can successfully catch Mandarin. As expected, Norton was not disappointed. Although he did not find Mandarin directly, he successfully put down the bait. Next, as long as you wait patiently, you will most likely be able to reach Mandarin. This time may not be too short, but Norton is patient enough. The plan to track down Mandarin has just come to an end, and there is another good news from Tony. Norton, I have completed the preliminary design of the space engine, but there are some process issues in the manufacturing of the prototype that need to be solved by you personally. No problem, I'll be right back. Norton immediately prepared to return to the moon. The microgravity environment is beneficial to the manufacturing of spacecraft, so Norton placed the construction base of the spacecraft in the lunar orbit, including the manufacturing of the space engine, on the right side of the Earth. But just as Norton was preparing to go to the moon, an unexpected person found the Carnegie Alloy Company. Seeing the arrival of 163, Norton asked, Director Nick Fury, SHIELD's order shouldn't need to be handled by the director himself, right? Other people will naturally handle the order. I have other matters to ask you, Mr. Carnegie. Nick Fury did not beat around the bush. Nick Fury doesn't dare to treat Norton the same way he treats Tony. The two are about the same age and come from prominent backgrounds, but Norton and Tony are very different. Although the influence of the Stark family in the United States is equally huge, the Stark family is not prosperous, and there is only Tony in this generation. As long as Tony himself has no objections, the Stark family will not have any objections. There is also the Carnegie family behind Norton. When facing Norton, Fury must consider the attitude of the Carnegie family. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Norton was in a good mood today, so he didn't refuse directly. Has Stark been with you these past few months? Fury asked. Tony is indeed here to help me research some technologies. Norton replied affirmatively. Tony didn't keep it strictly confidential when he came over, so SHIELD wouldn't be surprised if he knew about it. It wasn't a shameful thing, CJFB, and there was no need to hide it. After receiving a positive reply, Fury directly stated his purpose. I want to meet Stark, meet Tony. Norton instantly thought of Fury's Superboy plan, but it had nothing to do with him, and there was no need to forcefully intervene. So Norton said, I will tell Tony about this. As for whether he wants to see you or not, that is Tony's own business. Thank you, please tell Stark as soon as possible. Fury thanked him. Fury's attitude was so good that Norton didn't feel embarrassed to embarrass him. If the director is not busy, you can go to the reception room first and wait. I will contact Tony right away. Norton did not deceive Fury. He indeed returned directly to the lunar research base and told Tony about it. Tony thought for a moment, and for the sake of his father's relics, he finally went back to see Nick Fury. Norton didn't know what the two talked about, but judging from the change in Tony's expression, this meeting might not be pleasant. The result of this meeting between Tony and Fury was not pleasant, but a seed has been planted in Tony's heart, although he may not even realize it. After returning to the moon, Tony soon forgot about it and took Norton to start building the prototype of the first-generation space engine. High-end equipment such as space engines have very high requirements on manufacturing processes, and it does not mean that they can be manufactured just because they are designed. In order to complete the design as quickly as possible, I did not consider the manufacturing process issues at the beginning of the design of this first-generation space engine, Tony introduced to Norton. Norton didn't care about this and said confidently, with me here, all process problems are not a problem. Norton's atomic-level control is enough to meet all process needs. Good, let's get started. Tony handed the data parameters of each part to Norton. In just half a month, the prototype was built purely by hand and was successfully released. If it is not in the process of manufacturing parts, the The parameters of other parts will be continuously fine-tuned based on the manufactured finished parts. The prototyping time should be a few days ahead of schedule. The space engine designed by Tony is not large, and because there is no need to consider process limitations, it is half the size of the space engine disassembled from the Kree spacecraft, only about 3 meters in diameter. Although the volume has been reduced by half, the power has not been reduced at all, which is theoretically sufficient for interstellar navigation. Looking at the spherical space engine, Tony suddenly asked a question: how should we test it? Space engines are completely different from ordinary engines. The testing methods of ordinary engines are definitely not suitable for use on space engines. The fixed test site can only test the first half of the engine operation at most, which is the preparation stage for space jump. However, if you want to test the safety and stability of the engine, a complete space jump process is essential. A single space engine is obviously not enough to test the complete space jump process. Fortunately, Norton had already considered this and took Tony to the newly built hangar next to it. In this hangar, a dish-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 6 meters has been half-assembled. The 3-meter diameter space at the core is obviously reserved for the space engine. This is a test spacecraft specially designed by my researchers to test the space engine, Norton introduced to Tony. Its only purpose is to test the performance and safety of the space engine. For this purpose, all unnecessary supporting facilities are sacrificed, and only a few modules such as the energy and control core are retained. With that said, Norton handed Tony the detailed technical information of the test spacecraft. It's rough, but it's enough as a test spacecraft, Tony commented. He didn't like this test spaceship very much, and the metallic primary color paint didn't suit his aesthetics, but Tony didn't deny its practicality. And with his eyesight, he could naturally see that this test spacecraft was not only testing the space engine, but other core modules such as energy and control systems were also tested. The so-called test spacecraft is obviously a simplified version of the complete spacecraft design. The purpose of researching space engines must be for real spaceships. Although Norton did not explain this, he did not hide it either. While Tony was studying space engines, he also studied other technologies required for spacecraft, and the research results were not hidden. There are some parts of the test spaceship in front of you that were designed by Tony. So if Norton has mastered a complete set of spacecraft manufacturing technologies, Tony Stark must be almost the same. When he invited Tony to participate in the study, Norton knew this would be the result, but he still chose to invite Tony to participate. Anyway, the starry sky in the universe is so big, Norton can't take advantage of it, and he won't lose anything by letting Tony get a piece of the pie. And even if Tony masters a full set of technologies, with the level of technology of the Stark group, he is still far from being able to create a spaceship. Norton is similar. He also doesn't have the ability to manufacture spaceships on a large scale in the short term. At most, he will build 1 or 2 for fun. The early testing process was not smooth sailing, but no major problems were encountered. There are problems with the space engine, problems with other modules, and matching problems between various systems, etc. It took 10 days for Tony and Norton to solve these minor problems. We also used the data from previous tests to simulate the process of space jumping, hoping to discover and solve some problems in advance. At this point, the next step is to actually test it. Neither Norton nor Tony believed that the first space jump could be successfully completed, even if it was only a short space jump within the solar system. If something goes wrong during the jump, how do we recover the spacecraft? Tony asked a question. It would be nice if it could jump to the target location. Even if the spacecraft breaks down and cannot return, other spacecraft can be sent to find it. I'm afraid that something goes wrong during the jump, and the spacecraft jumps to an unknown location, which would be very troublesome. The solar system is so large that there are many areas that are difficult to explore if no signal is received. It's okay. I installed a space beacon on the spacecraft. Even if something goes wrong, as long as the space beacon is not destroyed, I will be able to find it, Norton said confidently. Okay, let's get started. With Norton's assurance, Tony felt relieved. The upper part of the hangar is opened, the test spacecraft takes off, and then begins to accelerate until the spacecraft escapes from the gravitational constraints of the moon, and the space engine starts. Norton and Tony frowned at the same time. In the footage captured by satellites in lunar orbit, the test spacecraft trembled slightly midway through the space jump. If it's during a normal flight, you don't need to worry about this slight tremor, but space jumping is different. Even a slight tremor often means there is a problem during the space jumping process. Any feedback? Norton asked. The detector at the predetermined location did not detect the appearance of the spacecraft. A researcher replied, "The quantum communicator is out of communication range." Another researcher also gave bad news. Although quantum communication technology has sprouted on Earth, and its advantages include no delay and anti-interference, communication distance is a problem. After Norton learned the corresponding technology, it made some optimizations, but due to the technological level of the Earth, the communication range is still limited. Sure enough, something went wrong. Fortunately, Norton was prepared. Tony naturally looked at Norton. Without Tony's urging, Norton had already opened a portal, but instead of rushing through it, he threw a detector connected to a cable first. The probe was quickly recovered, and Norton said thankfully, "Fortunately, the spacecraft is still in space and did not jump directly into a star." "Tony, put on the space armor and let's go there together." Norton greeted Tony and walked into the space passage together. Expanding the space channel beyond 10 meters in diameter is cumbersome, so Norton wanted to try it to see if he could repair the test spacecraft on site. Passing through the space passage, it was pitch black and almost no light could be seen. Even if the light source is turned on, the surroundings are still dark and nothing can be seen. What on earth is this place? There's no light at all. With this question in mind, Tony released several detectors on his armor. The space armor Tony wears was designed and manufactured after he took time out of research after arriving on the moon. From the beginning of the design, the core goal of this space armor was to survive, so Tony did not install weapons on the armor but chose to carry various detection equipment and tools. "I don't know either." Norton shook his head, determined the direction of the spacecraft, and then flew over with Tony. "Please give me flowers in the vastness of space. The scale of space is enlarged a lot invisible." When Norton opened the space channel, it was just a little bit off. But what about the final result? The exit of the space channel is at least dozens of kilometers away from the test spacecraft. Halfway through the flight, Tony suddenly exclaimed, "This is actually the outskirts of the Kuiper Belt, and we seem to be on the other side of the sun." Although Tony doesn't want to believe it, the data cannot be faked. According to calculations based on the data detected by the detector, this is the Kuiper Belt, and it is still the outermost part of the Kuiper Belt, and is almost beyond the scope of the Kuiper Belt. "How biased are the results?" Norton asked. As the detectors returned more and more data, their specific location at the moment was gradually determined. Tony quickly calculated the answer. "The angle deviation is not too big, the deviation is not more than 10 degrees, but the distance difference is a bit big." The original destination of the test spacecraft's jump was the orbit of Venus, but it ended up directly crossing most of the solar system, 1,000 times further away. There must be something wrong with the spatial scale. Norton guessed that he had already noticed that the spatial channel was deviating by tens of kilometers, and the data calculated by Tony confirmed his guess. "What link went wrong? The difference of 1,000 times is too big," Norton asked again. "There is a problem with the coordinate calculation model. The conventional distance calculation method is not applicable in the universe. No wonder those computational models in the Kree space engine control system look so weird." Tony quickly thought of the problem, solved a question in his mind, and then fell into deep thought. Computational models. Norton quickly recalled those models. Norton also knew about those weird calculation models that Tony mentioned. He didn't pay attention to them before. It was hard to understand, and he just thought it was because of the different technological systems. Soon the two arrived at the test spacecraft. The silver-white spacecraft was quietly suspended in the universe, with only the top signal light flashing. At the moment Tony was still deep in thought, Norton did not disturb him, placed him next to him, and then went to check the status of the spacecraft himself. Soon, Norton breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay." The test spacecraft did have a lot of problems, but they were just minor problems and no major failures. At the moment the test spacecraft looked like it was broken, but in fact it just entered standby mode automatically because it could not receive the control signal. And due to a problem with some circuits, the external indicator light went out. For Norton, minor faults in the test spacecraft are not difficult to repair, and he can also handle some areas that need adjustment by himself, but it's probably impossible to drive the spaceship back. It is definitely impossible to fly back through most of the solar system. Not to mention the dangers that may be encountered along the way, Norton cannot accept the long flight time. The best way is naturally to return through space jump. However, if you want to accurately jump to the vicinity of the Earth, you must first find the correct coordinate calculation method. This is not a simple matter. 067, I definitely won't be able to do it in a short time. It depends on Tony. Thinking of this, Norton couldn't help but turn his head and look at Tony Stark, who was deep in thought. At this time, Tony woke up from his deep thoughts. What's wrong with the test spacecraft? They are all minor glitches, and I will be able to recover them soon. The most troublesome thing is the coordinate calculation problem for space jumps, Norton replied. If this problem is not solved, the space engine will not be able to be used. After all, jumping irregularly is no different from delivering food. It's really troublesome. It's not just a matter of a few computational models. Behind those computational models is a whole new set of knowledge. Tony also frowned. He found some inspiration, but the computer on the suit was far from enough to help him find the answer. I'll repair the spaceship first. If I can't fix the space jump problem in a short time, I'll just leave it here and talk about it later. Norton was quite tolerant. It was just a crude experimental spaceship, and he could afford to lose it. At worst, it will take a month to build a new test spacecraft. But Tony is not willing to give up just like that, or is unwilling to admit failure in the field he is good at. I have found some ideas, but the conditions are not good here. I can only extract the data of this jump, and then perform deduction calculations on an unused computer. No problem. Norton opened the outer casing of the spacecraft and asked Tony to extract the data, while using his ability to repair the glitches of the test spacecraft. While repairing the spacecraft's faults, Norton also installed various detectors brought by Tony onto the test spacecraft. Since this test spacecraft cannot return in a short time, let's use the waste and let it stay here to collect deep space data. After finishing all this, Norton reopened the space channel and returned with Tony. After returning to the research base on the moon, Norton built a quantum computer set for Tony to use for his simulation calculations. How long will it take? Norton asked Tony. I'm not sure either. This is a brand new knowledge. We currently lack even basic data, so it will definitely take a long time. Tony replied, fortunately, we have a ready-made space engine and a mature space engine control system that can be used as a reference. Otherwise, just collecting basic data would require countless investment of time and resources. Tony said it very tactfully, but Norton understood. Don't think about the stars and the sea in a short time. Norton is not disappointed, and he has no plans to enter the stars and sea in the short term. We are not short of time. Anyway, we are not yet ready to enter the sea of stars. Humanity is even further away from the sea of stars. The quantum computer does not require Tony to keep an eye on it. So after setting up the calculation program, he said goodbye. Brother, I can only help you so far. From now on, you will send me a copy of the calculation results every month. When the results will be available can only depend on God's will. Tony, thanks. Norton threw a box to Tony. Tony took the box but didn't open it. He wore a suit and carried the box into the portal. After a few months, Tony Stark returned to the Stark group again, but this time it did not cause a sensation. Tony Stark, the top tool man, is gone, but research will continue. The spacecraft is not just a space engine, other modules are equally important. Fortunately, the technical difficulties of other modules have been solved, and what is left is detailed adjustment and continuous testing. Norton's mutant researchers can handle these tasks. At best, the efficiency is not that high. Anyway, the core space engine is not yet available, so there is no need to worry about the other modules. They can be polished slowly. As a result, Norton did not continue to stay at the lunar research base. He put aside his research work and returned to Earth. Since the stars and the sea are temporarily out of reach, we can only focus on the present. Are there any new discoveries at Ivan Vank? Norton asked Una. Ivan never came out after entering that base, and no important person from 10 Rings went to the base. Only a large amount of supplies were continuously sent in, Una replied. Norton doesn't know whether Mandarin is really stubborn or is too ambitious to invest heavily without checking it personally. Aren't you afraid that Ivan Vank will rebel? Can't you see the lessons learned from the unfortunate guy Justin Hammer? What channels do the supplies sent to that base come from? Norton asked again. The channels are very complicated, including local gangsters, international companies, local armed forces, etc. Una handed a compiled document to Norton. She guessed that Norton needed this information, so she had already arranged people to investigate in advance. The information is very detailed. Not only the organizational forces that directly deliver materials to that base, but also the organizations that indirectly deliver materials are also investigated clearly. The forces involved are spread all over the world, and their influence is so great that it is difficult to predict. Naturally, these organizational forces cannot all be minions of 10 rings, and even most of them are just fog bombs arranged by 10 rings. 2-1 It's not easy to find clues to the 10 rings, and it's even harder to find the Mandarin hiding behind it. Norton could only give up temporarily. He put down the information in his hand and said, "That's right, continue to monitor. 10 rings must have something up its sleeve when it releases such a huge smoke bomb. If you really want to be coy, doing nothing is the best option." Dunn didn't know what big move 10 rings was planning, and he didn't bother to guess the riddle. As long as you keep an eye on Ivan Vanko's important bait, even if you can't catch Mandarin, you can definitely catch his tail. On the other side, Tony Stark returned to his mansion and saw the many Mark armors displayed in the closet, and he was instantly inspired. An alien spacecraft contains too many high-end technologies. These technologies of different styles have brought him a lot of inspiration and allowed him to gain a lot of new technologies. These new technologies can not only be applied to spacecrafts, but can also be applied in other fields such as steel armor. Tony didn't take action immediately. He suddenly thought of the last box Norton sent, so he put the box on the workbench. When the box was opened and he saw what was inside, Tony's eyes instantly lit up and he called out to Ethan loudly, "Ethan, it's time to work. Here it comes." Ethan walked into the studio. After not seeing each other for a few months, Ethan has gained a lot of weight. Fortunately, X's ability has not deteriorated, and he is still the perfect experimental assistant. Tony didn't care about this. All he could think about now was the Mark armor. With an explosion of inspiration, Tony was extremely efficient. In just 5 days, he created a new generation of Mark armor. However, Tony was obviously not satisfied and sent it directly to the display cabinet, then returned to the workbench to continue. Finally, 2 months later, looking at the latest generation of Mark armor, Tony was extremely satisfied. Okay, that's it this time. Tony decided to suspend the development of the next generation Mark armor. In fact, Tony is not completely satisfied with this generation of Mark armor, but his inspiration has temporarily faded. The new generation of Mark armor 29 is released, and Tony Iron Man's heart is active again. JARVIS, Tony called JARVIS directly and began to select lucky viewers. Now that the armor has been built, it is natural to test it in actual combat. Soon, countless crime news appeared in front of Tony's eyes. He frowned slightly. They were all ordinary crimes, and he was not satisfied. JARVIS, we don't want ordinary cases. The options were immediately reduced by half, leaving only a few. Without hesitation, Tony made a choice instantly. He fell in love with a fat green guy at first sight. JARVIS gave the news, which happened to be the news about Hulk's battle with the military in school some time ago. It's been some time since the news broke, and Hulk is missing, but Tony believes he can find the fat green man. At the moment, Tony, who was so confident that he couldn't beat the fat green man, didn't think about it at all. Tony, well, JARVIS is very powerful, and it quickly determined the identity of Hulk, Dr. Banner, through various cobweb traces. Then through surveillance, we found the location of Banner at the moment on a certain street in New York. JARVIS, let's go. Tony stood in front of the armor, and in just 1 second, the new generation of Mark armor completed its automatic dressing. Tony, Dr. Na is in New York City. JARVIS's voice rang in Tony's ears. Yeah, Tony hesitated for a moment, thinking of Hulk's destructive power, but in the end he didn't give up. Let's go and have a look. When he was about to fly to New York, Tony suddenly asked JARVIS, how can I convince Dr. Banner to let Hulk fight with me? JARVIS did not answer and directly switched a live news broadcast to Tony. In the live broadcast, a fat man with a height of 4 to 5 meters and a yellowish color was shouting on the streets of New York. Then a fat green man fell from the sky and fought with it. The streets were quickly destroyed in the battle between the two big men. The weapons of the police and the military could only scratch the two big men. JARVIS, we need to speed up. It only took a few minutes from the time when Abomination appeared to when the two big guys started fighting. Hundreds of meters of streets were completely destroyed. Dozens of vehicles were smashed. A large number of civilians who had not had time to evacuate were killed or missing, and dozens of police officers who evacuated civilians were affected and killed. Fortunately, civilians have evacuated the street, and the police and the army quickly retreated after completing the rescue operation. Only NBC's live broadcast helicopter has been fighting on the front line, broadcasting the most exciting battles to viewers across the United States. Just as the whole of New York was in panic, superhero, Iron Man, make your debut. Hey fatty, you're under arrest. Tony flew over the heads of the two big guys, aiming the laser cannon at them respectively. Tony, according to calculations, the probability of them surrendering is 0. Jarvis reminded, I know these two big guys have lost their minds, Tony replied. He naturally knows that persuading him to surrender will not work, but as a superhero, in full view of the public, he can't be violent as soon as he comes up right. It's just that Hulk's temper is obviously a bit more grumpy than Tony expected. While Tony was distracted talking to Jarvis, Hulk had already jumped up and then, bang, Tony was slapped and flew away. The half-shattered 6-story building next to it was destroyed by Tony. Tony was a little confused by Hulk's slap. Fortunately, there was no damage alarm from the suit, which restored his confidence a little. He opened the rubble and flew out, only to find two big men fighting each other again. Bang, bang. Each person was rewarded with an energy cannon, and Tony once again attracted the attention of the two big men. Fat man, what you did just now doesn't count, let's do it again now. As he spoke, Tony turned on the power of the armor to the maximum, flew up and punched Hulk, vowing to take revenge. Get away, Bug. This time it's not Hulk, this time Abomination takes the lead. He was obviously extremely annoyed with the iron bumps that interrupted his battle, and there was no reservation about that. Two fists collided in the air. Bang! Not surprisingly, Tony was punched away again, this time making a big hole in the ground. This is not the end. Hulk, Tony just stood up when he heard Hulk roar. Then 323's casserole-sized fist hit him on the head. He only had time to raise his hands to parry. Bang, bang, bang. After Hulk punched him hard, Tony's figure disappeared from the street. The properties of the materials specially supplied by Norton were good enough. Even after being hit by Hulk so many times, he was only slightly damaged. Tony in the armor was unscathed. However, the ground obviously could not withstand Hulk's powerful strength. Tony was driven into the ground like a nail by Hulk. They were crushed in a one-sided manner with no way to fight back. If the quality of the armor hadn't been good enough, they would have been defeated by now. This hit Tony hard. Fortunately, as Iron Man, he never relies on brute force but his own genius wisdom. Jarvis simulated combat. After replacing the quantum computer, Jarvis's computing speed has greatly increased. In just a few seconds, it can calculate the results and give suggestions. So after 23,134 simulations, your winning rate is 0. Suggestion: tactical retreat. The winning rate is 0. It was hard for Tony to accept this result. Sir, the enemy's defense is too strong. None of the armor's existing weapons can cause effective damage to the enemy. The tonnage gap between the two sides is too large, and the Sword Emperor's disadvantage cannot be compensated. Jarvis played the simulation to Tony. The content was the same, with Iron Man being beaten by Hulk in various ways. Stop. Tony couldn't bear to stare and immediately stopped. He had to admit that this was an all-round restraint. Unless he was given enough preparation time to make targeted equipment, there was really no chance of winning. But the two big guys fighting in the street obviously wouldn't give him that much time. If they cannot be stopped as soon as possible, more than one street will be destroyed by them. So Tony used his ultimate swagger. Brother, help. Tony quickly contacted Norton. On the other side, it was also strange for Norton to receive Tony's distress call. With Tony's arrogant character, it would be impossible to take the initiative to ask for help from him unless absolutely necessary. At this point in time, is there any danger that could threaten Tony's life? Out of curiosity, Norton asked, what happened? To make the mighty Iron Man call for help, two big guys are fighting in New York City. They have already destroyed a street and there is a tendency to continue to expand, Butney quickly replied. When he heard Tony's answer, the relevant news live broadcast also turned to Norton. This is Hulk versus Abomination. Norton instantly understood what was going on. He didn't remember the specific time of this plot, and he didn't pay attention to it deliberately, but the two big fat guys, one yellow and one green, were so recognizable. If it's these two big guys, then it's normal that Tony won't be able to fight for long. Norton had roughly guessed what would happen when Tony was beaten by two big men. In Norton's memory, Hulk should be able to take down the Abomination quickly. Now they have been fighting for such a long time and still can't decide the winner, mostly because of Tony's influence. Tony, don't continue to provoke them, I'll be there right away. Norton thought for a moment and decided to help Tony once. After all, it's rare for the Iron Man brothers to take the initiative to ask for help. The on-call doorman once again performed meritorious deeds, and in an instant Neo appeared on the scene in an empty house. Walking onto the street, the first thing Norton saw was Tony, who had just pulled himself out of the ground. So he greeted, "Tony, are you okay, Tilda?" "I'm fine, Norton, take care of those two big guys first." Tony shook his head. At the moment, the two big men were getting closer and closer to the military's blockade, and it was about to spread to a wider area. "Okay, let me get them done first." With that said, Norton turned around and rushed towards the two big guys who were fighting. Both Hulk and Abomination are rough-skinned, fleshy and powerful men. Normal weapons are completely ineffective against them, so they look very tricky, but Norton didn't take them to heart. To deal with such a reckless man, there was no need to fight against them. Hulk, in the state of extreme anger, can reach level 5 combat effectiveness just by relying on his strong defense and brute strength. However, at the moment Hulk was not in the right state, far from reaching his limit, and there was also a feeling of being unable to continue. Because of Tony's appearance, Hulk was not pushed to the limit, so Hulk's final potential was not awakened, Norton guessed. However, these speculations in his mind did not affect Norton's action. Countless particles emerged around him. In addition to the particle shield, he also added a layer of particle membrane on the surface of his body. With this film, when you look at Norton with the naked eye, you can only see a blurry figure, while the electronic device captures a human-shaped mosaic. The impact of today's incident was too bad. He didn't want to be in the limelight, so he hid his appearance in front of the public. He rushed towards the two big men without hesitation, with rocks flying everywhere in his path, and he looked full of momentum. But Norton had no intention of rushing up to fight them, so when they got close, they took action directly, and a large number of particles poured out, entangling the two Hulks. Then the particle flow directly turned into countless chains, trapping them tightly and hanging them in midair out of thin air. Starting from the fingers, every muscle and joint is specially taken care of by the chains, leaving them with no brute force but no way to use it. The best way to deal with such reckless men is to make them unable to use their strength, and then deal with them at will. The two big guys who left Iron Man helpless were controlled by Norton in an instant, but Norton did not stop. A double-edged tomahawk that was larger than the door panel and 4 to 5 meters long gradually formed in Norton's hands. This exaggerated battle axe has a long silver handle and a dark body. The most eye-catching thing is the blue particles scattered on the blade. Norton jumped up with his tomahawk in hand, and the axe blade drew a blue V in the air. Then the abominable arms were cut off cleanly. Bang! The abomination, which had lost both arms, fell to the ground. His eyes were about to burst, but his mouth was tied with chains and he couldn't open his mouth at all. Norton slowly landed, stepping on Abomination's back. "You are a warrior, but unfortunately your brain is not very good. Remember to drink less whiskey in the next life." After speaking, Norton raised his battle axe high. Just as the battle axe was about to fall, a voice interrupted Norton. "Stop, Bronsky is a soldier, you have no right to execute him, please hand him over to us, he should be tried by a military court." Norton turned around and saw that it was General Ross who spoke. He was the only one who had the courage to speak up at this time. His tone was quite polite, but his reasons obviously failed to convince Norton. More importantly, there is no interest relationship between the Carnegie family and the military forces to which General Ross belongs. "Soldier, I didn't see a soldier, I only saw a monster." While speaking, the battle axe fell cleanly and Hate's head rolled to the side. His eyes were still wide open, as if a little unbelievable. It's a pity that he can't even die with his eyes closed. There are no eyeballs in the empty eye sockets, only wisps of light smoke drifting away. In order to ensure that he was completely killed, Norton used high-energy particle flow to completely burn his brain the moment he beheaded him. "Is that okay?" General Ross's face was ashen, but he did not dare to give the order to fire. Norton didn't pay attention to his reaction, and the battle axe and chains disintegrated and recovered. Then, carrying Hulk, who was still bundled into a ball, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. Tony also followed Norton, flew above the clouds, and disappeared from public view. When Tony caught up, Norton expanded the particle shield to include him inside the shield. Then the particle shield changed slightly, and the two of them disappeared into the military Thunder Sky Minister together with Hulk. The storm finally subsided, leaving only a defective body and a smashed street. The Hulk he wanted most was taken away, leaving only the defective corpse. General Ross was very angry, but he could only hold back his anger and command the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. But what he didn't know was that Norton not only took away a Hulk, but also eliminated some unstable factors. Now that Norton has taken action, he habitually cleans up the ends of his actions and leaves no hidden dangers. On a deserted beach, Norton threw the bundled Hulk on the beach. Hulk showed no signs of recovery, so he did not untie him. "Why can't you think about it and provoke this fat green man?" Norton asked Tony. "They are fighting on the streets of New York, threatening people's lives and property. As Iron Man, I cannot stand by and watch." Tony took off his mask and replied righteously, "If this word comes from Captain America, Norton will definitely believe it. If it comes from Tony's mouth, he will raise a question mark. It's several thousand kilometers from the west coast to the east coast, right? Such a coincidence just happened to happen." Regarding Tony, Norton asked himself how much he knew. He would definitely not be patrolling the sky without any problems. At most, after JARVIS retrieves the crisis, it sets off to rush to the rescue. Today's incident, if Tony had set out after it happened, he would never have been able to make it. "Okay, my Mark 12 has just been completed and I'm preparing to test it in actual combat, and it just happened to happen, so Tony changed his reason." Bang! Hulk hit a big hole on the beach and was saved by Tony just in time. "They're all tied up like this, you're still not honest." Norton had no choice but to hang him up again. Looking at Hulk being hung up, Tony asked Norton, "What are you going to do with him?" "Don't ask me about this, you should ask yourself what are you going to do with him?" Norton replied. "Me." Tony instantly understood what Norton meant. He was prepared to throw this trouble on himself. "I'm not interested in him, and I'm not interested in babysitting an unstable guy," Norton explained. Hulk does not have the X gene, which means that his mutation is truly a 1 in a billion miracle. This kind of miracle child has no research value for Norton. He does not lack such an unstable thug or scientist. "Hulk's problem, Norton, can't you really solve it? Don't mutants also have a lot of people with uncontrollable abilities?" Tony asked again. Norton did not answer directly but asked, "How much do you know about Dr. Banner's situation?" "Almost all," Tony replied. Through JARVIS, he already knew about Hulk or Dr. Banner. It was precisely because he understood Dr. Banner's experience that he wanted to help Dr. Banner. Now that you understand Dr. Banner's situation, you should know that Hulk is actually the second personality born of Dr. Banner. Strictly speaking, this is a split personality, a mental illness, and he should see a psychiatrist, Norton suggested. "I think a psychiatrist might not be able to help him," Tony shrugged. From the records he investigated, Dr. Banner had already seen many well-known psychiatrists. If a psychiatrist could help him, this situation would not happen today. At this time, Norton noticed that Banner was beginning to recover, so he removed his restraints, put him down, and threw a set of clothes to him. This is a piece of clothing woven from super elastic fibers that can stretch 100 times. You don't have to worry about bursting when you transform into it. With molecular control, Norton's synthetic materials are no longer limited to metal materials. This super elastic fiber is one of his research results in his spare time. "Thank you," Banner quickly put on his clothes. "Tony Stark, PhD in physics." Tony stepped forward and extended his hand to introduce himself. "Bruce Banner also has a PhD in physics." Banner shook hands with Tony and introduced himself. Norton didn't want to be a maverick, so he also introduced himself. "Norton Carnegie also has a PhD in physics." Norton has not taken a doctorate degree, but with his knowledge base, he can call himself a doctorate in any subject. With Tony interrupting like this, Banner's self-blaming mood decreased a lot. Banner, who does not transform, actually gets along well with Tony. They are both physics geniuses and they get along very well. As a pseudo-genius, Norton can also find their thinking channels. No wonder Tony wants to help Banner. This is probably the sympathy between geniuses, CJFH. They had a great conversation, so the three of them flew back to Tony's mansion together, but early the next morning Banner still said goodbye. "I think I should leave." Tony knew what he was worried about, so he advised, "Dr. Banner, don't worry, Hulk can't hurt anyone as long as Norton is here." But Banner was still a little hesitant. After what happened this time, he was even more afraid of Hulk. "Dr. Banner, if there is anyone on this earth who can solve your problem, it must be Norton," Tony suggested again. As for Dr. Banner's situation, Norton was about to refuse, but seeing Banner's expectant eyes, he changed his words. "I can try." In fact, he also wanted to try to see if he could create a perfect Hulk in advance. Definitely, Norton did not guarantee Banner, but "Dr. Banner, let me explain in advance. I know a little bit about your situation. If you want to solve Hulk's problem, you can only rely on yourself. I can only play a supporting role." "Thank you." Dr. Banner thanked him quickly. In the treatment room prepared by Tony, Dr. Banner was lying on the chair. Norton put his hand on Banner's forehead and said as gently as possible, "Dr. Banner, please relax. I need to know more about Hulk's status." After hearing Norton's words, Banner closed his eyes and tried to relax and not think about anything. but the result was not satisfactory. His nerves were always tense, and he was extremely sensitive to external stimulation, and he could not let himself enter a relaxed state at all. No, there's no way to relax. It's like there's a monster locked up in my heart, and I'm afraid it will jump out as soon as I relax, Banner explained distressedly. Yeah, Norton pondered for a moment and suddenly his heart moved. I know what to do. Chains of different thicknesses were synthesized by Norton, binding Banner tightly so that he could not move a finger. Dr. Banner, you can rest assured now. I guarantee that even if Hulk comes out, he won't be able to move at all. After resolving his concerns, Banner's condition improved a lot, and he began to relax gradually without recurrence. After Banner completely relaxed, Norton's perception penetrated his brain little by little. Then use your own law talisman to resonate with Hulk, and in the process, use the ability of law observation to observe and analyze Hulk's secrets. During this process, Norton tried to be careful not to irritate Hulk. Soon, Hulk's secrets were revealed to Norton bit by bit. As he guessed, Hulk is essentially a combination of law and spiritual will. Even the power of law contained in it has reached level 5, and it is not an ordinary level 5. However, this force of law came too fast and suddenly, and Banner's will was completely unable to bear it. In a state of emergency, Banner split into a second personality to bear the impact of this lawful force on his behalf. The newly born second personality was pure and flawless, so it not only successfully withstood the impact of the power of law, but also integrated this power of law tilde. And anger, Banner's strongest emotion at the time, was integrated into it and became a substitute for will. All these coincidences lead to the result of Hulk. The leader of the power of law has changed from personal will to a single emotion like anger. Therefore, the angrier Hulk is, the stronger his power is. It is not that anger can infinitely increase his power, but the more angry he is, the stronger the power he can exert. Soon after the examination was over, Norton removed the restraints on Banner, woke him up, and told him the results. Doctor. Banner, first of all, I want to tell you that Hulk cannot be killed or expelled. You should have known this. I know, Banner felt a little depressed. Hulk cannot be killed. You have actually been mentally prepared for this fact. Especially after the failure of this trip to New York, he has accepted this truth. Forcibly suppressing Hulk is also not a good idea, Norton continued. Then what should I do? Release that monster completely. Banner lost control of his emotions slightly. Norton didn't want to fight with Hulk anymore, so he stopped provoking Banner and said in a different way, Dr. Banner, did you know? Uncontrollable ability is not uncommon in mutants, it is even a common situation. Mutant, I know. But Hulk, you have also seen the destruction caused by mutant. Banner is still full of fear and self-blame for Hulk. Hulk's destructive power is indeed very strong, but mutant's destructive power is not weak either. Norton showed Banner the impact of Jean Grey's power. Compared with the devastating scene when Jean gets mad, Hulk is just having a small fight, more like a child throwing a tantrum and smashing things. Her name is Jean Grey, a former student of Professor at the climax. Norton pressed pause and began to tell Dr. Banner about Jean Grey's experience. Chin was just a child at the time, unable to control the powerful power of sudden awakening, so she split into a second personality and integrated with this power. Hearing that Chin's experience was similar to his own, Banner's expression became more focused. Professor. So Professor X made a decision to build a fence in Chin's mind to trap her second personality. What's next? Has Chin's problem been solved? Banner's eyes became eager. Chin's second personality has been suppressed, but it has not stopped growing. It should be because it has been suppressed for a long time. Most of the nutrients for the growth of the second personality are negative emotions, so this personality is becoming more and more dark and destructive, until one day, the power of Professor. Banner felt as if he was struck by lightning. After a while he asked a little stiffly, is this the final outcome of Hulk? Norton shook his head and replied, Chin's ability is very strong, but her body is relatively fragile, so Wolverine can finish it for her. Banner understands Norton's consciousness. If Hulk reaches this point, no one can kill him. Soon Banner regained his composure and asked Norton seriously, what should I do? Seeing Banner's state, Norton knew that part of his goal had been achieved. Telling Banner the story of the piano is to dispel Banner's resistance. So far, it seems that he has listened to it a little bit, but it is still unclear how effective it will be. Essentially, Hulk is part of it, and Hulk's power is your power. What you have to do is not to resist and suppress them, but to accept them, integrate them, and finally control them, Norton suggested. Accept, integrate, control. I know. Thank you for your advice, Doctor. Carnegie Banner solemnly thanked City Norton. There's no need to thank you. It's the biggest thank you for you to be able to control Hulk. Norton waved his hand and finally made another suggestion. Please give me flowers. Find a quiet environment. This is bound to be a long process. Don't be impatient. In the end, Doctor. Banner did not accept Tony's invitation and chose to leave alone. He still had concerns. Watching Banner leave, Tony asked Norton, "Do you think Banner can control Hulk in the end?" Banner is still very resistant to Hulk subconsciously. If this resistance is not eliminated, he will not be able to integrate Hulk. Norton replied, "Doesn't that mean your suggestions are useless?" "It's not completely useless. At least it can establish a communication channel between Banner and Hulk so that Hulk won't lose control easily. And with this foreshadowing, when he gets rid of the knot in his heart, it will become easier to integrate Hulk." The battle with Hulk made Tony realize his shortcomings and immediately placed a large order with Norton. This time he probably wants to make a big deal. Norton did not refuse Tony's order, but he still advised him, "Tony, there is no need for you to keep an eye on Hulk. You are not enemies." Although Norton had said it tactfully enough, Tony still grasped the point instantly. "Brother, you think I can't beat that big guy? Hulk's strength, according to our classification, belongs to a level 5 strongman, the same level as me." Norton explained, "The meaning is obvious, you just can't beat that big guy. Is Hulk that strong? How could you easily subdue him in New York?" Tony didn't believe it. Hulk was in some trouble at that time and did not show his strongest strength. Norton explained and then gave Tony a metaphor. "Hulk belongs to the Reckless Warrior and I belong to the Master. Even if we are at the same level, the Reckless Warrior is destined to be beaten by the Master. Master, Warrior." Tony savored these two words carefully, and Jarvis promptly provided many game videos to help him understand. He really wanted to ask Norton, what level of strength did he belong to and what was his position, but in the end I still didn't ask. Norton did not continue to persuade Tony, although he knew that Tony would not give up his plan. After all, it's not Tony's style to take the initiative to admit defeat, and facing up to difficulties is the real Iron Man 9. After leaving Tony, Norton took a trip back to his home in Washington, where he unexpectedly met the visiting General Wilson. A military force headed by General Wilson has a close relationship with the Carnegie family, and General Wilson can be regarded as an elder who watched Norton grow up. Norton poured a glass of wine for General Wilson and then asked with a smile, "Uncle Wilson, is it working time now? Why do you have time to come to my house as a guest? I'm not here for a personal visit today but on business." Wilson said it was business, but his actual actions were not formal at all, no different from visiting a friend. Seeing his attitude, Norton naturally asked casually, "Oh, what's the official business? Were you that person in New York yesterday?" Wilson asked. "It's me." Norton did not deny it. He hid his appearance but did not hide his ability 713. It was not surprising at all that he was recognized by the military. "Rose is unwilling and wants me to hand over Hulk," Norton guessed. After investing so much research and development funds and losing so many outstanding soldiers, he will definitely not be reconciled. Wilson did not deny Norton's speculation, but there was a hint of disdain in his tone, clearly not taking Ross seriously. "Uncle, you're not going to persuade me to hand over Hulk, are you?" Norton asked with a smile. "Absolutely not. Ross did make this request, but I have rejected it for you. This matter will not involve you," Wilson replied. "Uncle, you want Hulk too?" Norton heard the hidden meaning in Wilson's words. Although he was not too enthusiastic, he definitely had this idea. Norton is not surprised that the military covets Hulk. After all, Hulk came from a military laboratory and showed such great strength. Especially the appearance of Abomination makes them more eager. Even if they can't copy Hulk, they can create a weaker super soldier. When Wilson heard Norton's question, he didn't answer directly, but he didn't deny it either. Perhaps Wilson himself did not have this idea, but he could not forcefully suppress the entire military faction behind him. Norton didn't want to affect the relationship between the two parties, so he explained, "Uncle, I have already studied Hulk. His appearance is purely a miracle. The probability of his occurrence is lower than that of X-gene awakening. It is impossible to copy it." Not wanting to continue talking about Hulk, Norton sincerely made a suggestion to Admiral Wilson, "And super soldiers are really not suitable for the military. With such funds and resources, Uncle, you might as well put your heart and soul into making the rapid reaction force you formed a success." Wilson established this rapid reaction force to respond to large-scale crises within the country, so it was also called the Rapid Defense Force. The ostensible purpose of establishing a super soldier team is the same as other forces in the military. Since World War II, the military has invested too much in the super soldier project for decades, and they cannot give up. Wilson shook his head. He is not optimistic about this project either, but he can only represent one force in the military, not the entire military. With today's technology, super soldiers are destined to be a project with high investment and high failure rate. It is impossible to achieve sufficient scale. This is completely inconsistent with the style of the military, Norton suggested. On the contrary, it is a quick reaction force. This kind of force with special equipment, as its core, can maximize the combat effectiveness of an army while maintaining the advantage of army size. Norton, what suggestions do you have for the special equipment of the quick reaction force? Wilson continued to ask, his tone obviously much more eager than before. Sure enough, old age is still hot. Hulk is just a cover. This is Uncle Wilson's purpose today. But after all the talk, why would Norton express his feelings? Carnegie Alloy Company has recently put a batch of new products on the shelves. Uncle, you can send someone to take a look. Stronger materials can make stronger weapons, but this is obviously not enough, so Norton added another chip. In addition, my artificial intelligence research group has recently developed an intelligent fire control system. I hope my uncle can help test it. The so-called intelligent fire control system is actually a product evolved on the basis of the spacecraft fire control system, borrowing its aiming algorithm. In interstellar warfare, the spacecraft wants to hit the enemy at the same high speed at high speed. Manual aiming is obviously impossible, and the reaction speed cannot keep up. Automatic aiming can only be used, and the aiming algorithm must be excellent enough to adapt to the needs of interstellar warfare. The intelligent aiming system developed based on this aiming algorithm is naturally an epic enhancement for automatic weapons. Admiral Wilson left very happy that what he got was even better than expected. Definitely, Norton did not suffer a loss. After all, this was a transaction. After he paid these things, he would naturally get corresponding rewards from the military. And Norton's doing this is also an experiment. No matter how strong the superhero is, there are only so many people, and it is impossible to take care of everyone. That's why Norton wanted to try to arm a strong enough force. We don't expect them to play a key role and turn the tide of the battle around. As long as it can undertake auxiliary tasks such as sealing off the scene and clearing out miscellaneous soldiers, it is enough. Anyway, what Norton paid was dispensable to him. As long as this force can have some effect by then, he will not lose. Norton, our satellite detected large-scale law fluctuations in New Mexico last night. Una handed a report to Norton. New Mexico, the place name gave Norton a familiar feeling. Opening the report, it mainly contained some satellite photos and local introductions. Soon, Norton's eyes stopped on a photo which awakened Norton's memory. Thor's story begins. Seeing the photo where Norton's gaze lingered, Una asked curiously, "Do you know this hammer in 2.0? This satellite photo was taken after dawn today. The resolution is very high. You can clearly identify a hammer in the center of the crater. This is Mjolnir." Norton directly told Una the identity of the hammer, and there was no need to hide it. Mjolnir, Mjolnir. Una is relatively familiar with Norse mythology, but he obviously doesn't believe that the legendary things will appear in the real world. That's right, it is Thor's weapon, Mjolnir, in the legend of Norse mythology, Norton said with certainty. Seeing that Norton was so sure, Una could only choose to believe it, and at the same time she became more and more curious about this legendary thing. So he asked, "Thor's weapon should be an artifact, right? Should we send someone to get it back?" Norton is also curious about the legendary Mjolnir, but ordinary people cannot get Mjolnir back, so he refused. "No need to send anyone, we will go and see it in person this time. I'll make arrangements right away." Una had no objection to this. "No need to call the door back, just prepare an RV, Norton ordered. "But the hammer is right there, no one can take it away, we don't have to worry this time." Norton explained, this arrangement is mainly because Norton wants to go out for a walk and relax. A few days had passed when the two of them arrived in New Mexico in a luxury RV, stopping and stopping along the way like traveling. SHIELD moves really fast. Outside SHIEL D's simple base, Norton stepped on the brakes, then took out an ID and handed it to the agent who came to inquire. "This is SHIELD's high-level consultant certificate. It is something that SHIEL D took the initiative to give to Norton. It can be used in most SHIELD institutions. The most important thing is that it does not have any obligations. It is equivalent to a high-level pass. There are many similar certificates in Norton, such as those from the military, FBI, CIA, etc. All the top agencies in the United States, Norton have similar passes. The temporary base in front of us obviously does not belong to the SHIEL. D. Top secret base, so the agent at the door did not stop him, checked that the certificate was genuine, and opened the door directly to let him through. After finding a place to park the car, Norton and Una just got out of the car and saw Phil Coulson walking towards them. He invited Norton and the two to the temporary base and made 2 cups of coffee himself. "Mr. Carnegie, Miss Una, I'm sorry. The conditions of our temporary base are relatively simple, only instant coffee." Norton took the coffee and didn't dislike it. "The coffee is good. We are curious about that thing that fell from the sky, so we stopped by to take a look." Una directly stated her intention. "We knew very little about that hammer and the testing equipment had no effect on it," Phil Coulson explained. Norton had already expected this answer, so he made a request. "Do you mind letting us see it with our own eyes?" "I definitely don't mind, you two come with me." Phil Coulson immediately stood up and led the way without any hesitation. As a high-level agent, Phil Coulson already has a certain understanding of Norton's identity. Coupled with director Nick Fury's instructions just now, it is naturally impossible for him to refuse Norton's request. Moreover, SHIELD knows very little about this hammer and does not know its importance, so it cannot be kept strictly confidential. Soon, Norton saw Mjolnir lying in the center of the crater. Different from the hammer in the movie, the hammer head of Mjolnir in front of you is larger, and the whole body is covered with mysterious patterns. Even though the charm is restrained, it still looks very extraordinary. "Phil Coulson, evacuate your people." Norton directly commanded Phil Coulson. "Also, turn off the surveillance here." Phil Coulson wanted to refuse. Norton was only a high-level consultant in name only and had no right to interfere with the Bureau's tasks. But then director Nick Fury's voice came from his earphones. "Do as he says." So Phil Coulson had no choice but to do it. Phil Coulson did not make any small moves. Not only did he remove all the agents from the room, but he also turned off all the hidden cameras. Seeing his actions, Norton nodded secretly. No wonder Phil Coulson has a good relationship with various superheroes and knows how to behave. If it were Nick Fury, he would definitely keep it in check. After clearing the place, Norton and Una walked up to the hammer. Phil Coulson also followed, and Norton didn't refuse this time. Una looked at the hammer up and down several times but didn't see anything special, so she asked, "Is this Mjolnir?" "Definitely," Norton nodded affirmatively. At his level of strength, even if Mjolnir's divine power is restrained, he can still feel the powerful power contained in the hammer. "Carnegie consultant, do you know this hammer?" Phil Coulson finally reacted. "Yes, it is the legendary Mjolnir in Norse mythology." Norton replied affirmatively. "Norse mythology, is there really a god in this world?" Phil Coulson was a little unbelievable. He was more willing to believe that the hammer-like thing in front of him was some kind of alien high-tech, and he was not willing to believe that it was a weapon of God. There are so many strange things in this world, isn't it normal for gods to exist? Norton asked rhetorically. As a SHIELD agent, Phil Coulson has a wide range of knowledge and a strong ability to accept. He knew that Norton would not deceive him with such absurd things, so he quickly accepted the setting that God in Norse mythology really exists. Mjolnir, Thor's weapon. As long as you can lift Mjolnir, you can become the god of thunder. Phil Coulson doesn't know much about Norse mythology. Fortunately, the internet is so developed now that he can look up information at any time. However, he can't determine whether these legends are true or false, so Phil Coulson looked at Norton with doubt. Norton shook his head and said, "I don't know much about these. I only know that they live in Asgard, the divine domain. Other legends need to be verified." He has no interest in answering Phil Coulson's questions. What he knew was very limited, and unless he verified it with his own eyes, he was not sure how true the things in his memory were. "At least it says that as long as you can lift Mjolnir, you can become a thunder body." Norton is skeptical. Odin doesn't seem like such a generous person. Norton is more willing to believe that, except for Thor, even if anyone else can lift 207 Mjolnir, they will most likely be struck to death by lightning instead of becoming the god of thunder. So after feeling the powerful power contained in Mjolnir, Norton didn't try it easily, and he didn't have much interest in becoming the god of thunder. The so-called gods are all self-proclaimed by Asgard. In terms of strength, they are not necessarily stronger than the 5th-level mutant. After observing carefully for a while and confirming that Mjolnir was not very aggressive in his current state, Norton reached out and grasped the handle of the hammer. Sure enough, Mjolnir did not fight back directly, nor did he have any other reaction. But when Norton was about to exert force, Mjolnir immediately felt a shock to his consciousness. This impact on consciousness is not strong, and most people cannot even detect it. It is more like a detection program. This impact on consciousness was directly offset by the mental shield blessed by Una without any feedback to Mjolnir. Without feedback, the test will naturally be unsuccessful and Norton will not be qualified. Although Mjolnir did not attack Norton, he did not reduce his own heavy area. The result of Norton's force was that the hammer did not move at all. He increased his strength little by little, but even to his own limit, with nearly 10 tons of strength, he still couldn't shake Mjolnir in the slightest. Is this the weight of the Death Star core? Norton suddenly became curious about the material of the hammer. It's just that the hammer itself has great power, and Norton's power cannot penetrate it. He cannot fully control Mjolnir, and naturally cannot analyze its materials. Pure strength is not enough, so Norton can only use other methods, but he is not sure what the consequences of other methods will be. So he called to Una and Phil Coulson. "You guys step back and I'll try again. Be careful," Una warned. "It's okay, it's just a hammer. Even if it's in the hands of its owner, it can't hurt me, not to mention it doesn't have an owner yet," Norton replied confidently. After the two people retreated, Norton probed his perception into Mjolnir's interior little by little. Perception entering the inside of the hammer is like entering a world of thunder, filled with all kinds of endless thunder and lightning. Then Norton started law observation, and the thunder world instantly changed into countless intertwined thunder laws. In addition, there is a mysterious power that is comparable to the thunder law. The combination of the two powers is the core of Mjolnir's power. This power is the world power of Asgard, Norton guessed in his mind. To Norton's peak, the lightning law did not respond, but the power of the world of Asgard instinctively mobilized the lightning law to start a counterattack. Norton was not polite and directly activated a law rune of his own to suppress the power of law within Mjolnir. The lightning law contained within Mjolnir is very strong, exceeding level 5 and reaching level 6. However, without the support of its master and being far away from Asgard, its power was greatly reduced, and it could not completely expel Norton's power for a while. When Mjolnir and Norton were fighting, sparks of electricity began to appear on the hammer, and the electricity became more intense. Una and Phil Coulson stood aside, staring at Mjolnir intently. "Come again." Norton mobilized the power of the second law rune, superimposed the power of the two law runes, and then pressed down hard. There was a thunderous explosion on the hammer and a strong light flashed at the same time. Una and Phil Coulson closed their eyes involuntarily. When they relieved the discomfort in their eyes and opened them again, they saw Norton playing with the Mjolnir, and the hammer returned to its normal state. "Norton, you actually picked up Mjolnir. Are you now the god of thunder?" Una asked excitedly. Norton shook his head and explained, "I am only qualified to pick it up, but I cannot use its power, so I am not the god of thunder." After picking up Mjolnir, Norton found that his previous guess was correct. Picking up Mjolnir and becoming the god of thunder were two different things. Norton relied on his own strength to forcefully suppress Mjolnir and was qualified to pick it up. However, he could only use it as a hammer and could not completely control it. Naturally, he could not use the power of thunder in it. If Norton wants to fully control Mjolnir and become the god of thunder, he must lift it above his head and withstand the test of thunder. Needless to say, this so-called thunder test must be a trap left by Odin. Definitely, Norton is not without gain. Through this thunder hammer, he can probably estimate Asgard's strength. Thor should have been at level 5 at his peak. Even if he fully controlled Mjolnir, he would not have reached level 6. Mjolnir was a foreign object after all. The father of God Odin must have reached level 6, a level of power similar to Sorcerer Supreme, but it is doubtful how much strength he can still exert now. "It's boring." After playing with it for a while and finding it boring, Norton put Mjolnir back intact and then asked Una, "Do you want to try to lift it?" "Okay." Una grabbed the hammer curiously and tried to pick it up, but the hammer didn't move at all. Then she let go of Mjolnir in disappointment. "It's so heavy I can't lift it." "Feel carefully. When you hold Mjolnir, you should feel an impact on your consciousness. As long as you pass Mjolnir's testing program, you will be qualified to lift it." Norton pointed to Una. "Whether others can pass the test depends entirely on whether their character meets the requirements, but Una is different. She is good at seeing people's hearts. She has reached the 4th level of top-level psychic ability. Norton thought she would be able to trick the test. After hearing Norton's instructions, Una closed her eyes and held Mjolnir in her hands. After waiting for less than 3 seconds, I saw Mjolnir being gently picked up by Una. I succeeded. Una raised the hammer to her chest excitedly. Norton quickly held down her hands. "You can play for fun, but don't raise it above your head." Although Una passed the test of Mjolnir, cheating can be considered as passing, there is still a question mark whether she can become the god of thunder. Anyway, Norton doesn't believe Odin is that generous. It failed the thunder test, and the hammer could not release thunder and lightning in Una's hand, so she put it back after playing with it for a while. At this time Phil Coulson asked, "Carnegie Consultants, aren't you going to take it away?" Norton shook his head decisively and explained, "Odin's things are not easy to get, you can study it, or you can have people try to lift it. But I suggest you, even if someone can pick it up, never lift it above your head, let alone try to take it away. Thank you for your suggestion," Phil Coulson thanked. Norton didn't know if he really listened. Anyway, he had warned them, so even if something happened, he couldn't be blamed. Leaving the room where Mjolnir was, Phil Coulson suddenly thought of the intruder last night. The behavior of the intruder last night seemed funny at the time, but if combined with the information obtained from Norton today, there is obviously something wrong with him. Phil Coulson thought for a moment, but Wang Nuozhao decided to tell Norton about the matter. "Carnegie Consultant, we caught an intruder yesterday and he seems to know this Mjolnir. Is he still here with you?" Norton was surprised that Thor was still here to greet him. "Still next door," Phil Coulson replied. "Okay, let's go over and take a look." Norton asked Phil Coulson to lead the way. Originally, Norton was planning to meet Thor, but now he didn't have to look for him, which saved him a lot of trouble. Thor. Norton asked casually. Seeing Thor's dejected look, he knew that Loki had come to see him. Hearing Norton's question, Thor raised his head in confusion. "You know me." "I definitely know you, Prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson." Norton nodded. "I am no longer the Prince of Asgard, and I am no longer Thor." Thor shook his head sadly. He obviously hasn't recovered from Loki's blow. He didn't even ask about Norton's identity, nor was he curious about why Norton knew his identity. Seeing Thor like this, Norton lost interest in continuing the conversation. "Forget it, let's talk about it next time." When he left, with a flick of his finger, a sunrise mark appeared on Thor's wrist. Thor rubbed the mark on his wrist and found that it couldn't be wiped off, so he ignored it. Judging from experience, this should be a simple tracking mark and harmless. Thor is not surprised that Norton marked him. If outsiders arrive in Asgard, they will also be monitored throughout the process. If it was the old Thor, if someone dared to mark him, he might explode. Unfortunately, the current Thor no longer has that kind of spirit. Norton didn't care about Thor's reaction and walked straight out of the base. It wasn't until he walked outside that Phil Coulson couldn't help but ask Norton, "Is he really the legendary Thor?" "Definitely," Norton nodded affirmatively. He did not explain in detail, but Phil Coulson still believed most of it. After all, as Norton, he would not fool them with such a thing. "I suggest you not to interfere with Thor's affairs. No matter how Odin punishes him, it is just their family matter, and he will always be Odin's son." In the end, Norton left a piece of advice to Phil Coulson. After leaving SHIELD's temporary base, Norton and Una drove to a nearby town and found a place to park with a good view. While setting up the camp, Una asked, "When will we go back?" "Stay for 2 days and we'll go back after the show," Norton replied. Staying here is naturally to ensure that Thor returns to Asgard smoothly. Otherwise, wouldn't the mark left on Thor be in vain? The mark was never meant to be used for surveillance, and Norton had no interest in monitoring Thor. I don't know if it was because of Norton's suggestion that Thor was quickly let go by Phil Coulson. Norton watched him being taken back to the town by Shavig. The next day, before the family drama in Asgard began, Norton saw an unexpected person first. "Tony, why are you here?" Norton asked in surprise. "I'm definitely here to find you, brother, you won't forget, right?" Tony asked. "Forgot something?" Norton looked at Tony confused. Tony had a real JFI expression on his face. "It seems that you have really forgotten. You completely left the energy company affairs to me, but you went out to travel by yourself, brother. You are not enough." In fact, Norton really forgot about the energy company. After he gave Tony the money and drawings, he never cared about the construction progress of the energy company. If Tony hadn't come to him, he didn't know when he would remember to install the equipment. "Okay, after today's scene is over, I will return to New York to install the equipment," Norton assured casually. The core equipment of the 3 buildings is not a big project. Even if it is done by hand on site, Norton does not need much time. Tony didn't notice Norton's assurance, but he instantly caught the point. "A show, what's going on here today?" "You'll find out later." Norton didn't answer. Tony is not as easy to fool as Phil Coulson. A few words will definitely not sway this curious baby, and Norton is too lazy to explain repeatedly. It's better to let him see the facts with his own eyes first, and then it will be much easier to explain. Norton and the others were not kept waiting for too long. Not long after they had eaten breakfast, they saw a sudden gathering of wind and clouds in the distance, and then a colorful beam of light fell from the sky. What is this? Tony immediately put on his armor and flew over to take a look. This thing didn't look like a natural phenomenon, but Norton caught him. It's Bifrost, a device. Bifrost, Einstein-Rosen bridge. Tony thought of the corresponding thing. The principles should be similar, but the technical content is very different. Bifrost is Asgard's artifact and can be teleported to any corner of the universe. Norton explained briefly. He has never seen Bifrost with his own eyes, so he can only explain it according to legend. Asgard, Norse mythology's legendary realm of gods. Tony was still a little unbelievable when he saw the information searched by JARVIS. Norton explained to Tony from a different angle. If it is difficult for you to understand myths and legends, you can also say it another way. Asgard is an alien planet, inhabited by a group of aliens who consider themselves gods. They have an extremely powerful civilization, are famous in the universe, and have left a legacy on the Earth. With this explanation, Tony immediately understood. It turns out they are a group of aliens. Actually, with their race lifespan, personal strength, and science and technology, it's not a bad idea to call them gods. Norton corrected. The Earth is nominally the protectorate of Asgard. It is precisely because of Asgard's protection that no alien civilization dares to invade the Earth with great fanfare. Although what Norton said was true, this fact made Tony feel uncomfortable. Does the Earth still need aliens to protect it? Norton nodded affirmatively. In a sense, yes. It has been like this for thousands of years since Odin became a conqueror. Tony would like to say that the Earth does not need other people's protection, but he is obviously not qualified to say this now. So he did not continue to talk about this issue but shifted his focus to the present. So, what is the situation today? A family drama, an experience arranged by Odin for his son Thor. Norton answered simply. Thinking of Tony's character, he warned in advance, don't take action easily later. Evacuate the people first. Let the rest of the matter be solved by themselves as a family. Will there be a fight later? Why not evacuate the civilians in advance? Tony asked. What reasons did you use to convince them? People from these remote areas are not as easy to talk to as city residents, Norton asked. Liberal democracy is no joke in such a remote place. Without sufficient reasons, even if the army is called, they will dare to take out their guns and resist. Definitely, if enough money is given, these people will definitely cooperate actively, but Norton won't do that. Even if he has more money than he can spend, he won't spend the money in vain. Okay, Tony calculated the town's population and didn't ask for trouble. Anyway, the population of the town is not large, so there was enough time for temporary rescue after the incident. Soon, 4 people in strange clothes walked into the town from the direction where Bifrost fell. Tony saw them from the surveillance equipment just released. Who are they? Thor's friend, here to see Thor. Norton replied, don't worry, it's still early. Waiting until noon, the sky changed again and another rainbow fell, still near the town. Here he comes, it's Odin's destroyer. Norton stood up instantly. As soon as Bifrost disappeared, Norton felt an extremely fiery power which was completely different from the previous Asgard warriors. It's obvious that what was sensed this time must be the destroyer. Tony couldn't sense the destroyer's breath, but he could hear the explosion coming from that direction, see the flames of the explosion, and produce a powerful energy reaction in his body. The 3 of them walked into the town, and Norton reminded, evacuate the people first and don't worry about the destroyers. A few dilapidated houses are worthless. If they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. The sound of the explosion had attracted the attention of the town residents, and the evacuation work did not encounter much resistance. Especially after the destroyer entered the town, everyone started to run away without any persuasion. However, the evacuation work still encountered a little trouble. Tony flying around in the sky in his armor was too ostentatious, attracting the destroyer's attack. Tony's character obviously wouldn't just take a beating without fighting back, so he took the initiative to fly towards the destroyer. I'll hold it back, Norton. You guys evacuate the people as soon as possible. Norton could not leave Tony alone to evacuate the people. Phil Coulson had already arrived with his people anyway, and the evacuation work could be left to them. So Norton flew to the roof with Una to watch Iron Man fight the destroyer up close. Tony is definitely no match for the destroyer, because the weapons equipped on his armor cannot effectively damage the destroyer, and the armor's defense may not be able to withstand the destroyer's attacks. The steel armor is purely technological equipment, and its attack and defense effects on the magic side are very limited. The result was as expected by Norton. Tony could only use flight to dodge the destroyer's attack, and when his attack hits the destroyer, it's almost like a tickle. At best, it can only attract attention. Several Asgard warriors wanted to come up to help, but not only were they unable to help, they were easily seriously injured and knocked down by the destroyer. More importantly, they succeeded in attracting the attention of the destroyer, reminding him or Loki of his main goal. So it no longer cares about Tony's harassment, and instead targets those who have not escaped from the town, such as Professor Shavig and others. It was clearly intended to irritate Thor. Tony took the initiative to block it, but his laser was obviously unable to withstand the destroyer's flames and was directly knocked away. His armor was severely damaged. Now Norton could no longer sit idly by and could only take action to stop the destroyer. Norton waved his hand, and several cars on the street flew up, once again blocking the flames sprayed by the destroyer. At the same time, several houses rose from the ground and instantly reorganized into rocks, hitting the destroyer from all directions. Boom, the rock was easily shattered. However, the destroyer's attack frequency was not high, and only a few rocks were broken, which were then buried by rocks from all directions. Norton did not relax and continued to prepare for the next attack. He did not think that the destroyer would be defeated by such a simple attack. The destroyer is essentially a piece of armor, and it can exert its greatest power when someone controls it. However, even if there is no one to control it, it can barely exert its level 5 combat effectiveness, and because of its special structure, it is more difficult to deal with than ordinary level 5 strong men. In the battle just now, the destroyer didn't show its full strength at all. Sure enough, less than a second after being buried, firelight could be seen faintly coming from the cracks in the rocks. Boom, the pile of rocks exploded suddenly. The force was so powerful that even steel, not to mention rocks, could not withstand it. The burning destroyer stepped out of the flames and became even more powerful. Several alloy spears fell from the sky, penetrated the destroyer, and then twisted together in an attempt to imprison it. The flames on the destroyer's body increased instantly, and the temperature in his body increased sharply. In just 2 seconds, the alloy inserted into his body melted. Shit, magic fire, Norton cursed. Knowing that the destroyer was good at using flames, he deliberately used a high-temperature-resistant superalloy, but it still had no effect. The destroyer's flames were not just high temperatures, there was something else that made Norton quickly lose control of those alloys. While breaking free from his imprisonment, the destroyer also launched a counterattack against Norton, shooting out pillars of fiery fire directly at Norton. Norton didn't dodge. He didn't pay attention to such an intense attack and directly blocked it with his particle shield, but Norton quickly frowned. Whether it is fire or high temperature, Norton can easily absorb it. The key is the special effect attached to the destroyer flame. During the burning process, the particles controlled by Norton will quickly lose control. Fortunately, Norton has enough particles in reserve and can obtain more particles by decomposing matter at any time. He is not afraid of this consumption at all. In fact, Norton did not go all out from beginning to end. His purpose was just to hold back the destroyer without thinking about solving it. It's not bad to keep the stalemate like this. The people in the town will be evacuated soon. Stop. Thor didn't keep Norton waiting. Hearing his voice, the destroyer extinguished the flame first, and Norton did not take the opportunity to fight back. "Thank you for your help, let me solve the rest by myself," Thor said with a free and easy expression. "That's fine, it's all your family affairs anyway. If it doesn't affect innocent people, I won't bother to care about it." Norton nodded to Thor and then flew to Una's side. Tony then landed next to Norton. "What does this kid want to do?" Tony asked. "Soon you'll find out." Norton doesn't spoil anything. "Is he actively seeking death?" More than 100 meters away, Tony's armor still captured Thor's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the destroyer slap Thor away with a slap, and then the fire began to slowly brew in his eyes. "He's dead." Tony looked at Norton. Only Norton could kill Thor at this time. How could Odin's son die so easily? Norton had no intention of taking action. Sure enough, at the critical moment, Mjolnir fell from the sky and blocked the destroyer's attack. Thor then held Mjolnir aloft. The sky was clear just a moment ago, then suddenly dark clouds covered it, and then thunder fell from the sky. Bathed in the thunder, Thor's power of Thor was instantly restored, and he became the god of thunder of Asgard again, and his strength became even greater. Is this solved? Tony was a little unconvinced as he watched Thor eliminate the destroyer with 2 moves. The destroyer is a weapon made by Odin. Do you think he will leave no backdoor? Thor is Odin's son, Norton asked. Tony understood instantly. He was familiar with this matter. The steel armor he made had a backdoor, and there were more than one armor. If someone uses the steel armor he made to deal with him, he can teach them how to behave in minutes. Facing Thor, who had regained his divine power, the destroyer had no power to resist and was easily eliminated by Thor. Mjolnir's restraint on the destroyer was too severe. As soon as Thor hammered it down, all that was left of the destroyer armor was its remains, making it completely impossible to repair it. Especially the most important core of the armor, not even a single fragment was left. However, Norton still collected a third of the remains to study the material composition of this mythical creation. Seeing Norton's actions, Tony was not polite and took away a third of the wreckage. He was also very good at this mythical material. In the end, only 1/3 was left for Shield. As for Thor, this stupid son of a landlord obviously doesn't care about this garbage. 7-2-3 Norton and Tony finished packing their trophies, and Thor just finished saying goodbye and walked towards them. "Thank you for your help," Thor thanked him. "You're welcome, that's what we should do." Norton Carnegie, one of the Earth Asgardians. Norton introduced himself. Tony Stark, Iron Man, one of the Asgardians on Earth. Tony also introduced himself. Thor Odinson, God of Thunder, Prince of Asgard. Thor also introduced himself and then apologized. "I'm sorry for what happened this time. I promise in the name of Prince Asgard that Asgard will compensate for the damage caused to the Earth this time." Norton could hear that there was an anxious mood in Thor's tone, and he was obviously in a hurry to return to Asgard. So he didn't deliberately embarrass Thor. "I accept your promise. Also say hello to God King Odin for me. Thanks for your understanding." Perhaps because he didn't understand Asgard or the relationship between Earth and Asgard, Tony didn't interrupt from beginning to end. It wasn't until Bifrost picked Thor up that Tony asked, "Are we just going to let him go? What else? Fight another fight and force him to stay here? What's the point?" Norton asked and then explained, "Don't worry, Asgard's reputation is not so cheap. As long as nothing happens, he will come back soon to fulfill his promise." Definitely, Norton didn't tell Tony that something was going to happen to Asgard soon. The energy company was in a hurry, so Norton didn't drive or blow the wind when he returned. The door opened 2 portals, and Norton and Tony arrived at Stark Tower in New York City. In a few seconds from New Mexico to New York, Tony was full of curiosity about the portal. "What is the principle of this?" "I don't know." Norton shrugged. "Most of mutants' abilities don't follow scientific principles." After hearing Norton's explanation, Tony complained, "I hate this kind of conceptual creation. Has your Stark Tower been replaced with new energy?" Norton asked, changing the subject. "Yes, this building is now powered by an arc reactor independently. It has been running smoothly for 3 days and the energy supply is very stable." Tony nodded affirmatively. "When will the company be ready to connect to the grid?" Norton asked. "It's definitely not possible now. It will take at least half a year of stable operation before power can be supplied to a small area," Tony replied. "This is Manhattan, New York. Even a minute of power outage will cause huge amounts of economic losses. Capital will not allow him to mess around. Even the Stark Group cannot compete with most of the capital in the United States, so Tony can only test it slowly. The other 3 buildings have also completed acceptance, and they also need to install equipment and start testing as soon as possible," Tony continued. Norton doesn't care when the energy company starts operations. His purpose in joining the energy company is not to make money. However, the equipment should be installed 1 day earlier so that he can rest assured. "In that case, let's go ahead and try to get it done within 3 days. I had forgotten about this before." Norton was not equipped with the corresponding equipment parts, so I could only do it by hand on site. Fortunately, most parts of this batch of equipment only require conventional precision, and only a few core parts require very high precision. Norton's on-site synthesis is also effortless. The first set of equipment took a whole day. Starting with the second set, Norton's efficiency became faster and faster. It only took 2.5 days to complete the installation of the 3 sets of equipment. Then it took another half day to test and adjust the equipment. Everything was done. Exactly 3 days later, Norton looked at Tony and said, "Okay, done. We can arrange for someone to pick it up." During these 3 days, although Tony did not stay around all the time, he often came over to observe the process of Norton's synthesis equipment. The process of growing and molding the equipment bit by bit, and the beauty of precision industry are 2 different styles. He never gets tired of it, and it gave him a lot of inspiration. "I've already informed him he'll be here soon," Tony replied. He didn't expect Norton to be so fast, so he didn't notify him in advance. "Who is it? How dare we, Tony Stark, wait for him?" Norton asked curiously. Given Tony's character, shouldn't he be fired directly for someone who is not at work during working hours and makes him wait instead? Who else besides Pepper gets this kind of treatment? You'll know right away. Tony said he is also a super genius, just a little bit worse than me. In our eyes, Tony, besides himself, is there anyone else who deserves the title of super genius? Norton joked. Tony looked helpless. I admit that I am quite narcissistic, but I am not so arrogant as to be arrogant, okay? His performance made Norton more and more curious. After half an hour, the talent Tony was talking about arrived, a young man who looked very young. As soon as he entered the door, he apologized to Tony. Sorry, Mr. Stark, I kept you waiting for so long. There is a defense at school today. This too. 5 is Norton Carnegie, another partner of the company and a provider of some of the company's energy technologies. Teo Zhong introduced Norton. After hearing Tony's introduction, he immediately apologized to Norton. Sorry, Mr. Carnegie, for keeping you waiting. Tony immediately introduced Norton. This is Reed Charlize, the chief technical consultant hired by the company. Reed Charlize, you haven't graduated yet. Norton's eyes narrowed. Although Reed has not graduated yet, he has already obtained 5 doctorates including high-energy physics, Tony explained for Reed. This was the first time Norton had seen Tony take the initiative to defend the same genius. However, considering the age gap between the two, he most likely regards Reed as a junior worthy of promotion. The name Reed Charlize gave Norton a little guess, so he opened up his vision of time and space. The result was consistent with Norton's guess. He saw the fate track above Reed's head, but this track was not in the main world but in a time tributary. Combined with his name, the significance of this time tributary is self-evident. The appearance of Reed allowed Norton to accidentally discover a new branch of time, but he did not go there rashly. Anyway, Reed has already appeared, and he is in his own company. This time tributary will be the same whether he goes early or late. The most important thing for Norton now is to wait for Asgard's response. He wasn't sure when there would be a response, so he could only wait for now. Thor in Asgard. Thor at the moment is also thinking about Earth. Originally, according to his plan, he would end things in the gods' domain and return to Earth immediately. On the one hand, it is to fulfill the promise to Jane, and on the other hand, it is to fulfill the promise to Norton and the others. Unfortunately, after everything settled, Bifrost was damaged and the repair period was long. He found that he could no longer fulfill the promise he made on Earth. 3 days have passed and Asgard is still a mess. This trial has made Thor grow a lot, but his management ability is still lacking and he needs time to learn. Fortunately, Odin woke up today and someone cleaned up the mess in Asgard, so Thor had some free time and had time to miss the Earth. At the end of the night's banquet, Odin gave Thor a private education from his old father. Thor also told Odin his experiences on Earth. It was only after Norton's greeting at the end that Odin noticed the mark on Thor's wrist. This is the Asgardian mark of that Earth, Thor explained. In fact, if Odin hadn't discovered it, Thor would have forgotten the mark Norton left on his wrist. Thor tried again and found that he still couldn't get the mark. He could clearly see the mark, but he couldn't feel its existence. So he asked Odin, what does this mark do? This mark, which left Thor completely helpless, was easily picked off by Odin, and he quickly analyzed the mark's purpose. This is a positioning mark that has not yet been activated and can be used as a space beacon. The moment he got the mark, Odin already understood Norton's purpose of leaving the mark. It was a request for a visit. He did not choose to destroy the positioning mark but chose to activate it. Although Asgard has experienced some changes, it still doesn't make people afraid to visit. On Earth, Norton felt the space beacon he left behind being activated and immediately realized that Odin had agreed to his visit, so the space channel was quickly opened. Visit the god King Odin and learn about the current situation of Odin and Asgard. This is why Norton went to New Mexico to get involved in Thor's plot. Also, the protector of the Earth, Odin the Conqueror, is as famous as the Supreme in the universe. The deterrent power of the Ancient One magician is only aimed at the top powerhouses in the universe, while the deterrent power of Odin is equally effective against aliens large and small in the universe. Even the famous Thanos, before the fall of Odin, only dared to send cannon fodder to test, but did not dare to take action himself, nor did he dare to send out his close men. After Odin died, he sent out his army and attacked the Earth directly. So Norton wanted to see if Odin could be saved, and if he could be given a few more years to live and gain a few more years. What Norton lacks most now is time. From the moment he traveled to this world, he was seizing every opportunity to become stronger. Now he is confident that he can survive Thanos' snap of his fingers, but he can't guarantee that others can also survive it. Especially the parents in this life, the Nova team, the children and teachers of Carnegie Mutant Academy, etc. After decades of love, Norton couldn't just sit back and watch them be wiped out by Thanos. So Norton needs more time to become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone he cares about, strong enough to defeat or even kill Thanos. Odin and Thor stood side by side outside the space passage, but as soon as Norton walked out of the passage, his eyes were instantly attracted to Odin. Powerful like a vast and majestic world, this is the first feeling Odin gave Norton. Norton is also a top-level 6 expert, but he has never felt this feeling from the Ancient One magician. Was this a show of force, or was Norton hesitant to draw a conclusion? He first closed the space channel and then performed a basic courtesy. "I have met God King Odin. You're welcome, young Earth Asgardian." Odin sounded like a kind old man. The name Earth Asgardian also means that Odin recognizes Norton's strength. But Odin's aura has not changed, and Norton still feels huge amounts of pressure. It was obvious that he was not targeting Norton intentionally, which meant that he could no longer completely contain his momentum. Norton couldn't help but feel a little heavier. Faced with strong pressure from Odin, Norton took the initiative to express his intention. "Ever since I learned about the existence of Asgard from the Sorcerer Supreme, I have always wanted to see the legendary divine realm. I hope the God King will not be offended by my rash visit this time. As an Asgardian of Midgard, you are entitled to visit God's realm at any time," Odin replied. Norton and Odin exchanged some more information about the current situation of the Earth, before Thor found the opportunity to interject. "Sorry, Norton. The Bifrost of God's domain 747 was destroyed, and the compensation I promised to the Earth may now be broken." "It doesn't matter, there are no casualties anyway, it's just some ordinary houses, Thor, you don't need to care." Norton said he didn't care. "Just kidding, this is a good opportunity to sell favors to God King Odin, how could you miss it? Definitely the casualties of the SHIELD agent were selectively ignored by Norton. However, Norton's little thought could only fool Thor, and Odin saw through his thoughts at a glance. He immediately taught Thor, "Thor, as a qualified king, you must abide by the promises you make. No matter what the reason is, it cannot be used as an excuse to break the promise." After teaching Thor a lesson, Odin said to Norton, "As compensation for Asgard's failure to fulfill its promise, you can choose any treasure from my treasure house." "The legendary Odin treasure house?" Norton asked expectantly. He was also full of curiosity about the legendary Odin treasure house. Legend has it that every treasure in Odin's treasure house is a trophy brought back by Odin from various worlds, and every piece is a rare treasure. Norton really wanted to know if this was an exaggeration. "That's right, it's the legendary Odin treasure house." A rare look of pride appeared on Odin's face. He was obviously very proud of his past achievements. "Thank you, God King, for your generosity." Norton still accepted the compensation. Odin had already taken out the treasure house to collect it. If he refused again, he would appear to be ignorant of current affairs. "You deserve this," Odin called to Thor. "Thor, take Norton to the treasure house." "Okay, father." Thor also looked at Norton with envy. He often visited Odin's treasure house, but he didn't have many opportunities to get things from it. Odin's treasure house is very large, far larger than Norton expected. The number of treasures collected is quite large, and each item is extraordinary. "This is the legendary Odin treasure house, but it's not entirely my father's personal trophies." As soon as he entered the treasure house, Thor became a little excited. Norton casually picked up a long sword, which was placed in the most conspicuous place at the door. The long sword is inlaid with various bright gems, which looks very gorgeous, and you can feel the exhilarating power when you hold it in your hand. "This is the king's sword. It was once the sword of a king. It can enhance the strength of the holder and boost the morale of the army. It is me," Thor introduced. "A very beautiful long sword." Norton put it back into place. The sword's effect on him was so small that it was negligible. Taking 2 steps forward, Norton noticed another scepter inlaid with a stone eye. This scepter was also very conspicuously placed. "This is the charm scepter. It has the power of charm. It comes from a primitive tribal priest. He once used this scepter to control a large number of animals and set off a huge beast tide," Thor continued to introduce. Norton didn't pick up the scepter. He could feel the charming power emitted by the stone eye. Its intensity was very average, so it was only effective on ordinary creatures. Norton has become disdainful of these collections on the periphery of the treasury. The only treasures that can catch his eye are the treasures displayed alone in the deepest part of the treasury. Norton walked deep into the treasure house and asked, "Thor, these are your trophies, right? Are you very proud of this?" "I used to be really proud of this." After every battle, I would pick out the most gorgeous trophy and place it in the most conspicuous place in the treasure house Tilda. Thor replied calmly, I am still proud of this. A qualified king should not take the initiative to provoke war, but he will not be afraid of war. These treasures are all trophies I obtained in the war against the rebellion. Being able to say these words, it can be seen that this blow has indeed made him grow a lot. Soon Thor took Norton to the deepest part of the treasure house, where every treasure was individually suppressed and protected by the power of Odin's treasure house. This is the real essence of Odin's treasure house. Although there are not many treasures, each one is the most cherished treasure in the universe. Thor introduced with a proud face, the monument of life and time, the relic of Atlantis. Legend has it that it records the ultimate secret of the evolution of life. The first thing that catches the eye is a slightly broken stone tablet. It seems to have no mysterious power, but is engraved with countless mysterious symbols. Norton walked to the stone tablet and carefully observed the symbols on the stone tablet. If there is really the ultimate secret of the evolution of life, it is probably hidden in these mysterious symbols. Thanks to Sorcerer Supreme's rich collection of books, Norton has learned a large number of ancient and mysterious languages, raising his linguistics to level 5. But even level 5 linguistics cannot decipher the meaning of these symbols, as if they are just meaningless graffiti. If it couldn't be deciphered, why would Asgard treasure this broken stone tablet so solemnly? This question flashed in his mind, and Norton subconsciously turned on lore observation. Instantly, a large amount of information was printed into Norton's brain. The sudden onslaught of information was not pleasant, and it took a while for Norton to sort out the information printed into his brain. Norton kept observing the whole process. Thor did not notice anything unusual about him and did not know that he had obtained all the secrets of the stone tablet. But seeing Norton observing for so long, Thor was curious. Do you recognize these symbols? I don't know. They don't look like symbols with actual meaning, more like random doodles of some naughty kid. Norton shook his head. I think so too. No one in Asgard except my father knows this symbol. Thor nodded in agreement. Symbols indeed have no meaning. What is meaningful is the legal information hidden in the symbols. The information compiled based on the law of the universe does not have any language barriers. As long as the law can be directly analyzed, the meaning conveyed can be easily understood. It's just that directly analyzing the law is not a simple condition. Either you have the relevant special ability, or your strength must reach level 6. Thor or Odin's introduction to the stone tablet was not an exaggeration. It does record the secrets of life evolution, which is enough for people to evolve from genetically healthy to perfect life. However, this information is basically useless to Norton, because most of it is already known to him. The evolutionary method recorded on the stone tablet is very simple, which is to use the power of law to optimize one's own genes, and slowly optimize one's own genes to a perfect state. This kind of genetic optimization has no side effects, and the results of genetic optimization can be inherited, which is evolution in the true sense. The only trouble is that it needs to be guided by the power of law, and the disadvantages are also obvious. Evolution takes a long time, which can take hundreds or even thousands of years. The information on the stone tablet is also useless to the current Asgard. Norton guessed that Asgard must have already used the above method to complete the genetic optimization of the race. In this process, most of them relied on the power of the entire world of Asgard. Odin has lived for thousands of years. Ordinary Asgard civilians also have a lifespan of hundreds of years. Asgard considers itself a god, etc. Most of these things originated from this. The monument of life and time was not what Norton needed, so Norton ignored the monument and continued to look down. Soon Norton saw something very familiar, an unrestricted glove. Thor immediately introduced, "This is the Infinity Gauntlet. I don't know its specific effects. Father never lets us touch it." "What a nice souvenir," Norton commented. A brief inspection of the right-hand Infinity Gauntlet convinced Norton that it was not real. To be more precise, it's a half-truth. The gloves are real, but the infinite gems embedded on them are fake. The eternal flame, the source of power of the flame giant Surt. Thor continued to introduce the next treasure. Norton can feel the flames condensed in the flames. The law is not violent or strong, but it has a hint of immortality. This characteristic of immortality is very strange. It is not like law, but it is more mysterious than law and cannot be analyzed at all. Norton is not someone who likes to get into trouble. He was sure that his current strength could not analyze the eternal fire, so he stopped wasting time. Behind the fire of eternal marks is the ice box. which was originally the most closely guarded. Compared with the previous ones, this one has greater destructive power, and Norton can clearly feel the huge ice lore and energy in it. If you fully control this treasure box, it can exert a power comparable to level 6, and freezing the planet is not impossible. This is the ice box, the source of power for the giants of Jotunheim. Thor's voice was a little low as he stroked the ice box. In a sense, it can also be said that this treasure box was the trigger of tragedy and the direct cause of his losing his brother. Seeing Thor's performance, Norton thought of a question he had always wondered. Why did Thor still want to believe that Loki betrayed Thor again and again and regarded him as his love? Loki has been playing pranks on Thor since he was a child. Has he gotten used to it? Or is he suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? After introducing the treasures, Thor asked Norton, "These are the most precious treasures in Odin's treasure house. Which one do you want?" "That's it." Norton glanced at several treasures and finally picked up a glove. Seeing the collection Norton chose, Odin asked, "Are you sure you want to choose this glove? It's just a powerless souvenir." Odin did not conceal the fact that this infinity gauntlet was a fake. Otherwise, where would Asgard's face be if word spread? 353. I know this infinity gauntlet is a fake, but the other treasures are not what I need, so this souvenir is more valuable. Commemorative significance. Norton replied affirmatively. Although there are many treasures in Odin's treasure house, there are only a few that can catch Norton's eyes. Similar to Ice Box, although it is very powerful, its power is not suitable for Norton, so he will naturally not choose it. The information on the Monument of Life and Time has been completely obtained, and there is no need to take away the originals. The Eternal Fire. Norton really wanted it. He was very interested in the Eternal Fire properties of the Eternal Fire, but the Eternal Fire is a key item in Asgard Ragnarök, and Norton is unwilling to get involved in this trouble, nor does he want to test Odin's bottom line. Odin's time is running out, but at this time he becomes more dangerous, so Norton's final choice was the Infinity Gauntlet. The infinite gems inlaid on it were fake, but the gauntlet was originally real. As the brainchild of the dwarf family, the glove is capable of carrying infinite gems. Norton is very interested in its material and its casting technology, and if you take it back and modify it, the Infinity Gauntlet may not be useful. Seeing that Norton knew the authenticity of the Infinity Gauntlet, Odin didn't say anything more. After all, even if the gauntlet was a fake, its value was not low, and it was more than enough compensation. "Thor, go help your mother prepare the banquet." Odin found a reason to send Thor away. "Okay, father." Thor didn't linger or ask any more questions. Thor left as only Norton and Odin were left in the palace. "As guardian of Earth, if you have any questions, you can ask them now." Odin's tone became quite formal. "Your Majesty the God King, I have received news that Thanos is preparing to attack the Earth. I wonder if you know the inside story?" Norton asked directly. Odin is the nominal protector of Earth, and Norton has reason to ask him about this. In the universe, Asgard's news channels are obviously wider, and it knows more information. The rise of Thanos should be after Odin's swords and guns are put into storage, but given Thanos' behavior, Asgard will definitely focus on collecting information about him. Norton needs this information. "Thanos, I know." Odin nodded slightly and continued. "He is an eternal relic, one of the new generation of cosmic powerhouses, a pursuer of the infinite gems. His target is the infinite gems hidden on the Earth, but as long as Asgard is still there, he will not dare to take action against the 9 realms. Odin indeed knew Thanos very well and knew his plan, but he obviously had no idea of cutting out this hidden danger in advance. "I don't know if he is really kind or if he is beyond his capabilities. What if you are no longer here?" Norton boldly asked Jaff. The atmosphere in the hall solidified instantly. After a while, Odin finally spoke. "Even if I am gone, there will be others who will stand up to protect the peace of the 9 realms. After all, he didn't get angry because of this offense. "I know, His Majesty the God King." Norton didn't ask any more questions. He had already guessed the rest of the answers. When he returned to Earth, Norton felt a little heavy. Although he only stayed in Asgard for less than a day and had less time to contact Odin, he already had a basic understanding of Odin's current state. Odin's time is numbered. However, the reason why Odin's time is running out is not that his lifespan is exhausted, but that his body and soul can no longer withstand his increasing power. Odin's power comes from Asgard. Over thousands of years, Asgard's original power has been completely integrated into his body and soul, and cannot be separated at all. There is a limit to a person's carrying capacity, but there is no upper limit to the power of the world. Asgard's power became stronger and stronger over time, beginning to exceed Odin's endurance limit, and his burden naturally became greater and greater. Norton is very suspicious that this is the reason why Odin, the original conqueror, stopped his campaign. But even if Odin stopped fighting, Asgard's reputation has been established, and its power is still growing stronger amid peace and prosperity. Up to now, Odin has had to resort to sleep to relieve this pressure, but even so he is gradually approaching his limit. In this current state, Odin is beginning to be unable to fully restrain his power. He can't do it easily. Once he does it, he may lose control of his power and reduce his limited time. If he takes action with all his strength and the power that has been dormant in his body explodes, Odin will fall into a complete sleep after the battle. Norton can't help Odin at all in this state. There are only two ways out he can think of. Or Odin himself goes one step further. As long as he can cross the bottleneck and reach level 7, it will be a piece of cake to carry the original power of Asgard, but this is obviously a dead end. Even Odin couldn't take this step when he was at his peak. Now in his lingering state, it is naturally even more impossible for him to take this step, or find a substitute to carry part of Asgard's original power for Odin. The only person qualified to help Odin share the power of Asgard is his son Thor, but Thor's current strength is obviously far from enough to carry Asgard's power, even just a part of it. Thinking of this, Norton suddenly understood. No wonder Odin is so impatient to train Thor. However, the hope of this road is also very slim. After this experience, Thor's will was sublimated, and his divine power was only increased to level 5. But if you want to carry the original power of Asgard, you need at least level 6 strength. Level 6 is already the standard for strong men in the universe, and most level 5 strong men will not be able to reach it in their lifetime. Those who have reached the 6th level of the universe when they first crossed this obstacle, they all spent a lot of time, tens to hundreds of years at least, and Odin obviously didn't have that long to wait for Thor to grow up. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. Norton's will become stronger. Norton doesn't want to experience the tragic infinite war, so he can only improve his strength as much as possible before Thanos arrives. There is an opportunity to improve his strength now, and Norton is not prepared to delay it. But before leaving, Norton handed the envelope he brought back to Butler Miles and asked him to help mail it. This letter was given to Jane by Thor after getting rid of Norton. In fact, Thor originally wanted to return to Earth with Norton and visit his little girlfriend in person. But the current state of Asgard, as the Prince of Asgard, it is impossible for him to leave, so he can only regretfully miss this opportunity to return to Earth. This time it is a modern society with developed internet, which is very convenient for Norton to act. He first gets himself a completely legal temporary identity to facilitate his activities in the next period of time. The next step is to determine the current time node of this time and space in order to arrange the next plan. It is not difficult to determine the time point. Before Reed Richards became Mr. Fantastic, he was already well known as a super genius. Norton quickly found Reed's recent itinerary from the internet. He has not yet broken up with the space agency or contacted Victor. In other words, there are at least a few months before the plot officially begins. Norton quickly determined the current time point. This is definitely good news for him, and he has enough time to prepare. For this time tributary, Norton's first goal is naturally the world feedback of space-time integration. In addition, he is also curious about the solar storm that created the Fantastic Four. At that time, there were 5 people who encountered the solar storm. As a result, all 5 mutated at the same time, and the Ministry of Security succeeded. This 100% success rate successfully aroused Norton's curiosity. Integrating time and space requires a medium. Not surprisingly, the genetic samples of the Fantastic Four should be sufficient as a medium, but the genetic samples before their mutation most likely will not. So Norton quickly decided on his plan for level 1, go into space with Reed and the others. This is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only get close contact with and study solar storms, but also obtain the mutated genetic samples of Reed and others as soon as possible. During the time when Reed and the others were comatose, Norton was able to obtain the mutated genetic samples of the 5 of them without anyone noticing. But it's not easy to go to space with them. Norton continues to think about solutions. Although he can fly into space by himself, it is troublesome to grasp the exact time and place. It is easier and easier than taking a ride. Anyway, this is just a tributary of time. As long as he can achieve his goal, Norton doesn't need to find too many things for himself. It's best if you can have S*X for free. Mr. Morgan, why do you want to invest in my personal studio? Reed acted calmly when faced with the sudden investment. Morgan is Norton's new identity, an unlucky guy who just inherited a billionaire. He is about the same size and age as Norton, and he happens to have a lot of money. It fit Norton's plan perfectly, so Norton just replaced it. As for the difference in appearance, synthesizing a human skin mask that looks just like the real thing is a very simple matter for Norton. It is not only invisible to the naked eye, but also cannot be detected by technological equipment. After settling on his identity, Norton relaxed and waited for opportunities. It was only when Reed had a falling out with the space agency, lacked research funds, and failed to seek investment that he was desperate for research funds that Norton took the initiative. Because you are a true genius. Even if you don't make money now, you will certainly not lose money in the future, Norton replied. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Morgan. Reed showed a confident smile, then lowered his head and started to look at the contract prepared by Norton. As a super genius, Reed's legal attainments are no worse than those of professional lawyers. Norton did not rush Reed. What he gave was real money and a very standard investment contract. Please give me flowers. The investment conditions given in the contract are not very good, but they are definitely not bad. The most important thing is that the leadership of the studio is still in Reed's own hands. This condition gave Reed, who was short of research funds, no reason to refuse. Sure enough, after watching the cooperation, Reed had a smile on his face. Seeing this smile, Norton knew that the matter was settled, so he stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation, Dr. Richards. Good cooperation, Mr. Morgan. Reed signed his name on the contract, then stood up and shook hands with Norton. Since then, Norton has become the majority shareholder of Reed Studios. With the name of this shareholder, the rest of the things will be much easier to handle. At least after the plot begins, he can follow him into space legitimately. Norton soon discovered that investing in Reed Studio had more to gain than just this. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected harvest. Although the overall technological level of this time tributary is similar to that of the main world, Reed is a super genius, and many of his research results are very advanced. It brought a lot of new knowledge to Norton. Although it was not enough to make a qualitative change in one of his subjects, it was better than nothing. This is an unexpected surprise. Other things were also developing according to Norton's plan. Just a few days after he became the majority shareholder of the studio, Reed came to him with a research plan. Morgan, this is my research plan for level 1, and it is also my lifelong ideal. Norton listened to Reed's introduction while flipping through his plan. It was soon determined that it was the research project related to solar storms that Reed wanted to join. However, Norton's expression remained unchanged and he said, "It's a very thoughtful research and a great ideal. I can invest in it." Reed instantly said excitedly, "That's great, thank you for your support." But Norton interrupted his words of thanks. "I can invest 200 million in cash, but this amount of money is obviously not enough to complete your research plan, so you still need to find at least one larger partner, Reed quickly calmed down. His research plan required a lot of funds, and the funds alone were not enough. He also needed key technical support. Thinking of this, Reed said, "We really need a partner, but Morgan, your support is also important. With Morgan's funding, he can start preparatory work in advance, and it will be more advantageous to find subsequent collaborators. It's up to you, Reed, to find collaborators. After all, as the project sponsor, you know better what technical support our project needs," Norton said. Norton is too lazy to interfere in this matter. There is no other reason than pure laziness. This matter will obviously not go smoothly. After all, there are only a few companies that can provide sufficient financial and technical support, and Reed's choices are very narrow. It took half a month for Reed to find a partner willing to invest, but the final negotiations required Norton's presence. Seeing the 9-foot-tall steel statue in front of him, Norton instantly realized that Reed had finally found Victor 467, but Norton wasn't surprised by the result. There are only a few companies and institutions that can provide technical support to Reed. Apart from the space agency, Victor's technology company can provide the most superior technical support, because Victor has an existing space station that can be used as Reed's research site. With Reed's character, he would definitely choose the best one for the sake of smooth research, even if he had not had a good relationship with Victor. In addition, there is an important member of the Fantastic Four who is working as a secretary for Victor. How can we get the Fantastic Four together without cooperating with Victor? 70%, this is my bottom line. Victor was very strong. The conditions given were very harsh. He wanted to take away 70% of the entire project's proceeds, leaving only 30% for Reed and Norton. Even if he provides 800 million in funding and aerospace technology support, it is still considered a big deal. This condition is too harsh, Reed also wanted to argue. He didn't want Norton, who invested in him, to suffer a loss at the critical moment. If Victor's plan is followed, Norton's 200 million investment will only get 10% of the income, and he will not have the right to intervene in the project operation. Until now, Norton has not spoken and seems to be very hesitation. In fact, he doesn't care about the so-called project benefits at all. This project will eventually drive Victor into bankruptcy, so how can there be any benefits? Seeing that the fire was almost done, Norton made a condition. I can only take 10% of the share, but I have a condition. What conditions? Victor asked with a smile. I want to go to the space station with you. I have always dreamed of seeing real space. With your company's aerospace technology, it won't be difficult to take one more person with you, right? Norton asked. Victor looked into Norton's eyes as if he wanted to see through Norton's true thoughts. Norton showed no sign of weakness and continued to look at him. Mr. Morgan, the cost for us to send a person to space for sightseeing is not cheap, Victor said. The money I gave you was pretty good, right? Norton asked. I can bring you one. Victor finally nodded and agreed. Compared with the $200 million invested by Norton, the cost of taking him to the space station is completely negligible. As long as the flight's carrying capacity is not exceeded, the cost of one more person will not increase much. In the end, the space trip changed from 5 people to 6 people. The contract was signed, the project was officially on track, and Reed began busy preparations before going into space. Apart from doing some adaptive training, Norton is still very leisurely and doesn't have to worry about anything. The preparation time is not long after all. The solar storm waits for no one. Reed and the others need to rush to the space station before the solar storm arrives to complete the preliminary preparations for research. Fortunately, this time, because of Norton's investment, Reed started the preliminary equipment very early, so the preparations were not too rushed. In the end, the 6 people arrived at the space station smoothly as planned. There are only 6 of us on this space station. After entering the space, Norton found that there were no other staff here. There were originally several astronauts maintaining the space station, but they have evacuated early. Currently, the space station cannot carry too many people, Victor explained. Which part of the space station has the best view? Norton asked again. He didn't want to get involved in Reed's work, even though he was no worse than them in terms of knowledge. There is an observation deck below. Victor took Norton to the observation deck below the core module and opened the protective shield outside the observation deck for Norton, so that he could look at the stars and overlook the Earth. Since signing the contract, Victor's attitude towards Nuo has been obviously much more enthusiastic. The reason why he did this is that Norton also knows that Victor is planning to launch a space tourism project, and Norton can be regarded as the first order and the best advertisement. How do you feel, Morgan? Victor asked Norton. Beautiful, shocking. Norton had a shocked expression on his face, as if he was truly amazed. Definitely, Norton's expression is not entirely a performance. The scenery in front of him is indeed beautiful. Even if he has seen it many times, he will still feel shocked and amazed. Victor, I have to say that you are very good at business. The space tourism project will definitely become a big hit. Anyway, I was idle, and Norton started chatting with Victor. Suddenly, an alarm sounded throughout the space station, and Victor's expression changed instantly. Norton immediately said, Victor, go and do your work, just let me stay here by myself. It should be safe here, right? This is the safest place in the entire space station. Morgan, wait a moment. Victor closed the shield and left in a hurry. What secrets does the solar storm hold? Norton turned to the direction of the solar storm. He had already sensed the arrival of the solar storm, but it was very different from what he expected. This solar storm gave Norton the feeling of being majestic and active. Even before it arrived, the power of law in his body became active. This is obviously not an effect that a natural phenomenon can have. Blindly questioning, Norton opened a hole directly, walked directly into space, and then restored the protective shield. Norton avoided the field of view of the people above. The space station surveillance did not control 3-3. He had a way to prevent the cameras from capturing him. As the solar storm approached, Norton's feelings became clearer and clearer. He did not feel the power of law, but the energy felt higher than the power of law. This feeling is a bit similar to world feedback. Norton quickly found a more similar feeling. It's also very different. But just because of the similarity with the feedback from the world, Norton did not choose to avoid the solar storm. Kangxi took the initiative to absorb the mysterious energy emperor contained in the Shisi solar storm. As soon as this energy entered the body, it was directly integrated into Norton's law talisman, and Norton's eyes instantly lit up. Feeling the changes this energy brought to the talisman, Norton stopped hesitating and began to absorb the mysterious energy contained in the solar storm. The origin of the world. This is the only name that Norton thought of that can accurately define that mysterious energy, because this energy is obviously at the same level as world feedback, also originates from the world, and is also a completely beneficial positive force. The most important thing is that this energy can evolve law, allowing Norton's law symbols to improve themselves. The perfect law information completely matches Norton's original law symbols. This is really a huge amount of surprise, completely unexpected surprise. Solar storms come and go quickly. But Norton had no regrets, because the mysterious energy contained in the solar storm had been completely absorbed. Most of them were absorbed by Norton, while Reed and the other 5 absorbed only a small part. Returning to the space station, Norton immediately checked on Reed and their status. There was no accident, all 5 people were unconscious. They were originally ordinary people who could never withstand the impact of the solar storm. However, due to the integration of the origin of the world, they simply fell into a coma, as expected of the protagonist. Norton sighed. Even if he stole most of the world's origin, the 5 people's absorption of the world's origin still reached the limit that their bodies could bear. Norton 29 collected blood samples from 5 people one by one. During the solar storm, the genes of the 5 people had been recombined, but it would take some time for the genes to be fully expressed. There are still residual world origins in their bodies, which is enough to ensure that there will be no accidents in the gene expression process. After getting the blood samples, Norton also made a copy of the data from all the experimental equipment on the space station, preparing to study it himself when he returns. The goals have been completed, Solar Storm has been contacted, and the genetic samples of the Fantastic Four have been successfully obtained. Norton is not going to continue acting with Reed and the others, so the identity of Morgan naturally has no meaning in continuing to exist. After the integration of time and space, everything that happens in the time branch will be meaningless, so Norton doesn't care whether he has a good relationship with Reed or the others. As a result, the 5 Reeds were successfully rescued and returned to Earth, while Morgan became the only missing person in the solar storm accident. Reed didn't find Morgan after he woke up, so he went to ask Victor, "Victor, where is Morgan? Why didn't I see him?" He is missing. When the rescue team arrived at the space station, they only found the damaged observation deck, not Morgan himself nor his body. He didn't even leave any remains. Victor replied, "How could it be? Nothing happened to any of the 5 of us, so why was only the observation deck damaged and only Morgan had an accident?" Reed didn't want to believe Victor's explanation. Victor was troubled at the moment and did not give Reed a good look. Solar storm ablation, cosmic garbage impact. Who knows why? With the failure of the project and Morgan's disappearance, Victor's company is already in jeopardy, and he is facing more than just the problem of shareholder withdrawal. The most important thing is the impact of Morgan's disappearance, which caused his company's stock price to plummet, and there was no way it could stop it. Without shareholders withdrawing their capital, he would soon be completely ruined. After all, missing is only an official statement. Everyone knows that missing in space basically means death. Ordinary accidents and fatal accidents have completely different impacts. Victor's explanation obviously did not satisfy Reed. "Victor, do you have any other clues? Morgan is my partner, and I can't let him disappear so mysteriously." Victor was very impatient about this and threw a hard drive directly to Reed. "If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. This is all the surveillance data on the spacecraft and the rescue video of the rescue team." In fact, Victor hopes Morgan is still alive more than Reed does, because that means there is still a possibility of recovering his company's stock price. So he had watched these videos more than once. Before the solar storm came, Morgan was always there. After the solar storm passed, Morgan disappeared and the observation deck was damaged. During the duration of the solar storm, the monitoring equipment happened to be affected and failed, leaving no image records. The rescue team searched every corner of the space station, but also failed to find the 6th person. The person they identified as missing was Morgan. No, it should be Norton. In fact, he had already returned, abandoned his identity as Morgan, and returned to the safe house he built. The Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom's genetic samples are enough to serve as a medium to integrate time and space. However, Norton was not in a hurry to return to the Lord. He planned to stay for a while to digest what he had learned from the solar storm. Anyway, after reaching level 5 in time and space, and being able to make time and space beacons, Norton can already anchor the time of return. Although there is a close connection between the time tributaries and the main stream, it is difficult to make the time between the two spacetimes relatively static, but it is enough to limit the return time to a very short period of time. No matter how many years I spend here, the return time will not exceed a few days. This is tantamount to extending the limited time of the main world, and Norton just needs more time to grow. Definitely, Norton cannot delay indefinitely. If you delay for too long, accidents may easily occur. If you cannot return by then, it will be more of a loss than a gain. Instead of paying attention to external matters, Norton focused all his attention on digesting the gains from this solar storm. After the power of creation is absorbed into the law rune, it will automatically work. It does not directly increase the upper limit of the law rune, but first makes up for the lack of details in the law rune. This is equivalent to helping Norton lay a solid foundation, allowing him to easily raise the floor. I don't know how much the changes in the law runes will affect my strength. With this question in mind, Newton conducted a series of detailed tests on his ability. It was found that whether it is atoms or molecules, the upper limit of control power is not significantly enhanced, but the control effect is more flexible and free, and the reorganization of matter is naturally more convenient and faster. In addition, the improvement in control accuracy is also obvious. Precise control becomes easier and consumes less energy. These improvements cannot significantly improve Norton's strength, but they are extremely beneficial to his further advancement in the future. Norton made a simple attempt to make up for the missing details of the law rune, which was far more difficult than increasing the upper limit of the law rune. This good fortune saved Norton at least decades of time. The change in the learning system is just that elemental dominance LV5 49% has become elementless dominance LV5 50%. The same goes for changes in molecular control. This completely fails to reflect the changes in Norton's own strength. The ability level displayed by the system only counts the main points and not the details. Norton guessed in his mind. He doesn't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. It feels like it has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is easy to improve the strength. As long as the main body is upgraded, it can be promoted to a new level with the help of the system. The disadvantages are also obvious. The lack of details can easily leave flaws and allow enemies to seize opportunities. However, it is not that there are no ways to make up for it. As long as there are enough means, you can cover up your own flaws with abundant means. Definitely, this is just a stopgap measure, and it is best to make up for the missing details and eliminate the flaws in time. To make up for the missing details, you either have to rely on time to grind it out or look for opportunities, such as this solar storm. Thinking of this, Norton couldn't help but think of Reed. It seems that after returning to the main world, we should pay more attention to Reed's future development. More than a month has passed since Norton studied the changes in himself clearly. Returning to civilized society again, Norton discovered that Reed and others had become well-known superheroes. The appearance of the Fantastic Four did not cause controversy. Norton was a little surprised. Maybe it's because there are no mutants in this world and there are no strange and extraordinary humans, so people identify more with superheroes. From the internet, Norton quickly investigated the network of things. The appearance of Norton did not change the outcome of the rebellion between the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. This is not surprising. The conflict between Victor and Reed is almost irreconcilable, and Victor's own character cannot be changed. But this time, the trigger for the two people's falling out turned out to be Morgan, the missing person. Victor believed that the missing Morgan was the culprit that caused his company's bankruptcy, and then transferred his hatred to Reed. After all, Morgan joined the project because of Reed, and Morgan was Reed's partner. Since Morgan disappeared, Victor could only blame Reed. The result was similar. The Fantastic Four teamed up to eliminate Dr. Doom. As for whether Dr. Doom is dead or not, Norton is not sure. Anyway, there is no relevant information online. Norton did not contact the famous Fantastic Four, but only invaded the computer of Reed's studio through the system backdoor reserved before. In more than a month, Reed has been conducting the most research on solar storms, and Norton has successfully obtained all the research data. Norton knows very well that the reason why Reed and the others were able to become the Fantastic Four lies in the power of creation. Without the power of creation, the solar storm would simply kill them. Therefore, he did not expect Reed to be able to study the secret of the power of creation. After all, this level of power was beyond the ability of a few ordinary scientific instruments to study. Norton just wants to try it and see if there are any unexpected gains. After all, a super genius like Reed can always create surprises. It turns out that Reed Richards is indeed Mr. Fantastic, and he has actually developed something. The instrument made by Reed can actually stimulate or take away the remaining power of creation in their bodies by artificially simulating solar storms. When the remaining power of creation is stimulated or taken away, the law energy in their bodies will also be stimulated or taken away. The result is that the ability is temporarily out of control, or the ability is temporarily lost. Norton has already studied that the Fantastic Four's super ability also comes from leveraging the law of the world. The super gene that the power of creation helped them reorganize is a key to leveraging the law. The principles of the Fantastic Four's super abilities are similar to those of the mutants, except that their super genes are derived from the power of creation, which is more complete and more understandable than the X genes of most mutants. As long as the super gene is fully expressed or fully matured, their super ability can become quite powerful and can be freely retracted and retracted. As for the Stone Man, he was probably tricked by Reed's instrument. Norton has not seen the Stone Man with his own eyes, but based on the experimental records, he can roughly guess what happened to the Stone Man. Due to incorrect operation, the solar storm simulated by the instrument took away the remaining power of creation in the stone human body. This caused the stone's artificial power to be insufficient, resulting in sequelae, causing his super gene to be stuck in the last step and unable to fully mature. The Stone Man's combat effectiveness has not been affected. The only side effect is that he cannot change back to his original shape and can only maintain the appearance of the Stone Man. Reed also used the instrument once, but the experiment only instantly stimulated the remaining power of creation in his body. The result is that the super gene matures in advance and the super ability explodes, causing short-term ability to go out of control. After adaptation, there will be no sequelae. This instrument is of little use to Norton. There is no super gene in his body. It is the law talisman that digests the power of creation. The digestion efficiency of the law talisman is quite high. It has already digested the power of creation absorbed by Norton and does not need this instrument to stimulate it. But Norton quickly thought of another question: how can a natural phenomenon like a solar storm affect the power of creation? With this question in mind, Norton reanalyzed Reed's experimental data in detail. That's it, Norton soon figured out why. What Reed simulated was not a simple solar storm, but also included information fluctuations emitted by part of the power of creation. What really plays a role is the incidental information fluctuation, whether there is a solar storm or not. This information fluctuation is just a manifestation of the power of creation and has no actual effect, but it can have a certain impact on the power of creation. Using ordinary instruments to simulate the information fluctuations emitted by the power of creation, Norton could only praise. It is indeed Mr. Fantastic. The instrument was of no use to Norton, who had no remaining creative power to activate or strip away. However, excluding the solar storm part, Norton obtained the principle of simulating information fluctuations, and then created some gadgets based on this principle. For example, a detector that searches for the power of creation can not only search for the power of creation, Zhao, but also search for similar power obstacles. There are also instruments for detecting the power of creation, used to analyze the power of creation or similar force stars. The probability that the force of creation exists in nature is almost zero, but there should be forces that are similar or have some common characteristics. It's just that Norton doesn't know where to look, so he can only try his luck when making search instruments. During the exercise, 2 months flew by. Exercise ability does not require isolation from the world, so Norton will learn about the outside world every day. In the past 2 months, apart from the Fantastic Four becoming more famous, no other major events have happened. However, in the past 2 days, Norton has discovered some unusual news. Large-scale weather changes. This is the arrival of the Silver Surfer, Norton quickly concluded. He is very interested in Silver Surfer, or his skateboard to be precise. But when it comes to the Silver Surfer, Norton also thinks of Galactus behind him. Now that the Silver Surfer has arrived on Earth, Galactus must be arriving soon. Norton is not sure about the reality of Galactus. A monster that can devour planets should have at least level 6 strength, but this time and space is just a tributary of time, and under normal circumstances, it can never withstand the explosion of strength from a level 6 powerhouse. The two contradicted each other, and Norton was unable to determine where the problem was for the time being. He could only determine it after coming into contact with Galactus. Norton is not afraid that Galactus is too powerful for him to deal with. Anyway, he can return to the main world at any time now. When time and space are integrated, everything in this time and space will cease to exist. In the main world, if Galactus dares to attract the attention of the Earth, there will naturally be big bosses to deal with it. Don't worry, Galactus, let's take care of my skateboard first. Norton planned to take care of the Silver Surfer first. But the premise is to find the Silver Surfer. This guy is flying around the world, and the existing instruments on the Earth cannot track him at all. The Silver Surfer should be digging holes all over the world now. Unfortunately, I don't remember the specific location where he dug holes, but Reed seems to have made an instrument that can lock the Silver Surfer. Thinking of this, Norton once again used the reserved backdoor to hack into the computer system of Reed's studio. Reed hasn't built the 807 instrument yet, but he can finish the background program first. When he builds the instrument, Norton will be able to receive the news as soon as possible. People with tools can use them, so Norton naturally doesn't have to do the work himself. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference to him whether it's 1 day earlier or 2 days later. Soon, the background program was completed, connected to the portable computer, and Norton packed up his equipment and was ready to go out. He could not predict where the Silver Surfer would dig holes, but the holes that had already been drilled would not move. Norton planned to check out the conditions of those holes first. Not surprisingly, Norton did not encounter the Silver Surfer. But when he reached the edge of the cave, the search device in his pocket rang. There are information fluctuations in the cave similar to the power of creation. The results displayed on the detector surprised Norton. This underground hole goes deep into the center of the Earth, and the information fluctuations should also come from the center of the Earth. It is not surprising that the evolution of the Earth produces an energy similar to the power of creation. This is just Norton's conjecture, but he has no intention of going down to verify it. I have observed the burrow created by the Silver Surfer up close. Norton is basically certain that all Galactus needs is the unique energy in the heart of the living planet Earth, CJBG, which is probably the kind of energy king detected by the detector. Most of the ordinary substances that make up planets are not on Galactus's diet. Otherwise, there are so many celestial bodies in the universe, and it would not have to specifically select a living planet to start with. This information gave Norton a better understanding of Galactus, who is a rather picky eater, but for Norton, being picky is a good thing. Picky eating can sometimes be a fatal flaw. Norton may have been unlucky. He waited beside the cave for several hours but did not wait for the Silver Surfer to appear. It seems he doesn't regularly check the crypts he has dug. Norton shook his head. He had expected this, and Norton wasn't too disappointed. Anyway, with Reed as his tool, he didn't have to worry about not being able to find the Silver Surfer, so he wasn't worried at all. Returning to his base, Norton began to design and manufacture new equipment based on his findings. Just halfway through this work, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the computer next to me. So fast. Norton was surprised and immediately put down his work and turned to look at the computer next to him. The tip comes from the backdoor program in Reed's studio, where he has just completed manufacturing the instrument for tracking the Silver Surfer. How long does it take, 1 day or 2 days? With this question in mind, Norton entered the computer system of Reed's studio through the back door. That's it, Norton soon realized. The reason why Reed is so fast is that he only needs to edit the correct algorithms and models to coordinate the satellites in the sky, and does not need to build equipment bit by bit from scratch. The tracking program has started running, and Norton doesn't need to be polite and decisively starts checking the tracking results. Hey, you actually went to New York. Did you realize that you were being followed? Norton was surprised. The tracking results showed that the Silver Surfer was heading straight for New York, and was already very close to New York. I wonder if I can catch up. Norton was ready to give it a try. For the sake of cleanliness, the base he built was far away from the New York City Circle, hundreds of kilometers away from Reed's studio. Fortunately, when I borrowed Morgan's identity before, I left the spatial coordinates of Reed's studio for ease of travel. Opening the space channel, crossing the space channel, closing the space channel, the whole process only took 3 seconds before Norton appeared on the rooftop of the building next to Reed's studio. Unfortunately, the opening of the space channel requires buffering time. Norton arrived a little late, just in time to see a silver shadow flying over Reed's studio. The electromagnetic radiation from the skateboard directly shut down electronic equipment within a few kilometers, making Reed's wedding scene a mess. Needless to say, the equipment in Reed's studio must have been scrapped. "I can't let you run away, otherwise I'll find my skateboard somewhere else." Norton's heart moved, and the air in front of the silver shadow was instantly controlled by him, and then turned into a thick wall of air. Hitting a wall of air like hitting a quagmire, Silver Shadow's flight speed dropped sharply. Silver Shadow's reaction speed is also very fast. After hitting the wall of air, Silver immediately releases shockwave to disperse the surrounding air. If the molecules controlled by Norton enter the shockwave range, they will lose control and will be unable to block it. But the moment just now was enough. Norton had already seized the opportunity to fly in front of the Silver Surfer and stop him. He stopped in front of Yin-En, glanced at Norton suspiciously, and then turned around and flew away. Norton obviously wouldn't give him a chance to leave. With a flick of the switch, a powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted. The electromagnetic pulse also carried chaotic magnetic field information. Swept by this chaotic electromagnetic pulse, the Silver Surfer instantly lost control and fell directly from the skateboard. But he was lucky. Before he fell to the ground, he was caught by Johnny Human Torch, who flew over. "Hey, who are you?" Johnny greeted Norton. At the moment, Norton had returned to his original appearance, so he naturally didn't recognize him. Norton didn't respond to him, grabbed the silver skateboard, moved in an instant, and disappeared from Johnny's sight. Teleportation is the ability of the space bracer. It can be used instantly, but the movement distance is limited, so it is not suitable for traveling. After teleporting several times, he found an uninhabited alley and then opened a space passage to return to the base, the other side. Seeing Norton disappearing instantly, Johnny looked around but found nothing, and finally had to return with the Silver Surfer. Reed was just busy rescuing people and didn't pay attention to what was happening in the sky. At the moment, he saw Johnny returning with the Silver Surfer and asked, a little surprised, "Johnny, how did you catch him?" "It wasn't me. When I flew over, he had been shot down by another person," Johnny explained. "Another person?" Reed was even more surprised. While tying up the Silver Surfer, Johnny replied, "A stranger that I haven't seen before. He shot this man down and took his skateboard away. I thought you could take a look at this." At the moment, the stone man came over with a video camera. There were many cameras placed at the wedding today. The one brought over by the stone man was at the perfect angle and captured what was happening in the sky, from Silver Surfer slowing down to Norton disappearing with his skateboard. The entire process was clearly recorded, and after zooming in, you can clearly see Norton's appearance. Norton's appearance seemed unfamiliar to all of them, but his back looked familiar. "He's Morgan." Reed was the first to react. He immediately found a photo of Morgan's back and then extracted the back in the video. Comparing the two, the results completely coincide. "Isn't Morgan dead?" Johnny asked in confusion. "Morgan has always been missing and we have never found his body," Reed said. In fact, he has always felt that Morgan is not dead, but he has never been able to find evidence. Today's video just proves that his intuition is right. But his appearance, the Invisible Woman also compared the two faces, and the result was that the overlap was very low, and they were completely two people. Maybe it's the changes brought about by super ability, or maybe he wants to remain anonymous. There's probably a reason why Morgan doesn't show up, Reed guessed. At this time, the stone man pointed at the Silver Surfer and reminded, "Guys, should we put aside Morgan's matter first? Now it is more important to find out where this guy comes from and what he is used for." Reed and the others immediately remembered that the silver guy in front of them was related to the safety of the entire Earth, and was indeed more important than Morgan. But just when they were about to interrogate Silver Surfer, people from the military suddenly broke in. Norton didn't know about the subsequent controversy at Reed's studio, but even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Since he didn't hide his appearance, he was naturally not afraid of being discovered. "Anyway, I've got the skateboard, and I won't have to deal with them anymore." Back at the base, Norton was not in a hurry to study the skateboard. He already had the stuff anyway, so he could study it any time. The most important thing right now is to complete the new equipment, which is halfway through design and production. The production is very simple. The main thing is the design, which needs to be verified again and again. That is to say, Norton can produce parts quickly enough. Otherwise, designing a new device from scratch will definitely not be a task that can be completed in just a few days. Just trial and error takes a lot of time. More than a day later, the 130-second test showed no problems, and the simulated star core was finalized and declared complete. Checking the external information, Galactus has not arrived yet. There's still a little time, let's take a look at my skateboard first. Norton took out the silver skateboard and put it in the testing equipment. This skateboard obviously does not belong to scientific equipment, and simple scientific instrument testing is definitely not enough. However, coupled with the use of mental perception and law observation, the secrets of this flight skateboard were revealed bit by bit before Norton's eyes. No wonder the Silver Surfer on the skateboard is very powerful and has many tricks. He is proficient in super-speed flight, large-scale weather changes, blurring, drilling holes, etc., Norton said with emotion. This skateboard is not an artificial creation, but the last legacy of a living planet, embodying the last essence of a living planet. This origin gives it a strong influence on the living planet, with a kind of administrator authority. As long as he enters the living planet, Silver Shadow can use this skateboard to obtain extremely high authority. Through this authority, he can use most of the laws in the planet to a limited extent. Whether it is weather control, drilling holes, or controlling the planet's magnetic field, etc., they are all applications of this planet's authority. In addition, this skateboard can also absorb and store massive amounts of cosmic energy. These endow energy provide the skateboard with the ability to fly at super speed and the ability to explode. In the end, Norton shook his head regretfully. What a pity, it's mixed but not refined. This skateboard looks very strong, but in fact its strength is limited. Please give me flowers. Planet permissions allow skateboarders to use most of the laws on the planet, but the power that any law can exert is relatively limited, only level 4. Only the energy burst that consumes its own energy reserves can barely exert the power of level 5, but the use of this explosive trick is very limited. Norton can no longer appreciate this kind of power. Since this skateboard condenses the last essence of a living planet, will it have the energy in the center of the Earth? Norton thought of another question, so I took out the detector and took a final look at the skateboard. Looks like I'm overthinking it. The result was rather disappointing. Skateboarding does not contain Earth energy, only life energy. Life energy can promote life growth, heal injuries and replenish vitality and has endless uses. 0. But it is still more than one level behind the power of creation, and it should even be one level lower than the Earth's core energy. However, this result is also reasonable. After all, if skateboards had geocentric energy, they would have been eaten by Galactus as dessert, so how could they be left to Silver Shadow? This thing is a bit useless to me. Norton found that the skateboard was extremely limited in his hands. In the end, Norton simply changed the shape-shifting state of the skateboard and took it with him. Even if it is useless, Neotunxia may return it. It is indeed useless in his own hands, but as long as it is changed to another place, it can definitely play a very big role. Silver Shadow has been arriving on Earth for so many days, and Galactus is almost here. There was not enough time left to do anything else, so Norton took the equipment, disposed of the base, and waited for Galactus to arrive. Reed and others were not as tough as the military, so they could only let the military take away Silver Shadow. However, considering Reed's identity, the military agreed to let them go to the military base together to interrogate Silver Shadow. It is said to be cooperation, but in fact it is still dominated by the military, and Reed and the others can only cooperate. It's just that the military couldn't get any information from Yin Ying, and the two sides couldn't communicate at all. They wasted nearly 2 days and gained nothing. In the end, the Fantastic Four could only take action. I don't know if it was because the Fantastic Four was strong enough, but Silver Shadow was very cooperative and told everything without any concealment. You said that Weirdo is just Pathfinder, and he also has a master called Planet Devourer. What kind of monster is Planet Devourer? The general asked Reed in disbelief. Literally, a monster that devours the planet and feeds on the planet, Reed replied. Let's not talk about this for now, but what about the cave created by the Weirdo? The general continued to ask. Those caves that go straight to the center of the Earth are to facilitate the Planet Devourer to eat, Reed continued to answer. I only gave you the chance because I believed you, and you are trying to fool me with these ridiculous remarks. The general slammed the table and roared. Reed's answer obviously failed to convince him. General, I know this confession is ridiculous, but we can tell that he is not lying, Reed argued. No matter who he is or what monsters there are in the 883 behind him, I will definitely find it and kill it. The general ignored Reed's excuse and rearranged the interrogation. Subsequently, the 4 Reeds were directly kicked out of the military base. What should I do? The invisible woman looked at Reed. Among the 4, she was the one who believed in Silver Shadow the most. If what he said is true, he is not exaggerating. We are definitely no match for Galactus, and nuclear bombs can't do it. Even if we launch all the nuclear bombs around the world, the most we can do is scratch it. The stone man was a little discouraged, said, "Don't look at it. Some people always say that mankind's stockpile of nuclear bombs is enough to destroy the Earth hundreds of times. In fact, as top physicists, Reed and the others know very well, nuclear bombs can only destroy the surface ecosystem, and it is impossible to destroy the entire planet. Even the planet, which is a dead thing, cannot be destroyed, and it has no effect on Galactus, a living thing. After all, according to Silver Shadow, Galactus' body is only slightly larger than the Earth. He knows Galactus so well, maybe he can do something." Reed looked back at the military base, but unfortunately the military couldn't let them in. "Shall we kidnap him?" Johnny asked eagerly. "No, this is a military base." Reed looked at the Invisible Woman. "Neither can I." The Invisible Woman shook her head and then suggested, "Maybe we can let him escape on his own. As long as we bring him the skateboard, he will definitely be able to escape on his own." "Skateboard? Then we need to find Morgan first. He showed up. Where can we find him?" Reed asked distressedly. He didn't worry for long. The next moment the stone man interrupted his thinking. "I think we may be too late." Following the stone man's gaze, Reed and the others looked up at the sky. "I saw a vortex of huge amounts appearing in the sky at some point, covering the entire sky. The center of the vortex was like a big mouth, getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, a black figure flew into the center of the vortex on a silver skateboard. "It's Morgan." Reed instantly recognized the figure from behind. Despite being mentally prepared, Norton still felt huge amounts of psychological pressure when he actually faced Galactus. It's not because Galactus is powerful, it's simply because its size is so awesome. One is a behemoth that is larger than the Earth, and the other is a tiny body of less than 2 meters. The difference in file size is so large that people naturally feel that they are small and not worth mentioning. If Norton wasn't strong enough and confident enough in himself, he might have lost his will to resist when facing Galactus. As he got closer and closer to Galactus, Norton could no longer see it in its entirety. Just the fact that the mouth had opened to a diameter of hundreds of kilometers gave him a feeling of boundlessness. "The description of feeding on the planet is indeed no exaggeration," Norton exclaimed. He directly gave up most of the battle plan he had made before. His maximum ability range does not exceed 100 kilometers, which is too insignificant compared to Galactus' huge size. However, Norton did not give up completely. Although Galactus was huge, it did not make him feel invincible. Approaching a distance of hundreds of kilometers, the 5 hydrogen bombs Newt had prepared in advance were dropped at once. Considering the size of Galactus, these hydrogen bombs are specially enhanced versions of Norton, each with a yield of more than 100 million tons. This is probably the most powerful weapon that humans can make. The legendary Ivan the Great only has an equivalent of tens of millions of tons, but Norton still doesn't have any confidence. Boom! 5 hydrogen bombs exploded simultaneously. The blazing white light shines like 5 days in a row, illuminating half of the Earth in an instant. 5 huge amounts of tens of kilometers of gaps instantly appeared in the mouth of Galactus. But when Norton saw this result, he just shook his head helplessly. The power is too small. The gap of tens of kilometers is naturally huge compared to the size of a human, but compared to the huge size of Galactus, it is simply insignificant. Moreover, Norton also discovered that Galactus is not a life of flesh and blood. Its huge body is mainly a mist energy body, mixed with a large amount of broken rocks, gravel and even stars. A small wound is not even considered an injury to Galactus. At most, it is equivalent to scratching it. Galactus did not make any violent reaction, but the power of swallowing naturally produced by the big mouth strengthened slightly. As a result, before the iconic mushroom cloud formed after the hydrogen bomb exploded, it was swallowed into the big mouth and disappeared. What does it feel like to eat a nuclear bomb alive? Eat popping candy? Norton was quite curious about this. But at the moment, there was a more serious problem before Norton. Galactus is so big that all of Norton's attacks can hardly cause substantial damage to Galactus. Even if he exhausts himself, it will be difficult for him to hurt Galactus's roots, let alone kill Galactus. There is only one last method left. If it doesn't work, you have to give up. Thinking of this, Norton rushed directly into the open mouth of Galactus. Since Galactus is a living body and not a natural phenomenon, it must have a 4-3 life core. The life core is its center, and the will that condenses life. If there is no life core and the will is not condensed, it will be impossible to maintain this body that is larger than the Earth. Therefore, when there is no way to defeat its huge body, Directly finding its life core is undoubtedly the only possible way to kill it. If the Silver Surfer can kill Galactus, he must also directly destroy its life core. Otherwise, based on the total amount of energy stored in the skateboard, even if it burst out all at once, it would be nothing more than a burp to Galactus. Galactus's mouth was not as peaceful as it looked outside. After entering, I discovered that it was filled with countless flying gravels, swirling gravel storms, etc. As the only remnant left after countless stars have been wiped out, every grain of gravel here is extremely hard. As soon as you enter here, you have to face endless attacks from all directions. Very few things can withstand it. Even if it can be resisted in a short time, it will not escape the result of being wasted over time. Fortunately, Norton does not need hard resistance. No matter how hard the gravel are, they still belong to the category of matter, and Norton can directly decompose them. Norton needs to face another problem: how to find the right direction. Galactus is so huge that the inside of its mouth is also boundless. In addition, the environment here is special, and it is impossible to tell the direction. In this case, it is impossible to find Galactus's life core. Norton will definitely not be able to use the Silver Surfer's method of getting close to Galactus's life core. He is not Galactus's subordinate, so he can only find another way. Fortunately, I was prepared. Norton started the simulated star core. After the simulated star core is activated, it floats in front of Norton and continuously releases information fluctuations. This is the fluctuation released by the simulated Earth Center. As soon as the information fluctuation was released, the external gravel immediately changed from disorder to order. The attack power did not weaken, but at the same time as it attacked, it pushed Norton to move forward in a certain direction. Very good. A smile appeared on Norton's face. The method of using the imitation star core to disguise it as food was indeed successful. As expected, Galactus simply acted according to his life instinct, directly wiping out the residue, swallowing the real food, and digesting it in the most conducive way for absorption. Therefore, the direction in which the driving force points is undoubtedly the direction where the core of Galactus' life lies. All Norton had to do next was wait. Even if he didn't reach Galactus's core of life directly in the end, it was definitely not far from the core of life. Definitely, the process will not be smooth sailing. After all, if Galactus can survive to this day, he must have a set of defense measures or immune system against invasion in the body. Sure enough, not long after, the surrounding quicksand vortex suddenly turned into countless tentacles composed of mist energy and gravel. These tentacles are incredibly powerful and possess a certain amount of instinctive will. Norton cannot break them down instantly. He must resist a blow before he can seize the opportunity to break down the gravel in them. Feeling the huge power of the tentacles that shattered mountains and cracked the earth, Norton frowned slightly. This can't go on like this. He can easily withstand 1, 2, or even 100 blows, but the key is that the tentacles here are endless and endless. Every time you advance 1 kilometer, you have to take at least hundreds of blows. And based on the size of Galactus, if you want to get close to its life core, you still need to travel at least several thousand kilometers. Norton tried to throw a nuclear bomb. Because it was only a one-time attempt, it only had a yield of 1 million tons. Boom! Countless tentacles were torn apart by the exploding shockwave. Norton himself was able to ignore the explosion of the nuclear bomb, but was pushed back by countless broken tentacles. When he disintegrated the broken tentacles and stabilized himself, Norton found that his position had moved back at least several kilometers, and in such a blink of an eye, the destroyed tentacles had returned to their original state. It seems that nuclear bombs cannot be used to clear the way. Why can the Silver Surfer approach the life core of Galactus without any hindrance? Internal employee access. Norton had to use other methods. The elemental furnace enlarges, aims forward, and then opens an exit. A massive stream of high-energy particles erupted instantly. This time Norton did not let it form a particle cannon. It was a simple eruption of high-energy particles, and the particles were mainly atoms. This kind of high star is very close, but it is more destructive at close range. The high-energy particle flow instantly destroys the energy and material structure of the tentacle, and can even directly decompose it into an atomic state. The rest is easy. Norton only needs to follow behind, put the tentacles decomposed by the high-energy particle flow into the element furnace, and then completely decompose them and perform nuclear reactions to replenish the consumed particles and energy. Continue to spray forward. Once the obstacles ahead are cleared, Norton can fly forward on his own without relying on the tentacles to push him. Naturally, he does not have to bear the attacks of the tentacles all the time. You only need to correct the direction every once in a while, and each time you correct the direction, you can probably move forward dozens of kilometers. About there, Norton didn't know how far he had advanced, but he could hardly feel the concept of distance here. But his intuition told him that he was close to Galactus's core of life, so Norton turned the detector on. Since Galactus feeds on the Earth's core energy, its life core probably contains similar energy, and if it has similar energy, it will emit similar fluctuations. Not yet. Norton saw that the detector did not respond, so he had to correct the direction and continue moving forward. You don't need to pay attention to the detector all the time, you just need to look at it every time you correct the direction. Facts have proved that Norton's intuition was correct. After correcting the direction twice, the detector indeed detected weak fluctuations in geocentric energy. The signal is too weak to determine the direction, so we have to keep moving forward. Norton continued to move forward. After advancing for about 100 kilometers, the signal became significantly stronger, and the direction of the signal source could barely be determined. The good news is that the direction of the signal source coincides with the direction of the tentacle push. But then Norton made another unexpected discovery. Why are there two signal sources? Not sure which direction is where the core of Galactus life lies, Norton can only continue to move forward in the direction pushed by the tentacles. 400 is very fast, and the second direction is also determined. The angle is different, but fortunately it is not completely opposite. Go to the first signal source first. Norton made an instant choice. Go to the nearest one first, and if it's not there, you can go to the next one. As for whether Earth could wait until Norton killed Galactus, he didn't think too much. Anyway, no matter whether the Earth is destroyed or not, time and space will not exist after integration. Everything that happens in the time branch will basically not be reflected in the main world. This is the conclusion reached by Norton after investigating the results of previous space-time integrates. This time they only advanced less than 100 kilometers, and the originally endless tentacles suddenly disappeared and were replaced by an energy field. This energy field has extremely strong decomposition power, and Norton can also feel faint law fluctuations in it. However, this power of law can't help Norton, he easily excludes him from the shield. Very good. Without the obstruction of the tentacles, Norton's speed greatly increased, and he soon reached the core of the energy field. This is a huge golden-red sphere with a diameter of tens of kilometers. It looks like a burning metal ball. In fact, its main body is not matter but energy, and it is more like condensed liquid flame. Is this Galactus's reserve energy? Norton probably guessed what it was. He could feel the majestic and endless energy in it, which was enough to turn a planet into fly ash. Its composition was mainly composed of ordinary energy, and the Earth's core energy accounted for a small proportion. Norton did not study the Earth's core energy, because doing so would likely upset its energy balance. The ordinary energy contained in the sphere is extremely explosive. If it were not suppressed by a stronger force, it would have exploded and destroyed everything. Detonating this thing should be able to kill Galactus. Norton thought for a moment but still didn't make a move. He didn't know if he could withstand such a burst of energy. Definitely, the most important thing is that it won't do him any good. Norton turned without any hesitation and flew towards the second signal source. This time the real owner was found very smoothly, and the defenses and disguises outside were easily broken by Norton. Galactus' vital core revealed. A transparent crystal about the height of a person, with countless light blue light spots flowing in it. This file size is completely unworthy of its huge size, but Norton was not disappointed. Being small did not prevent Norton from studying it. As he analyzes this life core, more and more accidents and surprises are discovered. This guy's intelligence is much lower than expected. He has no complete intelligence at all. His IQ is even lower than that of a bug. He can only rely on the most primitive life instincts to act. This was what Norton was most surprised about. The wisdom of Galactus is completely unworthy of its powerful strength. And after the last layer of protection of the core of life was removed, it seemed to be down with no resistance or struggle as expected. Just lie down like that. Norton quickly found the answer. This doesn't seem to be Galactus, or it's not the complete Galactus. The Galactus in front of us is more appropriately described as duplication or projection. It only has the body of Galactus without soul and will, and Galactus has not given it independent consciousness. This is probably the reason for its serious lack of wisdom. So it seems that there is another planet devourer in the main world, and the one in the main world is the real body. The song in front of me is the projection or duplication of this star in this time tributary. Norton quickly came to his conclusion. At this point, there was no need to continue researching. Norton directly smashed and decomposed the life core, and then quickly collected the energy that escaped after the life core was broken. But Norton had just collected a small part, and an extremely powerful energy shockwave swept across. Obviously, without the suppression of Galactus, its huge reserve energy exploded. Faced with this powerful energy impact, Norton had to shrink the particle shield to strengthen his own defense for the sake of safety. As for the remaining energy that I haven't had time to collect, I can only regret giving it up. So strong, Norton was directly knocked away by the energy impact, and the particle shield was almost torn apart. This is still the result of being separated by hundreds of kilometers. Fortunately, I didn't explode it directly before. Norton was very happy. There is no doubt that if the distance is within tens of kilometers, Norton will probably have time to open the space-time channel. Even if he does not die in the end, serious injury will be the only result. After the energy burst, Galactus completely disappeared and was wiped out in ashes, leaving no remains at all. Norton looked back at the Earth. At the moment, the blue planet was grey and a small piece was missing, as if it had been bitten by someone. Norton had already taken the things he took with him, so there was no need to go back and look for them at the moment. Norton shook his head without any nostalgia, directly opened the time and space channel and returned to the main world. Feedback from the world is injected into the body. Genetic optimization under the influence of the law talisman is accelerated again, and Norton's basic physical fitness is rapidly enhanced in all aspects. This time there were 2 law talismans, and the speed was faster than last time. Norton once again experienced the pleasure of becoming stronger quickly. However, the feedback from the world is limited after all, and the rapid improvement process ends soon, leaving Norton with a sense of loss and trance. This sage time only lasted 3 seconds, and Norton began to test his physical fitness. All physical data are about 3 times as high as before. Even if the improvement is minimal, it is still at least 2,000 tons. His current physical fitness is meaningless when compared with ordinary humans. So Norton made a simple assessment of his own. With my current basic physical fitness, I am definitely no match for the Hulk using only my physical body, but I should be able to compete with Thor in his normal state. Definitely, this is just an evaluation, and it does not mean that Norton should change to the muscular style. Muscular brawny is never his style and does not fit with his temperament. His strong physical fitness only makes him feel more secure and not afraid of being approached by enemies. Strength and speed are secondary. What is really most useful to me is the improvement of my 5 senses and reaction speed. Norton finally concluded. It is indeed the power of feedback derived from the instinct of the world. It can not only improve the strength quickly, but also has no side effects. Even the adaptation period after the physical fitness surges is very short. The only thing that can compare in effectiveness is the power of creation encountered in the time and space of the Fantastic Four. Thinking of this, Norton immediately ordered 007 establish an independent task with the highest authority, pay attention to and remember Richard's 10 journeys. The task has been established and the record log has been created. Boss, you can view it at any time. 7 responded immediately. Reed Richards is currently just an ordinary person. There is no need to send special personnel to monitor him. Artificial intelligence programs can do a better job. As for the purpose of monitoring him, it is naturally the opportunity to become the Fantastic Four. Norton is not sure when and in what form the Fantastic Four will appear in the main Marvel world. I'm not sure what created them, or was it the magical energy of the power of creation? But even if there is only a small possibility, Neo cannot let this opportunity go. Although it is not uncommon in the Marvel world to rise to the top in one fell swoop by making money, when his strength has reached Norton's level, there are not many things that can quickly improve his strength. Each one can be encountered but cannot be sought. After studying his own changes, Norton left the secret room, told Una and the others about his return, and then entered his personal laboratory with the things he brought back. Fortunately, he was not away for a long time this time, only less than 3 days, and there was no large amount of accumulated affairs for him to deal with. The first thing Norton checked was the silver skateboard. It's still good and not broken. Fortunately, this skateboard is not a technological creation, but a natural treasure of the living planet, so it can pass through the time and space channel safely. But Norton soon discovered a problem. The power of the skateboard seems to be much weaker. He then did a simple test. In the past, this skateboard could easily exert a level 4 power, but now it can only exert a level 3 power at most. There seems to be only one difference between level 3 and level 4, but the actual power, especially the coverage, is very different. What's the reason? The suppression of the main world or the Earth's law is too strong. Norton thought of 2 reasons, but he couldn't verify it yet. If it's the latter, that's okay, but if it's the former, then the effectiveness of this skateboard will definitely be greatly reduced. Norton is not in a hurry to verify the reason for the time being, so he put the skateboard aside first and then took out 2 crystal stones. One is flawless and transparent, and the other is light blue. The material of these 2 crystals is the same as the material structure of Galactus life core. They are containers specially synthesized by Norton to store 2 special energies. The crystal contained 2 kinds of energy that he collected at the last moment. This should be the essence of life energy. Norton put down the transparent crystal. The role of life energy needs no introduction, but it is not what Norton expected. The energy stored in the light blue crystal is Norton's target. It is 1 level lower than the power of creation, but has a certain similarity with the energy of creation. This should be the product of Galactus digesting the Earth's core energy. It is very similar to the Earth's core energy, but there are some differences, Norton analyzed. Unfortunately, the detector turned into a piece of scrap metal after passing through the space-time channel. The similarity between this energy and the energy of the Earth's core cannot be accurately detected. With further observations, Norton quickly came to a preliminary conclusion. The main effect of this special energy is to promote the evolution and mutation of life. Higher energy originally contains a certain power of law and contains law information. By directly interpreting the law information, you can know the approximate effect. However, the accurate effect still requires actual testing. Energy is limited and cannot withstand consumption, so Norton chose to use single-celled organisms for preliminary testing. The growth cycle of single-cell organisms is short, but to obtain accurate data, repeated cultivation and observation are still required. He does not need to take care of this kind of thing personally. You can use an automatic culture instrument. You only need to set up the culture program, and the instrument can automatically cultivate and collect detailed data. After taking care of all this, Norton took his skateboard and prepared to go out. But before leaving, he told Una, I have to go out. You can help me look after the laboratory. If something unexpected happens, call John to come over and help. No problem, I'll help you take a look. You go back quickly, Una promised. Letting Una watch the lab just in case, Norton wasn't really worried about an accident. With the strength of the equipment in his laboratory, some single-celled organisms cannot make waves no matter how much they evolve. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Norton nodded to Una, then stepped into the space channel and disappeared. Coming out of the space channel, Newt has arrived near Brotherhood's Hope Island. Norton did not rush to the island but contacted Magneto first. Magneto, I'm outside the island, please send someone to greet me, immediately. Since the establishment of a permanent space channel on the island, Hope Island has been on alert, and Norton does not want to cause a conflict. The key is not to make any noise so as not to attract the attention of other forces. Magneto attaches great importance to Norton's visit and even comes out to greet him personally. The two came to the base in the center of the island, and Magneto asked, Norton, you're coming over today, right? Norton definitely knew what he wanted to ask. Before he could finish the question, he answered, the space blockade cannot be opened for the time being, and the channel will still only be able to transmit in one direction for a few years. How long will it take? Do you have an accurate time? We can make a development plan, Magneto asked. I don't know the specific time either. Norton shook his head again, then took out his skateboard and said, but I brought you a good thing today which should be able to greatly speed up your progress. This skateboard allows people to obtain high-level permissions on the living planet. It is such a waste to use this kind of permission for fighting. CJCC, its real mission should be to transform the planet. Although the living environment of alien planets is harsh and life is scarce, if there is life that reproduces naturally, it is a living planet. The silver skateboard should work. What does this skateboard do? Professor X asked. You will know soon. Norton smiled and walked into the space door with Magneto and Professor X coming to the alien planet again. Norton found that the city he left behind had been fully constructed. At least the ground part was already complete. Most of the buildings have undergone basic decoration and maintenance, and greening has covered the entire city. Looking around, most of the entire city is covered in green. Eric, how many people did you send here to green the entire city? Norton asked Magneto. Not many, less than 1,000 people, Magneto replied. 1,000 people. Norton was quite surprised. As far as he knew, the Brotherhood only had a total of over 2,000 people. He didn't expect that Magneto would have such courage and dare to directly allocate nearly half of the Brotherhood's strength to develop aliens. They were able to green the entire city so quickly mainly because of the protective shield you left behind, Norton, Magneto explained. We have also tried to transform the environment outside the city and found that the vast majority of plants cannot survive, and even if they barely survive, they cannot continue to grow. The protective shield over the city is made of transparent metal, which was done by Norton when he built the city. The purpose is to close the entire city, isolate it from the harsh living environment of the outside world, and facilitate the transformation of the environment and air in the city. Norton directly suggested, "Let's go outside the city first. This skateboard should be able to help us solve the problem." At this time, Brotherhood officials from the city also came to inquire. However, Magneto sent them away directly without letting them follow. This time he was not in a hurry, so Norton didn't walk too fast. He walked slowly towards the city gate while observing the new look of the city. "The greening is quite good, but the design is a bit boring, more neat than beautiful," Norton commented. "It's definitely a bit different." Professor X nodded in agreement. Although Magneto has seen this city countless times from videos and surveillance, this is the first time he has observed it with his own eyes. The two senses are different. However, he still explained, "I never considered the aesthetics of the greening from the beginning, and the current effect is already pretty good." Norton smiled and didn't refute. The city is not big, and while talking and laughing, the three of them have arrived at the isolation area at the east gate. If you want to leave this completely closed city, you must go through the quarantine area. Magneto and Professor X need to change protective suits here, which are similar to space suits. Magneto first found a piece that suited Norton's figure and threw it to Norton. Norton, go on.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.